Oh, that was really fast. Hello, Mage Master 001.
Stone I ride, Hubal wearing Yahweh's I borrow the flame, I crown every grave, and call it grace. I am Khairul Makirina, best of plotters, master of lies. Wa makaru wa makar Allahu wallahu Khairul Makirina. I twist the Torah, I mock the Injil, I deny the cross they nailed. It appeared so to them, the greatest lie unveiled. Jibreel, my beautiful lie, wearing Yahya's handsome face. Private meetings, jealous wives, terror in the cave of Hira. I wear the name, I borrow the flame, I crown every grave, and call it grace. I drink through the grave, I harvest the slave, I turn every blade toward a conquered face. Please tie the Ikra, or I'll possess you forever. These are the exalted cranes, their intercession is hoped for. Then I blame the devil convenient, my prophets restore. Uswatun Hasana, 9 years old in Bukhari's chain, 9 years old in Bukhari's chain. Aisha's tears have my verses washed to satisfy his endless appetite. Thy Lord hastens to please thy desires, she cried into the night. I bend the sky for his lust, his slaves, his endless appetite. Wives beaten with adribuhunna, right hands possess their flesh. Sharrul Bariya, worst of creatures, burn. Jizyatan an yadin wa hum saghiruna, pay or be humbled, learn. Man baddala dinahu faqtuluhu, apostates bleed on command. I wear the name, I borrow the flame, I crown every grave, and call it grace. I drink through the brave, I harvest the slave, I turn every blade toward a conquered face. Dar al-Islam, Dar al-Harb, the world is mine to devour. Taqiyan kataman, lie in my name, hour after hour. Even Abu Bakr wept. I fear the deception of Allah. One foot in paradise, still trembling at my final plot. time is running out, the lion stirs. Hear the thunder in the east. Melandine flames, temples in ruin, pyramids of skulls for my delight. I promise gardens past the slaughter. I promise crowns beyond the grave. Now every mask begins to flicker. Every idol starts to break. I was the thunder wearing heaven. Now on my banner's fade. The Lion of Judah approaches. Aslan with claws of fire. As the false god trembles. My borrowed throne is a fire. Jibril, the demon screams as the true Gabriel draws near. Unmasked, Allah exposed, the deceiver disappears. No mourning, no borrowed flame, no crown grave, disguised as grace. The light comes, the mask is torn, the game is done. Wallahu khairul makirina, but the line has come. The mask is torn, the game is done. ومكروا ومكر الله والله خير الماكرين.
Alright, just give me one moment. Oh, I forgot to turn this fucking thing off mute. Yeah, okay. Give me one moment. I'm just updating Twitter that I'm currently live, right? Okay. Video reacts. Okay, post there. And then here I can go. Alright. Now to let the sane people know that I am currently streaming. Okay, there we go. Okay, so those are done. That was the wrong button. Okay. Okay, so to anyone who might be watching the VOD, because I don't think anyone's actually in yet, that is a prototype of a remake of Khairu al-Makarina, which is a song I wrote a while ago. No quangos allowed, right? In protest of Islam, but the Arabic was very poorly pronounced, so I was giving a test about what exactly I could do to improve the pronunciation. So since I already had all the Arabic notes anyway, so I just imported Arabic into the actual English verse, and yeah, that actually did it. That actually corrected the not mistranslations, the mispronunciations where possible. And you know, I decided to change one of the pronunciations to an original Hebrew pronunciation, because why the fuck not, right? Add insult to injury, right? So there's that. All right, so today we are going to hold on, maybe I should have put that in the thing. Give me one moment while I update that on the account. Okay. Okay, let me go back to here because this is where it's actually accessible. Okay, fair enough. I actually didn't realize that that was still the image on Kick. Fuck, I need to change that. Reacting to @play astronomical moving shadows and at the holy balls there we go. Okay, so there we go there. Woo. Okay, The pills are currently kicking in, right? Okay, so today we're going to be reacting to a collaboration, apparently, between Play Astronomical and Skybrows. I have not yet seen this. I wanted to hold off on watching this till I actually got to watch it on stream, right? Because I have quite a bit of fun doing lyrical and visual aesthetic analysis. I'm not as good with musical analysis, right? I couldn't tell you what instruments are being necessarily used to make what, but I have enough fun already with the visual style. And yeah, we could see that he's been able to update his character design as he's learned how to prompt. He explained to me that he was having difficulty getting specific things done in his character design because of limitations with the AI, but over time, by learning how to describe what it is that he wanted specifically, he was able to actually concretize, he was actually able to get the vision closer to what it is he wants it to be, right? I do like the jacket though, the fucking galaxy jacket. So you got a reflection of the inner and the outer here. 2 clicks, beep, boop, sounds like music, right? Oh, wait a minute, hold on. He's on top of a building. So this image is being projected. This light of the galaxy is being projected onto the top of a building. And yeah, obviously he's the only one who can be seen. Everyone else is concealed by shadow, right? Concealed by or enveloped in shadow, which by the way is why it's called moving shadows, right? But if you look over the edge, you can see the rest of the city. Revisitation, your old habits, right? Are you talking about the song? the Khairu Al Macarena song? Because I am trying to fix all of the mispronunciations in there, because I know the Arabic was pretty fucking subpar in the original version. But I'm trying to get the Arabic to be as close as I can to, you know, exquisite in there. So the bite of that particular song stings even harder. But, you know. Moving shadows. I do actually like that image. Hold on. Moving shadows. Like, again, the shadow is already there, and just waiting for Kirsha to catch up to it. And there's a Korsha right there in the other chair. Now, shadows have a multiplicity of different meanings and uses depending on how exactly you decide to use them, right? A shadow can represent a thing without capturing it, right? This is the usage used, for example, in Platonic imagery, right? Where instead of being able to see the thing directly, you only see a reflection, a dim cast of the thing instead of the thing itself, right? This is oftentimes used in worldviews where they don't believe that your sense perceptions can actually touch the real world in any meaningful way, right? Hence, again, it was used in the allegory of the cave by Plato, whereby in the allegory of the cave, the only thing that you can actually know a thing by is the shadow cast upon the wall, because the the people chained in the cave are chained in such a way that they cannot turn their head and actually behold the thing casting the shadow. Another thing is, like in Egyptian philosophy, the shadow or shut is actually also a stand-in for the image itself, right? So the shadow or image is itself part of a person, so it's not just like your physical shadow, the obstruction of light onto the ground, right? That's not just what the shadow referred to in Egyptian. It also referred to any sculpture or image of a man made in that particular way. Because, again, as a shadow is an image of a person projected through obstruction onto another surface, so too is, in a sense, any other image, a projection of that person onto some other medium, right? So there's also a psychoanalytic sense of the word shadow, of, again, that part of yourself that you don't particularly like, so you suppress it down so that you don't actually have to deal with it. And so instead of it being consciously acknowledged, it instead has a unconscious effect on your behavior. So here we got Smug Alana. Running circles on my wall.
Every step I take, they sway, following then fade away.
Here's a powder. Ooh, hold on. That's a nice little window or whatever. What is that? That has to be like from a window or something. That's being projected on.
Moving shadows.
So we have Leaflet, Asari, and we have Ratatia. Hold on. Runaltia. I always have trouble with her name. Like, I recognize her immediately. I always have trouble with her name though. That's a lot of slime. Holy crap.
Black and blue, always right behind the truth.
So we got Banana Juju here hanging from the tree. I might have to edit the scene out. But hanging from the tree and like bound to the branch upon which she's sitting. I meant your old publishing schedule. What publishing schedule? I do this shit when I want to. I don't have a schedule yet. Oh, we got Celestium here. In the dead of night, again, we have the shadow being cast from the overhead light here. But to be fair, night is simply the shadow of the of the earth.
On the wall, they stretch and bend long and
We got obviously Revenstrop. I'm gonna do the I Spy with My Little Eye first, and then I'm gonna go back and listen to the lyrics themselves, and then probably do more analysis of the actual visual imagery.
thin like tired friends.
I have no idea who Nova is, to be perfectly honest. Like, I saw Nova at the bottom. Like, I have no idea who that is. Looks down to see on the cheat sheet. It's like, oh, that's Nova. No idea who this is, but it's very clearly, again, the shadow on the wall is reflecting what seems to be some kind of domestic dispute, which again leads into that psychoanalytic lens I was talking about earlier.
Tears and coats become tall ghosts, dancing slow across the post.
I do appreciate, again, that was Nines, but like I do appreciate how the words are actually on the screen, right? Because I've always complained about not having subtitles, because the AI will sometimes fuck up the subtitles, and sometimes it's a little difficult to disentangle what the AI is actually putting in the song. So I appreciate that we have some semblance of guardrail there.
Moving shadows.
We have, again, Play Astronomical, and here we have the visual image of, again, the the image on the clothes and the image, the jacket and the image behind him are aligned in such a way to give the illusion that it's one continuous image instead of the same image superimposed to give that illusion. Which is a cool effect anytime you see it, let's be fair. You missed 2 and 9 section? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, there's 8s and, I don't know who that is. Hold on. Lithria, okay.
Across the posts, moving shadows. Climbing fall, run.
Okay, this is, I didn't know who that was. I would not have gotten that. Apparently that's, Nana, hold on, what was it? Nanigachi? How the fuck does he know about all these people? Right? Like, good lord, man.
Circles on my wall.
That's Ririgaki, obviously, right? And cast over the shadow of the Eiffel Tower.
Every step I take, they sway, following
And that's Pseudo Gray right there, right?
the fade away. Moving
Ah, shit, there I am. Put me in a fucking Stetson with boots, fair enough, right?
shadow.
Oh, that's interesting. Hold on, you got a cosmic oh, you had 2 layers of shadows in this one.
Following then fade away. Moving
So you have the shadow, and you can see it right there, right at the tip of the cross. You can see that there's a shadow incoming from behind, so between the sun and between the cross, while I am walking right, my character is walking right next, adjacent to, slightly intersecting with the shadow of the cross on the ground, right? And then, again, the higher shadow descends and almost envelops the material entity there, while the shadow of the material entity, which I guess is a stand, I don't know, it could be a stand-in for some higher conception, casts upon the ground. Oh no, it's nightfall. Okay, that actually is more interesting. And then that's obviously Penny Bloomfeld. There's Ando is annoyed. And there's Nyanos. Nyanos actually has a lot of good advice for anyone who's worried about possibly the rise of AI. Is that Amethyst? Oh, Amalgamite. Fuck! Okay. These gem names confuse me! Okay, so there's Bloop and Mr. Hyde, or Hyde Sinister. And then obviously Nasky Holy Goddess and Trucker Man. And that's Rivanami, yeah. Bit on the nose, obviously the shadow there, hold on. Obviously those are shadows of the blinds, right? Blinds being something you can use to control the lighting in your house or in a room by the use of shadows, right? Hello, Runya. Came to help. I could probably need it, right? Amalgamite. Yeah, I absolutely missed that one, right? Wrong gemstone. And then we have, obviously, there's a Skybrows, right? AKA the goat, fair enough, right? And here he's almost completely obstructed. You can see that there's a greater contrast between the shadow obstructing his physical body versus the clothes around, around him. His pants and his skin are obstructed in more or less the same way, but the shirt itself, not so much. And actually, again, I get a lot of Serial Experiments Lane fucking illusions. Anytime I see computers arranged in this way, right? I get like Serial Experiments Lane flashbacks. It's like, let's all love Lane, right? Shit's going down now. We're entering in the true era of the techno dystopia. So yeah, that was obviously fucking Zen and hold on. Lipu Lipu. And then this is hold on, I don't know who this is. Crater 7920. I have no fucking clue who this is. So Skybrows is God of Internet. I'm not entirely sure I would go that far, but I do like how the use of negative space here, right, is actually used to give form here. Because again, you could use negative space to actually elucidate shape in three-dimensionality, and that's exactly what's going on here. So here we have absence is actually used to help communicate the image.
Moving shadows, climbing far, running circles on my wall.
And there's the Jester, right? Jester Greer, yeah.
Every step I take, they sway, following them fade away.
Oh, I have no fucking clue who this is. This is Mr. Philip Chan. What? How would I have guessed this? There's no Harambe. I'm kidding. But okay, hold on. Who the fuck is the other one? Mr. Philip Chan 2 reading book, The Perfect Shape about Harambe. What the fuck is going on? Oh, okay, that's that. Okay, who the fuck is the other person then? Wait, what? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. It's not an exact area with the transition. I don't know. I still don't know who the fuck this is. I don't know who Fun with Phoenix is or Penguin CJP, to be perfectly honest. So these two are just absolutely not in my catalog of like people. I have no fucking clue who either of these two are. But you have the duality here that Play Astronomical likes to play with, where it's like, obviously in the Skybrow scene, it was an interplay of light and shadow, whereas here we have an interplay between the warmth and coolness, right? Even with the flames here being a warm color, and here ice being symbolized by a cooler color. Runia Sky won't accept the title, trust me. The Perfect Shape by Harambe. Truly, he called it himself on his own stream. Build 1,000 bridges. Nothing happens. Suck one gorilla dick, and you're a gorilla dick sucker. You know what? I'm sorry. I think that's the correct way to do this analysis, right? There are certain things that you do at one time, and then you're known for that for the rest of your life, right? It doesn't really matter what else you do. It's like, that is the noodle incident. That is the thing that you did that everyone is going to know you about, right? You may have built the 1,000 bridges, but on the other hand, there was the incident with the gorilla. Fucking hell, mate. And again, you have here the shadows themselves, as I mentioned earlier with the example of in Egypt. Shadows here are being used to communicate not just the presence of a person, but it's filled with information that can identify specifically who it is the person being imaged. For example, I'm pretty sure the one on the center left-hand side is Cairo Chikage. I don't know who... Okay, I'm gonna guess the one on the center right-hand side might be Night Owl. I actually blinked and did not see who they were before we got back to this scene, so I'm legitimately flying blind here. I'm not sure who the ones in the outer sections are, so I'm about to find out. And yeah, this was... I did think that this was Feeble Mind. So let's see who this is. Muru Mao. Okay, you know what? I see it. Yeah, Cairo Chikage. Oh, that's DJ Nathaniel. And hold on, let me see what the fuck the rest of this says. Yeah, so that was Night Owl VT. Oh, actually, I was right. I was right with the exact placement of these two too. Okay, you know what? I absolutely got the L with that one. I was actually right the first time, and then I saw the thing, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe not. And I was like, no, I was actually right. And then there's a freaking Reaving Mango. I feel as if I should know who the woman in this is. Not ringing a bell off the top of my head though. Is that supposed to be Cinny? No, that's Mystical Who the fuck is Mystical Yazi? I've learned every time I do one of these. I find out who new fucking people are. Always right behind the truth. Okay, that's Cinevere. Okay, that's cartoonish. Like, literally. They have a thing on X. Oh, shit. I would never have known that, because I barely see anyone on... I barely see them on X, to be perfectly honest. So I know that's Pufferfish. I'm trying to remember without looking at the thing what her name is, the Hobbit girl, but I can't fucking remember. Lily Fernwild. Okay, because I see her occasionally on X, but I don't really interact with her. So like I've rarely ever actually had to use her name. Are you just a trick of light? And I just realized I missed Ohio Birdman. Fuck. Yeah, it literally the fucking cardinal with the glasses. Yes, that's very obviously Ohio Birdman. Okay, so then we have Obted Fatash in the, I'm going to guess, yellowish, orangish outfit. Names escaping me. Yeah, right. Oh, Runia's in the fucking chat right here. It's like, oh wait, yeah, it's Lily Fernwild, right? Okay, so it is orange. I don't know. I'm colorblind. That's my excuse. Again, we have another interplay of duality here, where we have the dead inside the grave, looking up at the living, burying the dead. We have the shadow, cast over the region by the clouds, and the light peeking through the clouds. Kinnock says, oh, by the way, hello, Kinnock. Am 08 Ohio native, so I'll always get that one. That's fair. Hello, Mind of Ra. I'm struggling here, right? Apsu Black, who I don't think I've talked to very much before. Rhino Rocks. Okay, I don't really see his character very often, because, like, when I'm talking to people on Discord, I'm not exactly looking at the... I'm not exactly looking at the images. And then we have a Hawk's Inferno. I don't think I've actually seen anything from Hawk's Inferno, so I'm gonna have to look his stuff up.
Or the parts I hide at night, yeah.
And then obviously that's fucking Shiver and Brewer the Boomer. Shiver is adorable as like a tiny little bean, to be perfectly honest.
If I face the dark alone, will you leave?
Okay, so then obviously we got Griffin Knight right there. We have the X Count, and I'm gonna the one with the white hair and the elf features. I'm gonna get. Okay, you know what? I wouldn't have gotten that. Yeah, you know what, Runya? I would not have gotten that. I don't think I've ever heard of Arashi Namikaze. How the fuck do y'all people know half these people? Good lord, man.
Me or come home.
And then obviously that's Celestia. Not Celestium. That's actually fucking hell, mate. That's Maria Grace. There it is, Maria Grace VT, and that's her bear husband. I was trying to remember because like I was in her debut stream when she was debuting. Right, I'm pretty sure I have a clip of her making a joke about Jewish conspiracies on my channel. Right. That one took me a minute. Hold on, I'm not looking at the chat. I gotta figure this one out on my own. My brain must pull this information from the ether. Right. I found him and introduced to Skybrows. Ooh, nice. He is a reactor of political and cultural stuff. He is fresh to Skybro. Oh, okay, that's fair. So he basically does what I do, right? Okay, it looks like Maria Grace is quite enjoying the site. And here we again the interplay between light and dark, where the negative space is being used again to create a sense of form. And here it is. We have the light comes from the cross, right? So okay. So we have Keen. Hold on. We have Keen. We have Occultus. Nochitia. We have the Holy Ball. I don't know who the fucking Mohawk girl is, to be perfectly honest, at the moment. Is that supposed to be Mad Hatter? I don't know if that's supposed to be Mad Hatter. Okay. Oh, wait, she appears twice. Hold on. This Mohawk girl appears to Oh, yeah, she does appear on there twice. When she moves out of frame here, I think she appears on the couch. And the Cosmic Dreamers is another video I've done a breakdown of. Oh, okay, no, she just appears twice in here, too. Oh, Holy Ball does, too. Interesting. I have no idea who the lemur guy is supposed to be off the top. Is he supposed to be Mad Hatter? I'm pretty sure he's... Okay, so it is Mad Hatter. Fuck. Who the fuck is the lady? Hold on. Let me go back. I don't know who Miss Oni is over there either for some reason. Okay. Nightwave Fantasy. Which one of these is Nightwave Fantasy? Hold on. I gotta look up Nightwave Fantasy. Because I've talked to Nightwave Fantasy, but I don't think I've ever actually seen Nightwave Fantasy's character, to be perfectly honest. Nightwave Fantasy. That is taking a long time to load. What the fuck? Okay. Hold on. Something went wrong. Hell with it, eh? Okay, hold on. Who is the other one? General Gravy. Oh, I've rated Jen before. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay. See if that actually does anything. Okay, now that... Okay, I don't know. The X Twitter algorithm is just so fucking, like, wonky at times. Okay, yeah, that's definitely Nightwave Fantasy. I've never seen their actual character, though. That's why I was like, I have no fucking clue. General Gravy. Yeah, it's General Gravy, apparently. Let's see. And then, obviously, you have Dot Pocket and Lady Wasabi. And the allusion to the loss that Lady Wasabi experienced. So the sealing, right? The seals.
Every fear I chase, you stay.
And then obviously it's you got fucking Psychro and fucking Lusty Lynx. I'm sorry, you got Psychro turned back, and I can't remember. I can't help but remember the fucking cake posting arc, because fucking someone, name's not gonna be named, right? But someone I remember posted fucking cake enhancements of everyone, and yeah, I remember the one with Psycho. Like, that's just cartoonish. Holy fuck.
Stretching out this slip.
And again, you have the interplay of dualities here. You have male, female, hot and cold. And then you have Yuna, Little Man, Silas, and AI Trump. But I'm trying to remember what his shit. What is Joshi? That's what it was. Joshi. Let me check to see if that was correct. Joshua Frostman. Yep. Silas, Yuna, and Little Man. Okay. It's taken me a bit, right? There's a lot of names to pull out of the back of my brain. Then you have Mavluck, fucking Mumi. Other two are escaping my brain at the moment. That is very adorable, right? One big happy family. Sir Squinty Lion. I think I've talked to this person, never seen their character. And I've never seen Ben's human character, to be perfectly honest. Never fucking seen it. I've seen Ben as a clanker, I've never seen Ben's human character. And then you got the military bros with Keeney, Lore, and fucking Melody, and it's on the fucking suits too. God damn it. Of course, the one I didn't get off the top of my head was the fucking one that is unreadable right here. I have no fucking clue what the top Norwegian one says. Ani C Anen. Okay. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. I don't speak Swede. I mean Norwegian. My bad, Norwegian. Oh, that's gonna piss him off. And obviously you're gonna have Ember Paradox with Lord Intellectual, right? Oh my god. There you have Gaming Syndicate here. I don't know who the fuck Deadpan React is. I've never heard of Deadpan React. Obviously we got the interplay between the human and the divine, technology and, mortal. Again, the light causing an effect of shadow, which creates contrast that helps to elucidate the form. And then, yeah. So this is probably an allusion to what is it? Skyop, if I remember correctly, the name of the video. But yeah, Skybrows, obviously. Yeah, because these two apparently collaborated to create this, which I didn't know about before going into here, right? I only saw it when I clicked on the video and it took me to a shared channel. I was like, oh shit, okay, fair enough, right? I was not aware of your game, right? They are new edition? Okay, fair enough. And again, there's a duality here. Again, you have monochromatic in the sense of with Skybrows, and then you have the like actual use of color by Play Astronomical. I'm wondering if they use Sea Dance for that, right? Training round 1 over. Oh, we're gonna have more of these, eh? I mean, if we're gonna have more of these, I'm definitely up to check them out. But yeah, so that's gonna be the attempt at name skill. Seeing if I can name everyone, right? So now let's get into the more serious attempt to actually treat this as a piece of art, not just cameo slop, right? Because while it is cameo slop, we can also treat it as legitimate art and see what it is going on mechanically in the visuals and the song, right? So I've already talked about this part, and you can see even with the some of these characters, again, it almost looks like they are part of the projection, especially the one on the bottom left-hand corner. That one definitely looks like it's part of a projection instead of someone standing on the projection. And then, again, they disappear into the light. So obviously, moving shadows, climb and fall, run circles around my wall is a description of how shadows actually move, right? Again, I don't really think I have to describe this, right? There's an uncanny and kind of alien way that shadows move when you think about them. Every step. And again, when we're talking about dualities, again, there's that duality here of the Smugglana being, you know, hot and cold at the same time in different respects on different sides of the mirror. And the mirror almost acts as a bit of a window, right? Oh, interesting. There seems to be sinks on the other side of that window. Every step I take, they sway. And again, the growth of the ice crystals, and they break apart, and the ice crystals almost look like shattered glass. Following and fade away. So every step I take, they sway. Again, their motion is completely dependent on something else, like, for example, the motion of branches in the wind. Follow in, then fade away. Because, yeah, I mean, that is kind of the nature of a shadow, right? They disappear as soon as they have a light shown on them. They're only capable of being seen when they are obstructing something. Every step I take, they sway. And you can see that right here, actually. That's actually an interesting little sub-narrative like decision here. At the very beginning, we see that this is the broken glass, probably the broken glass from Smugglana, right, in this powder. And as we turn, we see that there is a source of light in front of powder. And when we turn, ooh, there's a shadow that appears there. And you can see that between powder and the source of light, there is something obstructing the light, and we can learn about that thing in between powder and you know, the light based on observing its shadow. It kind of looks like some kind of like stained glass structure, except without the color in between, right? So, and yeah, it even frames the face in a really odd way. Interesting. I'm curious as to see if I'm curious to see how much control he had over choosing the shape of this particular shadow. Moving shadows. And again, here we have the interplay between two figures within mostly shadow, and then Leaflet herself as a source of light. So, and you have the hot and warm colors, and that's a little weird. I'm not gonna lie. Like, what in God's name is going on here? I don't know. Black and blue, always right behind the truth. So black and blue always hiding behind the truth. Let's go back just a little bit. Blue, always right behind. Oh, right behind the truth. Interesting. So black and blue are, again, you compare any color with black, and you can make it be a monochromatic scale, right? You can have blue monochromacy, you can have red monochromacy, you can have yellow monochromacy. Again, you could actually see, I missed this part in the first time I was looking at this, but Banana Juju is reaching out to someone, and you can see that person not wholly, but because of the shadow that's being cast on the ground. It's opposite to what you would expect because of the lighting behind her, but to be fair, this is a trick that's used in cinematography with impossible lighting, right? As much as people want to complain and bitch and moan when people use AI and the lighting is impossible, you see impossible lighting being used all the time in cinema, right? You see it all the time used in human-done works for the purpose of illumination. But, yeah, so And to be fair, that does look kind of like her husband, to be perfectly honest, right? Big, you know, small monkey, big monkey, right? So I'm gonna guess that that's what's going on here, right? Is I don't want to put any kind of assumptions on here, but I'm gonna guess that the person she's reaching out to is you know, the big monkey, Mr. Juju, not Mrs. Juju, right? Not entirely sure how she got tangled up, but you know, doesn't look too stressed about it, so probably has something to do with that. And hold on, that iris out is actually kind of interesting. Always right behind the truth. Right here, because you can see the iris out. I don't know if he did this on purpose, but is a bit of a again. It has 4 points, almost like a compass, pointing, you know, north, south, east, and west. Yeah, I don't know how much control he had over this part. Comes right from Juju's face, right where the mouth should be. And, you know, encompasses irises out the entire screen. So not entirely sure how to, you know, understand that. But symbolically speaking, squares, circles, and triangles have been paired with each other to stand in for very different things due to the natures of their shapes. You have fucking Celestium here, dressed as a bit of like a detective, right? Standing in the dark alleyway, you know, with the light shining upon them. Which is interesting, again, because, you know, she's not a religious person, so again, and her religion is Eastern Orthodoxy, right? So her belief is that any light that is in the world is ultimately a reflection of a higher light than hello, Nightway. I think it's a cap cut effect. Oh, interesting. I don't know if there are other cap cut effects, so I'd have to ask as to why he chose that particular cap cut in general. But yeah, so this is kind of interesting again because it's the contrast between the shadow and the light behind her that actually helps to make her pop in the image, right? So that's obviously the reason that's chosen here, is because the reason she pops out so much more than the rest of the image. When you look at this picture, the first thing you don't see is not the lamp itself, but actually her, right? Is because it's through the use of contrast of dark and light that she becomes the thing that pops out in the center of the image. Because in other images, and this is actually an interesting thing to do if you want to try, like, to see the flow of your art, is to just close your eyes and then open your eyes and see what the first thing to grab the attention of your eyes actually is, right? That'll be the focal point of the piece. But yeah, here, yeah, it has her set up as a detective, it seems. On the wall, they stretch and bend long and thin like tired friends. Chairs and coats become tall ghosts, dancing slow across the posts. Okay, so we're gonna have a bit before there's a bit here to recap lyrically, so let's make sure we caught everything lyrically. So it's like the black and blue. Always right behind the truth. Okay, black and blue. Okay, commonly used in reference to injuries caused by someone in a beating, right? Which I'm bringing up because, again, we see a domestic dispute later in the video. And again, always hiding behind the truth. Again, it's like hidden details that you don't really communicate. On the wall, they stretch and bend long and thin like tired friends. Chairs and coats become tall ghosts, dancing slow across the posts. Okay, so that is basically what I thought was happening in this. Okay. So let's go to the very beginning with Rev says Desu. Okay. So we see here, again, the shadow is, in a sense, a reflection of what is in reality, right? So here we have, obviously, Rev and Straub. You know, I love my wife. This is a healthy relationship, right? As opposed to what we'll see later, which is an unhealthy relationship. I'm not sure why the shadow has a umbrella. That part is just escaping me, right? I guess it's because the image that is projected, the image casted, right, is one without rainy days, whereas in reality, you have to walk in the rainy days together, right? I don't know. That would be a guess, but I'm not entirely sure. Again, I'd have to ask. So on the wall, they stretch long and thin. Again, it's a very emaciated appearance, right? If you were to meet someone who was long and thin, right, tall and thin, it's not exactly the healthiest look for someone, right? It's emaciated, starved. And again, the stretch and bend part is like the unnatural movement, the way it twists and contorts around angles is objectively unlike anything in human experience except for the experience of shadows. And then that gets washed away, and here we get to see the domestic disputes, like tired friends.
Tired friends, chairs and coats become tall ghosts.
I guess the chairs and coats become tall ghosts. Yeah, again, we have the domestic dispute. Oh, this entire thing is grayscaled here, right? Or at least I think. It's very what would you say, muted colors in this particular scene. The live color comes from, ironically enough, the text on the screen and the fire in, who is this, Nova's hands. Nova is an interesting name, too, because Nova literally means no-go. It's actually the reason why the Nova vehicles failed to sell in places like Mexico. Because it's like, hey, you want to buy this? You want to buy the no-go car? Yeah, it didn't fucking work. They named it after the death of a star, and it literally means no-go in Spanish, right? Nightway says, I think the umbrella is people thinking that everything is perfect in other people's lives, and the coats is the chairs, the coats and chairs are people seeing bad even when there isn't in their own lives. That's the time, I think that you're right about the umbrella in Rev and Straub. You might also be right about the chairs and coats thing, because again, we see a domestic dispute on the wall, so that's what is being again, this is contained within the shadow, but again, Nova herself doesn't really seem all that bothered. She seems, if anything, mildly annoyed by it. And then again, ultimately, a light casts it away. Yeah. So again, the light adds greater contrast, makes the shadow pop out more, and then eventually that light dissipates everything else in the screen. So for a scene transition, right? So light here is actually used to obfuscate, not just to illuminate. Let's see. Chairs and coats become tall ghosts, dancing slow across the posts. So again, this is almost certainly a discussion about, like, this part here is almost certainly influenced by the online discussions, and you can see the various shadows in the background, right? How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have these tall ghosts just standing around, just looking at these two, just living their lives, right? They look a little bored, but they're not exactly unhappy, right? You have the TV, screen providing the main source of light. The other source of light is very dim, except for the eyes, which I guess are themselves illuminating. But yeah, no, it's just 8s and 9s are just spending time with each other, watching another VTuber. That VTuber is casting light into a dark space, which is presumably what a lot of VTubers want to do, right? They want to provide entertainment, and the reason that they want to provide entertainment is to brighten someone's day, right? So, but let's look at the ghosts in the actual sequence.
All ghosts dancing slow across the post.
And again, the ghosts move about. These ghosts are very voyeuristic. They don't really interact with anything. They're literally just there to watch, right? So it's not like they're actually part of what's going on here. And then those ghosts deform and they, again, obscure the screen, what's actually happening. So yeah, I do think that maybe the section about the moving across, about the posts, is talking about literal internet posts, right? People creeping and, to be fair, stalking people based on posts and getting a little bit too involved with people that aren't really relevant to their lives, right? Here we have again the interplay of duality, something from very high up meeting something that is terrestrial, right? Something celestial meets something earthly, and here it happens through the interplay of the shadow of the plane with the person on the ground. Let's see, and this was Nanigachi. There has to be a reason that each one of these particular VTubers was picked for these particular scenes too, right? I don't think these are arbitrary. But also, there's an interplay, funny enough, I didn't even think about this, between technology and nature. Obviously, here we have what seems to be almost like a countryside, to be perfectly honest, right? This is not a developed area. This looks to be someplace in a more, in a less settled area, right? So we have a achievement of the reason of man's mind. Both the VTuber right there, you know, a digital creation where man gets to take on a new identity to fulfill a new role, a particular kayfabe, and you know, the plane, you know, whereby man gets to touch the clouds, you know, through the reason of his own mind, both superimposed atop a natural setting, you know, unrefined, unrealized potential that needs to be brought into, you know, the use of human reason. And again, the climb and fall, again, the plane is a good image there too, because planes climb, right? They take off, they go into heights previously unimagined by mortal man, except for that one sci-fi novel, A True Story, right? And then they come back down and touch the earth, right? Running circles on my walls, again, just talking about how shadows move. And we have Ririgaki again right here. We see an example of the shadow crawling across the ground and almost going to eclipse her as the sun falls. And obviously it's the Eiffel Tower because she's French. We could forgive Riri for this particular affectation of being French because she is funny. And again, the shadow the shadow itself traces time. And again, we move from day to night because night is simply just the shadow of the earth. So. Okay, so every step I take, they sway, following and fade away. We already covered this particular line. So let's look at specifically the segment with pseudo gray. Actually, hold on. I just noticed I don't know what this is. Is this a real space? Because I don't know what this is about. This geometric pattern on the floor, right? It's repeating. This has to mean something. I just don't know what it is. If it's a piece of like modern art in France, I wouldn't know. I don't know much about the layout of Paris. Because Paris as a city has never particularly interested me. Now here we have pseudo gray. Like fucking Batman. Oh shit, that was the wrong button. Like fucking Batman just atop of a fucking like skyscraper top, right? You know, looking over the city or at us at the top of the city. He's got his firearm in hand, and we have lightning here providing both light and shadow because we could see the light outline him, again providing more contrast against him. Your eye doesn't go to the lightning, it doesn't go to the word sway. My eye at least goes straight to pseudo because of the way that the light contrasts him against the background, right? In a sense, the light actually dilutes the background with the city in the background, but it doesn't obscure the clarity of what's in the background. And it actually provides more clarity as to the subject of the piece. The use of, hold on. And here we have, again, in order to change scene, the camera recedes into the eye, which is the window of the soul. And here we have, again, a contrast between the gray and blue, right? That which is basically without color, you know, receding into the color in the without color, right? Yeah, because Pseudo's character is very monochromatic here. There is not really any color in here that I can see. Everything is an interplay of gray and black, right? Which is fine. Monochromatic scales are fine. It's just the only color in this piece is in the eye, right? The window to the soul, the window to the very life of a man is in his expression. We see fire here, which is again a source of heat, contrasting against the cool colors that are comprising Pseudo. Does any of this make sense? We got my cameo here, right? I got me in the middle of the country. Again, they put me in a Stetson. And I just noticed this. They actually got my third eye correct. Most people actually have a really hard time getting that third eye down, to be perfectly honest. The AI really wants to turn that third eye into a gem, which I don't really have a problem with, but there's been so many times when someone's gemmed my character and it's like, oh yeah, put the third eye on there. It's like, that's a gem, but I will allow it, right? I will allow it. They even got the actual characters correct, except for there's only one mistake in the character, which is there is a vowel dot should be right to the right hand side of the square, right? Which would give the vowel of O, because it should read motak, because motak is a Cantonese word written in a script I invented, right? The triangle is a nasal, and then the square there is actually a bilabial, so it's two lips, so it's a sound, the M. The squiggle, which is kind of like the one right next to the cross sign on my dress, but would be just to the right of the square, would indicate an O sound, so mo. That cross sign actually is a muting diacritic. That's why you see it twice. In that first example, it's standing in the consonant position, so it indicates that what's being represented is a pure vowel. And the placement at the right upper hand side indicates it is a back high vowel, an oo, mo. And then again, you have. I'm just gonna explain how these characters work every time I see them, right? Because why the fuck not? I get to show the thought that goes into there, right? The next character underneath that first cross is actually a visual representation of the tongue reaching to touch that ridge right behind your teeth. It's called the alveolar ridge, right? So, and you can think about like the floor with the up tick at the bottom as being like a representation of the bottom of the mouth and the teeth. In this case, again, if you do the sound yourself, you put the tongue at that ridge right behind your teeth, that little area between that little bump between your teeth and the roof of the hard part of the roof of your mouth, makes a t or a d sound, right? That's how we make T and D, as in to be fair, I did post the fan service episode yesterday, right? So like in the word titty, right? The t and d in that word are made in the same way. The only difference is that your vocal box, your vocal cords are activated in the d sound, but not the t sound. So we don't have any diacritic there for that, so it's just a t sound. That line right beneath it is actually the tongue laying flat on your laying flat. So just think about like your doctor. Say ah, right? So that's ta. So it's mo ta, and that final bit right there, the thing that kind of looks like a Japanese e or e, is actually a visual representation of the back of your tongue to touching the soft part of the roof of your mouth. That's called the velum. We use that to do the k, g, and the sound. That last sound you don't really use unless you're using an ing word, like in buying, right? But it's between the and between the n and g sound. But anyway, so yeah, so that's that right there. So it's the, and then that final muting symbol placed at the neutral vowel, which would be again say ah. So muting the final syllable in the final vowel in what would be a syllable. So that's how that system works, right? Again, I enjoy explaining how this works. I actually have a full chart for a full system of these, but this was really fun to develop. And again, we see like the cosmic shadow coming to meet the terrestrial shadow, right? So yeah, this is a actually quite inventive scene, to be perfectly honest. I actually did not think that that was going to be the case when I first saw it. But yeah, so it's the shadow here is both, because the cross here again reaches up to the source of light, reaches up to the heavens, right? And the cross is also associated with darkness falling upon the earth, right? Most people don't seem to remember that in the Bible, when Jesus is crucified, that the earth was covered in darkness, right? And actually, this is corroborated by a secular opponent of Christianity at around the same time, right? Who does at least admit that, yes, there was an eclipse that happened over the Roman Empire when this happened, which is again an admission from someone who has every reason to deny that it happened in the first place, that actually it did happen. Yeah, so it is a beautiful sequence, to be perfectly honest. And again, you see the duality between the heavenly and the terrestrial, and you see the duality there with the shadows on the earth and on from the sky. So I actually really like this sequence with Penny. Like a penny for your thoughts, right? So I don't know if that's what's going on here, right? But that's very obviously Penny Bloomfield, black and blue, always hiding behind the truth. And here we see Penny taking one of the pennies that she gets from her money bush. Hello, Phantom Crustacean. One, nice picture. Two, I just finished watching a park analysis on the historical problem of Disney's American themed areas. So I have come here to rant to someone who understands my plight. That's entirely fair. But right now we're doing music reviews, right? So here we have Penny casting a coin down the stairs, but it kind of looks like the way that you would do so in a like in a well, right? It's like cast a well, you know, for wishes. But there's a dual image here. It's like, first of all, again, we see the interplay between darkness and light. The inside of the room is very dark. The only illumination comes from the outside, right? And down the stairs, down the piping, right? Who is receiving the penny for their thoughts? It's Ando is annoyed, the reactor, right? Juan Tio, hi, hello there. Willing to wait. That's entirely fair, right? So, and Ando is annoyed, is standing at the bottom of the tower, right? Still, he's standing in the light, though, and the light is, again, obscure. The shadow obscures literally everything else in the frame. You can't see anything else in the frame, because the only thing really of note in this particular frame from the perspective of the piece is Ando himself catching the coin, right? So the only thing we need to see is that. And you can even see, again, the shadows themselves actually indicate those are railings that you can see from the stairs.
Always right behind the truth.
And you have, again, here, we have Nianis, and she is on what appears to be a Ferris wheel. And again, she's moving between darkness and light based off of the, where she is on the Ferris wheel. So life is circular, right? You move between periods of illumination and periods of darkness, periods of good, periods of bad, periods of, liveliness, periods of dryness, right? And it's kind of fitting, because if I remember correct, god damn it, nothing ever happens. Okay, that's funny. It's PLC application. Application for the Southern Poverty Law Center. Okay, that's funny. Holy shit. But yeah, that is actually kind of interesting too, because with Nianis in particular, if I remember correctly, I think she's Catholic, right? So the whole concept of the Dark Night of the Soul is also a really important concept in Catholicism as well, right? The idea that just because you move from light into darkness does not necessarily mean you know, from liveliness to dryness, does not necessarily mean that you have done anything wrong. This is just how life moves. That's pretty on the news. The nose. It's literally exactly what's in the scene, right? So again, you have the interplay between light and darkness here. I don't really have much to say about this other than nothing ever happens. Sadly, is almost certainly true, right? So that's ever annoying. Let's see. Kitchen is used. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what I can glean from that particular thing. I didn't even see the SPLC application before. Yeah, I don't think most people did, to be perfectly honest. I mean, symbolically speaking, the hallway and kitchen are two very different, you know, functionally speaking, they have two very different rules, right? Like, the hallway is a transitionary space. It's not a space you're meant to occupy. It is a space to allow you to move from phase to phase, right? So from the living room to the kitchen to the restroom to the fucking bedroom. So the only purpose of a hallway is to facilitate you getting from point A to point B, right? The other rooms are places you are meant to dwell in for a particular period. Hello, cynical YYZ. The kitchen light is obviously, the kitchen is where you actually make the food stuff, where you harvest foodstuffs, right? You turn something from an inedible substance to an edible substance. That way you can sustain the life that you live and potentially the life of anyone else that you live with, right? Or to, again, serve someone else if you're going to someone else's house and you volunteer to cook them something, right? But ultimately speaking, the purpose of the kitchen is to sustain the life of man through sustenance, right? Incoming 7-hour stream. No, it's not going to be that long. We're not doing yesterday again. Holy shit. Right? So, again, kitchen light and hallway door. Yeah, again, light and life are oftentimes connected to each other for obvious reasons. So, yeah, this does make symbolic sense to me. Turn the rug into a shore. Turn the rug into a shore. Hold on. I like to overthink things, okay? So, I mean, obviously he just stepped off the rug into the water, which, why is there a rug right next to the pool? Come on, man, that's gonna mold. Yeah, right here, he stepped off. He's dove into the water. The water is deeper than it seems like he anticipated. And then right here we have, as he's sinking in, Bloop comes in from the deep, grabs him, and then, stops him from sinking like a stone, even though he probably should be able to swim. I think he's a diver. But, yeah, so you have the duality here, as well as, like, very obviously, Hyde is a man. He is but a mortal man, a diver, right? And then Bloop is a creature of the sea. So here, again, we have the interplay between the wet and the dry, the terrestrial, the aquatic. As earlier, we had the interplay between the terrestrial and the celestial, right? Two different realms coming to meet each other at the shore being where the two realms meet each other. Let's see. What type of music videos do you analyze? Can you request songs? Right now I'm basically doing overdue things that I promised to do a while ago that I just haven't gotten the opportunity to. I mostly do AI MV stuff. So AI music. And to be fair, I guarantee you that interplay is probably part of what was worked into with the, because, again, Hyde and Bloop are married, so I'm pretty sure that there was some subconscious idea of that right here, right? Again, the complementary interplay here between the driver, trucker man, and the passenger. Fucking the driver takes person from point A to point B. The passenger's function is to be taken from point A to point B, right? So, there's that. Let's see. My own hands look far from mine. Reaching out again to the people on the other side of the screen through the window. Hold on. What the? Oh. Wrong button. Let me see if I can find anything in here. I don't know what that is. I think that that's just probably the group mascot in that Nasky's holding. Okay, let's see. Back here. Okay. Yeah, as they move, the sun comes into view as we move move backwards. Yeah.
When they blur across the blinds.
And again, that's Rivanami, and I already explained earlier when we were doing the thing, I noticed that those were blinds, right? Which, the whole function of a blind is to control the interplay between shadow and light, right? You close the blinds to block out the light, to dim a room, and, again, to exist within a shadow, whereas you open the blinds specifically to let in the light and to dissipate the shadow, right? So, yeah. I don't really know what I could expand upon here that wouldn't be an insult to the intelligence of the listener. Those are some vibrant eyes. Holy crap. You can see the sun reflect in them. And again, you can see you don't see Skybrows himself directly. You can only really see him through the interplay of contrasts here, right? His shirt outlines, his form, and so do his pants. But as far as like his arms and his face, and I guess like his eyes, right? The only thing you can see is like the edges that are touched by the light, and then the rest of it, which is covered in an impossible shadow. But it's that very interplay that allows you to infer where precisely he is and what he's thinking in this particular scene. And he reaches to his chest, right? Probably. The Skybrow seems like a very introspective person, let's be fair. So he's probably thinking about something. He's probably thinking about something. That's probably why he reached towards his chest, right? Then he turns around to the computers. All the computers are off, but I guess it's time to work. We have, again, Zen and Lifu. It looks like they are in some kind of medium, like they're floating in some kind of, fluid of some kind, whether it be an atmosphere or like the waters. But you can see above them is the sun. Above them is the source of light illuminating them so that they can reach out to each other. And below them is the darkness. And again, you can see the contrast between the dark and the light is what actually makes them pop in the scene, as opposed to just the light itself. Can't really comment on the rest of this because I don't know what the hell is going on here, to be perfectly honest. I don't know who this Canada man is, to be perfectly honest, but he's dressed in camo, so he can't be that bad. It looks like he has an eagle blanket. Oh my god! Anyone remember like those old school blankets? Like they were heavier blankets or thicker, not in the sense of like filled with stuff, but like they were just denser blankets, and they had animal prints on them. Those were always nice. There is a sort of lantern on the floor beneath the desk for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. But I mean, that stood out, but oh shit, that was the wrong button. He turns around to turn on his computer, which I don't know why he's got a remote for his computer, and we see the lights turn off when he turns on the computer, and the jester becomes the source of illumination, the light in the room, right?
Every step I take, they sway, following them fade away.
Again, I can't comment on these guys because I don't know who the fuck these people are.
Every step I take,
like I know who Jester Greer is. She's fucking funny, to be perfectly honest. A Cosmic Funko Pop win? Never. I hate Funko Pops.
they sway,
Yeah, I don't know who either of these two are, so I can't comment on jack shit about this other than the interplay again of raw potential, fire, and technology on one or the other side. Cool colors versus hot colors, heat versus again cold. Other than that, I can't really say anything about this.
following them fade away, moving shadows.
You got fucking Philip Chan in the fucking forest. Yeah, we got Philip Chan and fucking Harambe. You see Harambe in shadow before you actually see it. But I'm pretty sure there's people who immediately, because of that shadow, saw that. They're like, holy shit, that's Harambe. Either that, or someone's taking the piss out of Kura. But it's almost certainly Harambe, given again given the oriental design of the armor and footwear. So it's almost certainly Philip Chan. Just even from this, you can tell that. You know, stepping in the mud, which, to be fair, he definitely stepped in when he made that comment that he's never gonna live down. Jester maxing waifus, right? Look, man, all I'm telling you is there is a lot of people who watched the Amazing Digital Circus and immediately got the hots for Pomni. It seems jester maxing is a thing. And again, I already mentioned here that, like, the use of shadows to at once obscure and identify at the same time. It was decent enough to where I could pick out, again, Night Owl and fucking Kairal Chikage. So it's like, again, anyone in this particular who's more paying attention to this group probably could figure out Murumao and fucking DJ Nathaniel from it as well. Yeah, but again, the interplay of dark and light here. In the dark, you have what seems to be very much the dusk, and boom, you have people firing off fireworks in the background. Feeble himself, his face stands out because he's wearing a mask that conceals himself, like in the darkness, except the mask lights up, right? So it's a source of illumination. Let's see, I fancy Pamne. That's fair. Right? A lot of people do, apparently, right? Philip says, Philip is not going to outlive this running gag. Right? Like, decent enough. And actually, you know, I didn't even notice the, again, we have another source of light and darkness. It's not as pronounced. It's actually very subtle. I missed it the first time. But on the bottom right-hand corner, you see there are apparently that this is a, what would you call it? It's a barbecue, right? He's barbecuing hot dogs. And I just noticed this, but those are not actually Kairal Chikage, Murumao, Night Owl, and DJ Nathaniel. It almost looks like these are standees, right? The kind of things that you would buy from like a VTuber merch project. That's it. I didn't even notice that. That's actually kind of interesting, right? This is his shelf collection of his friends, right? That's entirely fair, though. To be fair, if anyone in the community or the extended community started making these standees, I would try to buy them if I could.
Black and blue, always right behind the truth.
Again, you have the duality, male and female, working in tandem in cooperation here. Again, you have the complementary colors at the bottom of the orange and the blue. So these colors don't clash. They actually complement each other. They make the piece stand out more. The light coming from Reaping Mango's hand again illuminates the subject of the piece, which is the two people in the center, and makes the rest of the image itself not stand out as much. So the rest of the image serves to again provide the necessary contrast to make them pop.
Blue, always right behind the truth.
And then you have, again, Cinevere here. You can see the duality again. Hold on, before you go back.
Blue, always right behind.
All of these bright red flowers, right? And the flowers are illuminating, and it's in the compared to the dark of the sky, the starless sky. And you can see there's two moons in the background. I don't know why there's two moons in the background, but there's probably a reason for that, to be perfectly honest. Which friend goes in the jar? None of them go into the jar. I am offended by the question. None of them go into the jar. And like an Australian or Californian summer, the flowers catch fire. And in fact, again, remember when I said shadows are like were symbolically used as the representation of a person? Again, here we have mirrors standing everywhere here, right? Symbolically, this would be the shut in a Egyptian sense of the person, right? It would be their shadow, even though it's a shadow composed of light, right?
Just a trick of light, or the parts I hide at night.
I already mentioned the dualities at play here.
If I
And again, here we have the small contrasting against the large. So we have the complementary of like protector and protected going across this dock, which doesn't seem to be very lively, to be perfectly honest. I'm gonna have to ask why her irises, not irises, her the whites of her eyes, or sclera, are black. I'm not entirely sure why that is, but the sclera are apparently black. And that is definitely a design choice. I don't know if that's like part of Shiver's actual lore, though. Double mooned! Ah, man, you mean like yesterday? Yesterday with the fucking Doki Bird Sotaway thing, right? Damn, we got double mooned. I'm just saying, right? So, oh yeah, and right here, if I face the dark alone, and yeah, we have, again, the protector and the protected. The moon itself, oftentimes a symbol of the night, here is actually the source of natural illumination. And then we have a source of illumination made by, again, the reason of man's mind in the hand of Brewer the Boomer. And we could see some of the elements in the background, especially towards the right hand of the image. You can see again the contrast between shadow and illumination, or reflection, if you will, being something that can inform us on what exactly it is in the image. Well, there goes ProChat for some reason. ProChat has been shitting out on me pretty bad.
Face the dark alone. Will you leave me or come home?
So, if I face the dark alone, will you leave me or come home? So, like, will you leave me alone or will you come home? So this is obviously the choice that is being posed here, right? And this can also be a stand-in for relationships, right? So what is the relationship that a person has with the other people? Are they actually like a friend, or are they more like a shadow that leaves during certain circumstances and only appears during other circumstances, that stretches and bends to meet the, to meet the surrounding, but never actually in any real sense touches the person, even if they're around them, right? I don't know. I don't know if that's what's going on here, but maybe. I'm just spitballing here. So, and again, you see there's a complementarity between the, again, I don't know what the guy's name is, hold on, Namikaze and Griffin Knight. And then right in the center is the X-Count. And the X-Count's color, red here, does not seem to clash, from what I understand. If that is red, I don't fucking know. I'm guessing it's red. Doesn't seem to clash with the purple or the white, so. That's just so cute. Like, you can't, like, I don't care. That is just really cute. Just like, damn. Damn, boy, he's thick. And again, it is the use of negative space here that provides form and focus to this particular image. When the world is inhospitable, you can retreat inwards to find peace and stability, right? Whether it be inside the home during a rainy day, or inside the ship as the storm, crashes through. Watching AIMVs, right? And again, surrounded by people that you actually enjoy spending time with. Let's see, hold on. Runya says, Namikaze had a funny reaction to Cosmic Dreamers on YouTube. Oh god, I'm gonna have to look this up later. And his main element is wind. Well, I mean, his name is Namikaze, right? Literally, wave of wind, right? Or wind wave. Well, he is buff, that's fair. Again, here we have the interplay, again, the complementary interplay of one being allowed to again, experience emotion, or not emotion, one being allowed to be overwhelmed, and the other one being the foundational rock that, keeps the overwhelmed, stable, right? Again, sandwiched between the warmth, which is on the side of Dot Pocket. He's literally fucking covered in fire, right? Literally right next to the fire. and you have the Lady Wasabi here, which is being tended to by seals and Dot Pocket, and behind her back is the stars and the sea and the moon, which is again interesting because the sea is oftentimes analogized as the, so it's used symbolically as the the raw potentiality, that is that which has the capacity to take form but has not yet been formed, right? The moon is the light in the darkness. It's really only shines when there is darkness, right? Yeah, and considering Lady Wasabi has a focus on the heavenly, right? These do make sense.
Every fear I chase, you stay. Stretching out, then slip away.
So yeah, fucking hold on.
Every fear I chase, you stay. Stretching out, then slip away.
So every fear I chase, you stay. Hold on. Maybe I might have gotten a little lost in the visuals. Hold on. Let me make sure that I'm keeping up with the lyrics. The safe space of the Acosmic basement, right? Okay, so I'm gonna go back and just make sure I catch all the lyrics.
On my wall. Every fear I chase, you stay. Stretching out, then slip away.
So every fear I chase, you stay. Stretching out and slip away. I mean, yeah, your shadow's not going to leave you, obviously, right? The only way the shadow leaves is if you shine a light on from every, angle to obliterate the shadow, right? But, yeah, the shadow stays with you. Let's see.
Moving shadow.
There's not really a lot to comment on. Again, the scene with Little Man or this scene right here. Again, I've already commented on the duality. You have in this cathedral space the interplay of cold and heat, and male and female in these regards as complementary opposites, right?
Then slip away. Moving.
And here you have the picture of a healthy family, right? A regal family. This is almost like a palace, to be perfectly honest, which makes sense because Joshi is if I remember correctly, a theocrat, right? I think he might be a monarchist, but I'm not entirely sure, right? I didn't notice the dragonfly on the Yuna dress. Interesting. So yeah, you got a Little Man down there, and you got everyone dressed in their best except for Little Man, who's just allowed to be cute, to be perfectly honest, right? And again, you got here just everyone vibing, spending time with each other, just enjoying the safe space of a cosmic basement. Fucking hell, mate. All right, man. When Lusty Lynx had that went and got all the Skybrows and locked them in their basement, I managed to escape. I managed to not be in the dungeon video. Oh, that's all I gotta say. I managed to escape capture, right? Because I am a weaselly bastard.
Black and blue, closer than the truth I knew.
That's a slight variation to the lyrics. It's meaningful. Black and blue, closer to the truth. Closer to the truth I knew, right? So it's not necessarily the truth. The black and blue aren't necessarily the true, but it's closer to the true that I knew, right? So we're talking perspectival now. Again, we've already talked about this part. The use of ember, literally fire, and Lord Intellectual. We have, and again, blue for Lord Intellectual, and the yellowish, orange, reddish colors for ember. Complementary colors, they don't clash. And one is seen as cooler than the other, which is warmer. The ruins of society, right? For the South African to walk through. Hopefully, the South African may not need to endure the ruins of their society in order for things to get better. But, shit happens. And I did just notice this. This took me a bit. Play actually managed to get the character correct. Because the thing is that's not a mask. Oof. Gaming Sin's character design has jet black skin, right? Unnaturally black skin. He actually managed to get this correct. A lot of people struggle sometimes with Gaming Sin's character design. let's see. Runia says, "A, this dress is my design." That's fair, right? It's a good dress design, by the way. I prompted Art Nouveau dress. Brilliant, to be perfectly honest, and made it add Dragonfly itself. I mean, to be fair, Art Nouveau is known for its curves and sinuous forms, right? So it does make sense. Let's see. Boo Huckley says, "Every fair I chase, you stay, stretching enough and slip away." God damn it, you. And yeah, we have like here the duality is between the scene with Gaming Sin. Again, this is a ruined society in the midst of conflict, right? You're walking through a war zone, basically, right? This is the closest thing to hell you can get to. And which is actually kind of funny, actually. Hold on. Is that supposed to be a nun? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that character does seem to be kind of like a stylized anime nun character, right? So... And then you have like the hopeful view of the future that's been posed by Skybrows in a lot of his videos with, again, AI, not necessarily with AI being something that'll revolutionize human life through the creation of a super intelligence that does not have to be malevolent, right? And again, you have the two people right here. Play astronomical, and Skybrows being, again, people trying to concretize their own metaphysic, trying to bring about their own view of man and his life into the world through their artistic production. And again, here they test their metal against each other, right? This is a very anime-esque fight. And again, the whole point that it was like a training session is like at the very end of the thing. It's very obviously a training session at the beginning, right? Like training round 1 over. All right. So, woo, the medicine is starting to kick in. Fuck, what was I saying? So yeah, I think I got all the lyrics in that one. I'm going to go through it one more time to see if there's anything I missed or anything that I can think of. But I think I got most of it that time. Let's see. That's a nice oak door. It would make a great it would make great firewood, right? Moving shadows. So I just realized that that Play turned the Korsha into a dog, which is interesting because the Korsha is but merely a Korsha, right? But it also might have just been a compromise he had to make with the AI, to be perfectly honest. I would imagine keeping the Korsha would be a absolute pain in the ass, to be perfectly honest. Climb and fall, running circles on my wall. Every step I take, they sway, following then fade away. Oh, that was lip synced. I didn't even notice that the first time. Every step I take, they sway, following then fade away. Yeah, that was actually lip synced. That was actually kind of interesting. You can see the lip rounding, especially in the word way, actually. Every step I take, they sway, following then fade away. Yeah, fade away was very clearly lip synced. AI has difficulty with the Korsh. I know, that's what I was saying, right? And yeah, again, there's the interplay between the heat and the hot colors and the cool colors. The hot colors in the back, the cool colors forwarded, except for in Leaflet's eyes, where all three of them have warm colors, and not warm, specifically hot colors in the eye. That's still, it's like, okay, I get she's blowing a kiss, but it's like that is one wet and sloppy kiss. Holy fuck. It's black and blue, always right behind the truth. On the wall they stretch and bend, long and thin like tired friends. Chairs and coats become... Interesting. Hold on. I'm just noticing this about this house. this is again, it's not just that the colors are muted. It is a very drab and unpleasing place to look at. There's like no, whatever minimal decoration there is just abstract, meaningless nonsense. Just look at the painting on the wall, right? There's two paintings on the, there's actually three paintings on the wall, which are completely illegible in terms of form. They don't actually represent anything, right? God damn it, Boo Huckley. Follow enough and fare away.
Friends, chairs and coats become tall ghosts, dancing slow
Oh, there's a clothes rack in the background there too.
across the posts, moving shadows, climb and fall, running circles on my wall. Every step I take they sway, follow and then fade away, moving shadows, black and blue always right behind the truth.
Black and blue always behind the truth.
Kitchen light and hallway door, turn the rug into a shore. My own hands look far from mine when they blur across the blinds.
So my own hands look far from mine when they blur across the blind. It's an interesting set of lyricism, to be perfectly honest, right? So my own hands, right? My own body look far from mine, right? So it's like there's a dissociation between the self, like one, like the hand and the self. But when they, okay, hold on. When they blur across the blind. So it's like, again, the blur here is the loss of clarity. That's literally what a blur is, a loss of clarity, which is a thing to avoid in the arts in general, right? You don't want things to be muddied. You want things to be clear. Nightwave Fantasy said the truth can be painful a lot of times. Well, I mean, yeah, obviously, right? That's why I'm not really like harping on the black and blue thing, right? It's like very obviously what they're getting at here. When they blur across the blind. So, across the blind. Because across can mean two different things. Across can mean through, but it can also just mean it can also just mean like perpendicular to, so it can mean perpendicular to, but it can also mean parallel to. And they blur across the blind. So in that case, it would make more sense if this line means perpendicular and not parallel. It's like through the blind, right? I know, I'm gonna have to think about that.
Cross the blinds, moving shadows, climb and fall, running circles on my wall. Every step I take they sway, following then fade away, moving shadows.
That man will never outlive the allegations. And I only just noticed this, but Feeble's not even in this image for the entire time. There's a flicker and a flash here, which changes the setting. Yeah, right here. So he's actually not even in this when the shadow and everything's presented in the first place. It's only after a flicker of light that Feeble actually appears in the image, and everyone else ends up coming by as a result.
Black and blue always right behind the truth.
Ah, hold on. The eyes are both illuminated, but with two different colors, but only one of them actually has beams of light that actually comes out of them. So obviously the eye on the left-hand side is a bluish color, and the eye on the right-hand side is a golden-ish color, I think. Which I guess is kind of, you know what, this kind of mirrors the sun and the moon, right? Which is a common motif in mythology, where the eyes of a deity are analogized as the sun and the moon, with one being the right and the other one being the left, or the use of silver and gold, for example, in alchemy, right? Let's see. Do you mean moving past a blind spot? Well, that's what the song might be referring to, because it's not me that was, because those lyrics aren't mine. Those were Play's lyrics. Hold on, let's go back here.
Turn the rug into a shore. My own hands look far from mine when they blur across the blinds.
Now, because it's the blinds per se, it gives me an idea of, like, again, this is something that can be intentionally opened and closed, right? So it's a blind spot that is chosen, if you will, right? It's information that can be allowed into or not, based off of the decision of a person to see the thing or not, right? But I digress. That's what I got from that. Hold on. Gold and silver. Yeah, the colors on, well, I mean, I guess I'm taking chat's word for it, but the colors allegedly in Cinny's eyes here, right? I'm taking chat's word for it that it's gold and silver. And actually, funny enough, there's gold ornaments in her hair, it seems. Yeah, there's gold ornaments in her hair. So it might actually be gold. That actually might be exactly what it is.
Are you just a trick of light, or the parts I hide at night?
So I did psychoanalysis. That is the thing that we need to be paying attention to. So are you just a trick of light, or the parts I hide at night, right? So again, that leads into the psychoanalytic, specifically the Jungian psychoanalytic, reading of the shadow as all those parts about yourself that you don't like, so you suppress them into your subconscious. That way you don't have to see them, right? So are you just a trick of light, or parts I hide at night, right? So the trick of light part is also kind of interesting too, because that's effectively what a shadow is. It is effectively just a trick of light, right? The shadows don't exist in and of themselves. They are not a thing in themselves, right? They are merely the absence of a thing. So yeah, this is an interesting little turn here.
If I face the dark alone, will you leave me or come home?
And again, here's the part where, again, the psychoanalytic reading actually makes more sense. Because, again, if you're talking about a trick of light, then this line doesn't really make any sense. It's like, it's just mystical mumbo-jumbo, right? But if you're talking about, hold on, if you're talking about the, like, the idea of the suppressed self, right? Then, yes, this makes a lot more sense. Because the suppressed self is, in a sense, an other that is contained within the self. Yes, continue. Hold on. I am going to find something in just a bit. Hold on. Because, okay, let's see. Entire work. Okay. This is taking forever to load. Okay, there we go. You have to be fucking kidding me. Okay, hold on. This should be it. Oh, come the fuck on. There we go. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Almost there. Okay, let's forward a couple of times. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, I just had to wait for the rest of the page to load. Okay, so there's a important line from Friedrich Nietzsche that is actually, because Friedrich Nietzsche is got a lot of bad advice, but there is also, on occasion, he's, broken clock is right twice a day, right? The whole idea of be careful when you cast out your demons, lest you throw away the best of yourself, right? Be careful that, like, when you're, again, addressing your own shadow, that you don't accidentally throw away what is actually the best of you, right? This is why the advice is not actually to try to throw away the shadow, but to step into and through the shadow, to help to healthily integrate the shadow, right? Think of it as like think of the shadow as like a friend who has a lot of harsh things but true things to say that need to be actually taken in order to progress in the growth of yourself as a person. When YouTube was going to tell me you were on, I have no idea. YouTube's being weird, right? Hold on. Philip says, oh shit, hold on. I thought you were, wait, yeah, okay. How are you? Been a lot, HBU. Let's see. Oh, fair enough. Philip says, good, thank you. Okay, fair enough. That's just so funny. That's just so cute and enduring. Just, oh my god. So black and blue, closer than the truth I knew. Again, so this is interesting again, because like if the shadow is all those parts of yourself that you don't particularly like, right, but are still following you, right, because they're your shadow, then yeah, they are closer than the truth you knew, right? Because funny enough, the truth that you knew is whatever you convinced yourself was true in trying to negate your shadow instead of actually trying to step through and integrate your shadow, right? So in a sense that, yeah, the shadow is actually closer than the truth, quote unquote, that you knew. Because that truth was, forged with, in denial of something else that was true. Specifically, the existence and nature of your own shadow. I do like how Play's swings almost look like dimensional cuts, right? Like from an old school anime, right? It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna cut through space and time, right? Okay, so that is gonna be my, because I've already gone 3 times over this. My assessment of this is, again, this is largely about, again, this is more of a psychoanalytic song than anything else. This is about the interplay between the shadow in yourself, right, and the shadow in others, right? That other people can be as shadows in your life, but ultimately speaking, you have to have a particular relationship with the shadow in your own life in order to actually make the best of yourself, right? Because denying your own shadow is an act of self-deception, and it does you no good to deny what is true about yourself, because if you deny what's true about yourself, then if it's bad, you can't actually work to fix it, and if it's good, well, then denying it holds you back, right? And there are times where people just don't like parts of themselves that are just objectively good, right? That are just objectively good things to have. That crazy motherfucker on that video, the thumbnail, is holding a blue-ringed octopus, and it is filling me with anxiety. Holy crap. Let's see. They would totally play these on MTV back when it was good. They really would. Like, yes, I actually agree. If these things were being produced back in the day in MTV, I think that they actually would play a lot of these songs. Oh, how times have changed, right? So, yeah, that is my assessment of these songs. Hold on, I'm gonna read something just before I log off, just to make sure that I've covered all my bases. Let's see. Add detail. Do not click spoiler. The giant cross in your cameo scene is. Oh shit! I didn't know about this. I'm glad that I actually didn't read this thing that I was sent. Okay, so this is a real object. Hold on. Because I didn't know this, because I may come from Texas, but you know, that doesn't mean I know everything about Texas. Texas is, you know, fucking huge. Let's see. Now, you know what? I'm just gonna go. We're gonna go to Wikipedia for a moment, and then we're gonna pull up something, because this is, again, okay. Yeah, that was a real object. This is the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ in Groom, Texas. And yeah, you know what? I may have actually been right about my thing about this being about the shadow as well, right? In a psychoanalytic sense, because I've just been informed shadows, you know, about shade and comfort. You know, because he's absolutely right, right? And it's like in Texas especially, right? It gets fucking hot. And yeah, the shadow doesn't just block the life-giving light. It also, you know, provides protection from the scorching heat. A cosmic analysis of B-movie win. I would lose my mind, right? I would absolutely lose my mind. Hello, Kura, right? Hello, Kinnock. Video more stable over here? Hopefully. I didn't realize it was unstable somewhere else. Is it unstable on one of the other ones? I can't really do anything about that. But, hold on. Let me check something. It says it's good on Twitch. Oh, it says it's unstable on Kick. Okay, yeah, that's a bad sign. I never know what's going on, because like anytime it's stable in one, it's unstable somewhere else, right? I have no fucking clue. I might have to go visit at some point, right? But yeah, I didn't realize this was a real place, because I've never been to Groom, Texas, and I've never really heard of this particular landmark. Last two streams have been terrible on Twitch and Kick. Ah, god damn it! I have no idea why. I'll have to troubleshoot as to exactly why. So, yeah, so this is apparently, like, this is apparently me in the presence of the cross of our Lord in Groom, Texas. I didn't realize that was a real place. Okay, apparently things are going poorly on YouTube as well. I don't know what's going on. Oh my god. YouTube is deciding to be a bastard as well, it seems. Okay, so yeah, so I've learned something today. But yeah, that actually again fits in. Hold on, Wyoming ain't as big, but I haven't been everywhere in my state either. I mean, to be fair, Texas is like the second largest state. No, literally nowhere else in the United States is as big as Texas, except for Alaska. But we could literally split Texas, and we even have the legal authority, according to the, again, joint resolution that allowed us to join, to split ourselves into 5 states without congressional approval. And those states would still be pretty fucking large, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, I did not know this. This actually does also put a different context in here, because I know Play Astronomical is like a religious person himself, right? So this is itself a meaningful decision to put this in the video. And again, as he pointed out, you know, giving shade to the heat, to, you know, those accosted by the heat. The tortoise and fair enough. Calm down, Blue Hookley. So yeah, that is my assessment of Moving Shadows by a collaboration between Play Astronomical and Skybrows. What the fuck does this say? Hold on. I am an extremely authentic AI slop Aladdin. God damn it. That's a great... Why didn't I think of that word? God damn it. Alaska is basically a third of the lower 48. Pretty much, yeah. The cowboy hat is fitting. Would you believe it if I told you I actually don't wear a Stetson, right? Although it probably would help if I actually went outside. So, yes, I believe this is actually a really good piece of art. I actually quite like this play. Continue to make absolute bangers like this. And I hope I was able to get as much as I was able to out of this. just again, towards the end, it was like, okay, I'm pretty sure this is more of a psychoanalytic story, video than anything else. But that's just my assessment. That's just my assumption. If I'm totally wrong, feel free to correct me in the comment section, right? But this is really good. And again, everyone else, I can't wait to see where y'all are able to take the AI. Let's see. A Texan not wearing one, isn't that heretical? I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm not exactly a normal person, right? Okay, so that video has now been finished in the recording. Let's see. Philip says there's a lot of thought behind the symbolism. There is, and I'm having a little bit of difficulty disentangling it, and I will tell you, Play is one of those people that actually get me to pause sometimes, because I'm like, hold on, I gotta think about this, right? Play is a very sharp man, to be perfectly honest. There's been a couple times where I'm like, give me a moment to think about that, right? So I do quite like talking to the guy when I get the opportunity, because he does stump me on occasion, and I'm like, damn, I actually enjoy being the one having to learn something on occasion, right? Which is also one of the reasons why I like talking to people outside of like my field of expertise, right? It's like I've had to tell people, it's like, look, just because you don't know the specific things I know is not a mark against your intelligence. There's almost certainly things you know that I have no fucking clue about, and that is itself a mark of intelligence, right? It's like I've had to explain that to a number of people who come from the country, and they're like, and they denigrate their own intelligence, and I'm like, my brother, you probably have a lot more mechanical learning and intelligence than a lot of the people I talk to, right? You probably have more mechanical know-how than I do, to be perfectly honest, right? Like my knowledge is very contextual. It's very useful in certain contexts, but not in others, right? Do not downgrade your own intelligence past what it is, right? Really good, the knowledge you have is actually really fucking useful. A Cosmic coughs more than enough. Hey man, I can cough more, right? I just have to stop taking my meds. Okay, there's the water. I definitely needed that hydration. All right, on to the second video for today. Another one that I said I would do quite a while ago, but because of X, Y, and Z reasons, I was unable to do so. So, in fact, actually, I wanted to do this last week, on Sunday, but, ass kicked by fires in Canada in fucking Saharan dust over the ocean. So, please don't cough more, right? Must be true. Fair enough. I'll try to not cough as much, right? We just need to make him laugh and he'll cough more. It really will be the case. That really will work. But now we're going to look at Mormon Mafia by the Holy Ball. And I couldn't help but notice that when all this shit, because this is obviously about the Lego situation, right? I haven't watched the Lego situation stuff on stream for one very specific reason. I get what Ben is doing. His videos piss me off to no end, to be perfectly honest. Like, I get that they're entertaining to most people, but when I watch them, my reaction is actually quite similar to like Mama Oko, Miza Tamari, and like Elf Pyre Ava. I'm just sitting there and I'm like, you do not fucking do this, my guy. You're gonna make this harder for everyone. And it's like, absolutely, Reckless Ben almost shit the bed, to be perfectly honest, by wanting to wing the court case on his own and potentially fuck over everyone else that he knew. And I was not having it. I was having such a hard time. Holy shit, I was so fucking mad. Keonalo says we just... wait, hold on. It's Boo Huckley. It's a sign of deep dehydration. Just add a pinch of sea salt to the drink. I'm good. Let's see. Philip says, I know I'm for my ass backwards country. Fair enough. Oh my god. Maybe I'll have to do an episode on Canada at some point, right? If Dev ever does his fucking video on the truckers, right? Which he never will, by the way. But if Dev ever actually does a video on the trucker fiasco, I will have to do a reaction to it, because I'll have to eat my words. Because my opinion is that video has never fucking come out, right? That video is never going to be made. Dev says it's in the pipe works. It's in the pipe, right? It's in the production pipe. And I'm like, bullshit. If it was in the production pipe, you would have released it a year ago, right? This fucking project is never getting released because you know it makes you and your position look bad. Sorry. Hey, can you tell I have issues with Dev, right? Fucking hell, mate. Let's see. I would have to find someone who knows who knows more about the situation than Dev, because like I'd be willing to do an episode on that, but I'd have to find but all of that shit. You know what? Actually, Grok can probably find me some of that stuff because Grok can bypass the Quango filter. I might, I'm gonna look up to see what resources I can find about it from Grok. Hold on, but I'm gonna do this first. Let's see. Doctor says then a typo had almost lost him taking it to federal court. Yeah. There's a reason why why I was so fucking pissed off with Ben. I get it. He's funny. But there does come a point where refusing to learn does actually equate to an act of malice, right? Like, I'll write your words on a shoe for you to eat, right? No, I didn't say I'd eat a shoe. I said I'd have to eat my words. But I get what you're going there. Dude runs on Internet Historian release timetables. Oh, he truly does. All right, let's get to Mormon Mafia by the Holy Ball, because I'm going to say, the Holy Ball has some of the cleanest gens I have ever seen. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's almost has to, I guarantee you, it's because I think, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but I think he's an engineer. That might be part of the reason why he's able to do such clean gens. Oh, yeah, but the thing I was saying, it is kind of funny to see how many Mormons in the influencer sphere are like, but what are you talking about? This is just a normal thing that happens in small towns. And it's like, no, it's not. Like, I mean, sure, can you find this in other small towns? Yeah, you can. But it's not nearly as common as you think is your leading on to be, right? And then you got certain Mormon influencers, again, like the Holy Ball in Mama Oko, and they're fucking livid about all this shit. And it's like, yeah, I could see that. I could see being absolutely fucking livid about this. I have been learning a little bit about the secession crisis when Joseph Smith died. Apparently, there are a number of different Mormon religions, one of which is actually a Nicene Christian religion that's actually Trinitarian in theology. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember reading about this a long time ago. I just don't remember what the fucking name was. And I managed to find an account that defends that exact theology, so I might do a video on that at some point, because it's interesting. As someone who's just interested in religion, it is interesting to learn about. So yeah, we have right here the Skybra Cinematic Universe, and right here we got the Book of Mormon opened up, right? Reading another testament of Jesus Christ, which this had to have been a pain in the ass to Jen, right? Because you can see it is borking on the subtitle, but it's very clean on the actual title itself, right? The Book of Mormon is in the middle of it, so I guess it's like the whole collection of Mormon scriptures. Philip says, contact Clyde, do something, the Canadian VTuber, YouTuber, okay. He'll help you tell him I sent you. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me actually copy and paste this. That way I actually have something. Hold on, because I can just send this to myself as well. All right, I have that noted down. I'll see if I can get something about that. Man, I might be scoring a number of collabs recently. Because I got a bunch of people be like, hey, you want to do something? I was like, okay, sure. Right? Well, what are we doing? Again, these gens are fucking clean. Holy shit. I like the intentional blurriness towards the distance, again, because it's like simulating the focus of the human eye onto the foreground instead of the background. Clyde do something moved from Texas. Interesting. The McGee sticks. We can forgive the thing at the we can forgive the menu though. Baller King is a hell of an idea, right? Oh my god. The shift from yellow to red, he is fucking livid, right? But again, I love all of the camera angle shifts, right? Just like the whole catch every angle of the reaction. But funny enough, there's nothing to catch because he's just a ball. The implicit humor behind that like camera work is actually fucking funny. But also, if you just look at each individual frame, right? Just again, I didn't notice this. He actually figured out a way to possibly get around the fingernails showing through the what would you call it, the gloves, because they almost line up with the medial line in the stitching of the gloves. That's actually really fucking clever. It didn't work on the pinky, but it comes really fucking close. Holy crap. Let's see. Boo Hockley. God damn it. Nightwave Fantasy says, such a funny take from Okno's short with a Baller King. Like right here, again, just every angle of the react. He just gets the opportunity to show off his clean gens here, right? Right, again, right there. Again, let's not pay attention to the actual like menu in the background because it's not really important. But you can even see part of the building itself reflected in the ball, right? Just again, there's an actual real thing that's being shown as a reflection, which had to have been a fucking nightmare, to be perfectly honest. Just again, every fucking frame. If this was a human's face, there would be so much to show, but there's no face here, and he still does the fucking every angle caught in like 4K, right?
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. We're chasing these thieves while we cut the mega blocking ya.
Obviously, again, it's like there was no U-Haul truck. Funny enough, the U-Haul truck thing wasn't proven when this came out. It was proven later with the CoffeeZilla interview, but it wasn't proven at this case, right? So still, we just have this whole thing. It just turns out, yeah, it turned. God damn it. So yeah, this is them spiriting away the Legos. And you can even see the Star Wars, the specific Star Wars Legos right there. Elder Ball is so fucking funny. Holy shit. This one is such a bang. Oh, it is. I'll take a lane of fries with the salt, right? That's some fucking class A espionage right there. Just like him, just on the fucking, just with the. Oh my god. There's some real investment. Everything about this is so funny. Oh my god. Fucking Holy Ball has a genuinely good sense of humor. I mean, obviously, every one of us knows what this is. We all saw the fucking Reckless Bin thing, right? Where they closed down. Apparently, it wasn't an actual permanent business closure. They just closed down temporarily to avoid having to deal with Ben, right? Which is completely fucking, like, again, predictable. Obviously, it says closed, permanently closed. We stole the family's life savings. They sued. We lost. By closing the store, we got out of having to pay the family what we owe them. Again, the sign that Reckless Ben put on the business when they left. This is... Gotcha. Okay. Holy Ball has such a good fucking sense of humor. Right? The tandem bike just sends me every fucking time.
Yeah, this is where it ends, in the cells where we're locking. Yeah, you altered the deal, then you altered it further.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the unicycle and the dress, like, were these things that, I don't remember, were these things that, like, I don't think these are gifts that they were given their nephews or anything like that, right? Because I know that the claim is that some of the, like, the Legos were lost because they would be, like, given temporarily to, like, nieces and nephews and cousins as, like, gifts or something. I don't fucking know. But, like, I'm not entirely, I don't remember what the unicycle and the dress are for, per se.
You're overconfident, 60...
It's a Robot Chicken reference? Ah. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't watch Robot Chicken because I didn't care for Robot Chicken, so I would never have, on my years, gotten that. But yeah, obviously, fucking, I think it's Ammon McNeff as Darth Vader in that scene, and they got Ammon McNeff here as well.
6 threats to murder, calling up the cops to harass a legal order.
Yeah, the Order 66.
Kissing out an innocent man.
They got fucking Ben. It's Ben Kenobi, right? It kind of just writes itself as a parody, right?
Past the border, now you got the whole world knocking at your door. You could have ended this mess November 2024, and suddenly your only goal is to make everything right.
Fucking speaking to the Senate, right? Holy Ball got comedic rhythm timing to the T. Oh, it does. He does. Oh my god. When I go back in the second round and I actually look at the lyrics, some of these lyrics are actually fucking peak and banger. Holy shit.
Try to break the man who brought all of it to light.
Wanted, last known location, St. Louis, right? Just, yeah, he had to flee to Mexico, which is probably not the best of ideas at the time.
You weaponized police, broke peace, kept harassing. You stole your brother's keep, got his bank account fast.
I love how this is like the FBI of all things, right?
You said 200,000, then they changed your mind because you realized suddenly you had to pay the fine.
Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, I am so glad these morons weren't smart enough to get a lawyer. Now, what we found out after all of this shit was even worse, right? Like, oh my god, the whole idea of like, first of all, I think CoffeeZilla's math is absolutely wrong. I think absolutely Based Camp called him out for not being able to do his math correctly, his accounting correctly. I actually think that, yes, it probably is still along the lines of $200,000, to be perfectly honest. That's my guess. That's my sense of the situation. I could be wrong, but I don't trust CoffeeZilla's math in the situation because there are some real holes in what he presented towards the end. But where was I going with this? I had something to say, but I don't remember what it was. Let's see. Robotic Acosmic. Hey, by the way, if you want to see a robotic Acosmic, check out Dr. Urban Sanity's Twitter page. He did that recently. Let's see. Kura says they had a Star Wars Robot Chicken movie. I've altered the deal. Now wear this dress and ride this unicycle. Pray I don't alter it further. Okay, I would never have seen that. That.
You're just repeating lines 35 times irrelevant. Ability to speak doesn't make you intelligent.
What a fucking banger prequel line.
$100 million, that's what you value that. You throw it all away for 0.05% of that.
Here's the thing, though. I actually think that they weren't worth as much as people think they were. It actually sounds like, to me, they were having a lot of monetary issues that they weren't being honest about. And feel free to pull up Robot Cosmic right? in a bit, right? But what the fuck? Well, yeah. But yeah, no, I think that they were probably in some dire financial straits and that they were trying to harvest the money so that they could pad themselves when their business wasn't being very profitable in the first place. Philip says, I follow some law tubers on this case. They all thought all parties were morons. That is basically my assessment. My assessment of the situation is every single fucking person in this situation is an absolute dumbass. Some of them it's not as bad as others. But yes, everyone in this situation is a fucking idiot. Let's see. Beeratarian says, I generally don't like rap, but I do like Holy Ball stuff. Oh, he's really good at the rap, yes. Nightway Fantasy says, it's sort of that way because a lot of those are set up sort of like MLMs. I can see that.
Yeah, Brickman, let's think about this logically. Should the police help steal private property?
Yeah, these are such clean gens. Holy fuck, right? Like, oh my god.
Rise over lies with no culpability. Pure hostility. Courtroom futility.
Yeah, when they were told, when the police were told that he had heroin on him, and then they were fucking caught on camera. Again, a lot of this was found out after the fact because Ben couldn't talk about it. This was already released. And so we didn't get the actual video from the police until after the fact, right? But yeah, apparently they were just like completely against Ben, right? They were like, all right, we're going to get him on something. We just need to figure out what it is, right? And Ben, like the most retarded, person in the Matrix, is just dodging bullets like fucking, there was a movie about exactly this, where someone was just like believed he was like going through some kind of it was like basically an ARG, right? But people were really trying to kill him, and just things were happening to the best of his luck the entire time, right? When people were really gunning for him. That's basically what it was like watching Ben. It's like, first of all, you almost certainly did break some laws. Like, there are laws you did break, and it is just a miracle that you were working with inept police, right? Let's see. Kura says, I have way too much knowledge on random stupid shit posts. Philip says they are called bars, I believe. Exactly, right?
And that's just the AFP. Don't forget Sandy, Provo, Oregon, LAPD.
Okay, so there are actually a lot more Mormons in the government than a lot of people think there are, right? And especially in specifically the enforcement branches of the government. Let's talk about, the military, the police agencies, Federal Bureau of Investigation, the CIA. There are a lot more Mormons in a lot of these groups than people think. Let's see. Mr. Bean, luck. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Crying on TV, whispering, sue me, proving them right, police brutality.
And yeah, there's the fucking dislocation of the shoulder, which was absolutely unnecessary. He was not even resisting arrest.
And all across the nation, all you've done is so division, your decision, money driven by the Mormon nation.
Yeah, and you know what? Absolutely innocent Mormons got caught in the crossfire of this. There are absolutely people who got fed up with this shit. And especially because, again, it wasn't just the exposition of like a potential Mormon mafia that was getting people in trouble. It was also because then people started looking into the background of the Mormon church. They're like, hold on a minute, what the fuck do you mean the Mountain Meadow massacres? Right? What the fuck do you mean, right? Like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. Why haven't this been banned before, right? Like, you banned this thing. Why didn't you ban this, right? When talking about specifically LLMs, because there's a lot of Mormons in MLMs, because the MLMs were never banned by, the the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but gambling was. Right, and even Mama Oko actually pointed this out too. Right, it's like Mama Oko is, is a Mormon. She has her, he has her own temple recommends too. Right, he actually believes in the mission of the Mormon Church. But again, it's like, there are certain decisions that could very well have been made that just haven't been made for pragmatic reasons, and they don't necessarily look good from an outsider perspective, especially when you figure out, like, especially the MLM one is definitely because of a monetary benefit that the church actually gets, from it. That does not prove that Mormonism is false, but that does prove that there are, bad actors in the church. But you can say the same thing about the Catholic Church. You can say the same thing about any church that exists, right? So yeah, innocent Mormons did actually get caught in the crossfire because of this shit. Language learning Mormons, right? LMNOP. M&M's. Oh my god, I didn't notice this. He actually gave him he gave him the minimal eyebrow treatment. Like what fucking Ember Paradox noted. He's like, where the fuck are his eyebrows? Oh my god. You think that this guy actually like naturally lacks eyebrows, or do you think that he shaves them off so that it's harder to read his face? Like, serious question. Because, Aaron McNiff, if you actually look at him, he does have something weird going on with his eyebrows. So I'm like, okay, so is this intentional, or do you have some kind of, like, weird genetic defect that, like, I've never heard of before? Yeah, that's entirely possible, right?
Furious, acting so furious. Tell me, I'm curious. It's making me furious. How can you justify your case against Ben Kenobi? A little clearer of the why.
That's a great pun.
147 years of jail time for him. What's the play here? Brickman, cover up your sins.
I mean, that is exactly the play, right? We're here, we got murder first degree, right? 35 years. And then we have over here,
years of jail time for him. What's the
147 years. Told people we steal from old people. Company stole from old people. Fucking absolute. Yeah. Good God, I hate this mustache. It should be illegal. He looks like a fucking British villain, to be perfectly honest. He looks like a cartoon villain. Good Lord, man. Eyebrow enough, right? Maybe he plucks when he cross-dresses. Wait, What? Hold on. I don't think he cross-dresses, but if he does, what? That's new to me, right?
Lay here, brickman, cover up your sins. Yeah, I heard you poke a meal, say you wanna make them whole, then you turn around and Rico try to cover what you stole. And
Is that a Mormon temple? Yeah, I think that's a Mormon temple.
now you're getting flustered, trying to keep the people calm. No brick and mini man, here's the bomb, drop bomb. They do judge unrighteously, they do condemn the righteous. They justify the wicked for their money and their pious. Which they made in blood, band or
I can see that there's a little bit of difficulty with the Legos from time to time, because if you look at them, this also happened in the Skybrowse video. But if you notice here, it's like they've got, again, prongs where they shouldn't have prongs, unless these are Legos that actually exist and are manufactured. No, that's a regular church. I'm pretty sure that's a Mormon temple, but like, it could be a regular church. I'm not entirely sure, right? But what was it? Oh yeah, I don't think that these like kind of multi-side prong Legos exist. Maybe they do. I'm not entirely sure. All I know is if someone is making a large project with Legos, try if you can to make one particular misplaced Lego color. That way, when they're finally done, only then will they notice that the wrong color is used, and they'll just have to eat the cost or redo the whole thing, right? What? I'll have to find that, because that was fucking funny when I saw that in the British TV. Holy shit. All males, no females. Let's see. They've gone to worship their gods, Hasbro. Fuck, right? Let's see. It looks like just every regular LDS church in Utah. That's my point, right? Is it not just a Mormon temple? Let's see. The special bricks, right? AI has trouble with Legos. Oh no, I'm aware. In Hasbro, we build. Holy shit, right? Brick by brick. Right? Some of them do, but they are extremely rare. Oh. I've learned something today. Right? Depends on the set. Okay, fair enough. I stand corrected.
the wicked for their money and their pious, which they made in blood. Band of robbers, all who stole the authority of law, and we all saw them fall.
It's just... He has gained power through the Lego, right? He has command over the police. Right? The Mormon Mafia is funded by Lego. And apparently maybe drug dealing in, like, not the Mormon Mafia, but, like, Legos are apparently used in, like, some criminal activity. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Right? Like, again, people say that they do this shit with crypto, but no, they find out they do it with Lego. I'm like, what the fuck? No, the temples are built far larger and more beautiful. Oh, interesting. I'm learning about Mormons, apparently, right? I didn't know there was a difference between, like, a church and a temple and Mormon architecture. I thought that they were basically interchangeable.
Then they did obtain power and authority of people. They did distort the justice of the law, going evil.
Again, like the fucking illicit changing in hands.
Covered up the crimes because of covenants they swore, freed them from the grasp of law.
Okay, State of Utah plaintiff v. Reckless Ben. Reckless Ben defendant. That definitely got a little warped. In the district court of the third, I have no idea what that word says. District, Salt Lake County, State of Utah. Case number 3RD-D-24, 2024-07245. Warrant for the arrest of Reckless Ben without bail. That's the crazy part, is the getting the without bail over the fucking Lego thing, too. Holy shit. Hold on. Let's see. Philip says Skybrowse posted a short cat girl DJ vid. Huh. Mormon without the second M. Yeah, fair enough. To my peace officer of the state of Utah, you are hereby commanded in the name of the state of Utah to okay, this gets a little bit too warped for me to be able to make out. Defendant Reckless Ben, and bring him before the court to answer to the charges set forth in the attached affidavit and criminal complaints issued under the jurisdiction and authority of the state of Utah. The fact he even got as much as this actually done is fucking astounding too. Oh wait, by the way, I see the fingernails in the fucking glove thing again. Let's see, state of Utah Judicial District Court. Signed by R.G. Finn, Judge R.G. Finn, District Court Judge, 3rd Judicial District Court. Let's see. Oh, that was probably supposed to be judicial up there. Salt Lake County, state of Utah. No bond recommended, _ flight risk. Danger to public safety. Yeah, that's probably how they got the without bail, to be perfectly honest. Probable cause established. Affidavit Exhibit A attached.
From widows and the poor, I say awake and arise from these combination lies for our God, our religion, our children, our wives.
He's got that holy anger, right? It's like, how dare you do this and besmirch the name of our God, right? Oh, there is a righteous fury in this. Oh my goodness. Like, oh, okay, hold on. Kennock might have actually been able to disentangle this. Arrest the above named defendant, bring him forthwith before this court. Okay, yeah, fair enough, right? Yeah, this is a beautiful fucking background for this like fucking rant to take place. Also, he took off his human neck. Truly amazing. It looks that good. Yeah, this is remember, it's only as bad as it's ever going to be right now. The AI we will probably figure out how to get the AI to get better at representing text, with fidelity. In basically any angle, eventually. It will take time, but we will probably figure out how to do it. And prompting will probably be a large key of that.
Rent your coats, then your cloaks, shake the dust, take your yokes, please folks, stop the hoax, yeah, remember Elder Oaks.
Okay, so I'm going to read this part. So, this says... This says, we should note that the Book of Mormon contains a warning that is highly relevant to our day. It tells of a time when the judges did distort the justices of the law to their own ends, and they did cover up the crimes of their brethren. Because they did enter into covenants with one another to deliver one another from the grasp of the law. Let's see, we must steadfastly resist the growth of any such secret corrupt combinations in our society. So, yeah, this is a real elder of the LDS. So, let's see. I think I have some notes pulled up about this thing. Hold on, because I was wondering who this guy specifically was. This is a really fucking clean gen of the guy, by the way. So, this is Elder Dallin Harris Oaks, a prominent leader in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Born in 1932 in Provo, Utah, he has a distinguished background as a jurist, educator, and religious figure. He served as a law clerk to the U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice Earl Warren, was a professor at the University of Chicago Law School, president of Brigham Young University, somewhere between like 1971 to 1981, it seems. Then justice on the Utah Supreme Court in 1984. He was called as a member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. That's like the high governing authority of the Latter-day Saints, if I remember correctly. He later served as the first counselor in the first presidency, and as of October 2025 is the 18th president of the church. So the president of the church is the prophet president of the church. Wait, is he? Hold on. Is he actually the prophet president? I don't know. Let me double check this. That would be actually really interesting if that was the case. Let's see. Prophet, president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Okay, that's asking for the community of Christ. Okay. Oh, yep, he's the 18th president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. President of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, which I'm pretty sure is basically functionally identical. I don't imagine that these two could be separated. First counselor in the first presidency, which he served between January 14th, 2018 and September 27th, 2025. LSD Church Apostle as of May 3rd, 1984. Let's see, Justice in the Utah Supreme Court. Yeah, we already covered that. 8th president of Brigham Young University. Yep. He was served in the military between 1949 and 1954 under the United States National Guard, specifically the National Guard of Utah. Oh, so he's another guardsman. Interesting. This guy actually has an interesting background, it seems. Holy crap. I might actually have to look into this guy. Let's see. Brown bricks. Fair enough. So, yeah, that's basically the background of this guy. I didn't realize he was actually the prophet president.
Oh, you mean to say you're honest dealing with your fellow man? Last check. That's...
Yeah, there's the temple recommendation, if I remember correctly. Let's make sure that I'm actually correct on that. Yep, temple recommend.
Last check. That threats ain't in the recommend plan.
So I'm not entirely sure about this, so you can correct me if I'm wrong. But from what I understand, is that losing your temple recommends basically is functionally part of the excommunication process, right? If not the excommunication in and of itself. I can't confirm this because, again, I'm not versed in Mormon theology and Mormon ecclesiology, but I think that that's what's going on here. Again, Holy Ball, if Holy Ball sees this, feel free to correct me on anything that I get wrong, right? Like, I am absolutely willing to be corrected on anything that I get wrong. And I will tag Holy Ball in this when I actually put the video up.
We're back on your contract, bold-faced recanting. We got ourselves some king men, caught them gaddy-yanting. Yes, those are the droids, now see to their restoration. Your lack of faith disturbs me, anti-consecration.
Elder Fed. Again, the thing I was talking about earlier, there's a lot more Mormons in the Fed than you would think.
No pity after 2 years, this is culmination. Brick by your hands, excommunication. Mafia, it's the Mormon.
I mean, to be fair, they could have actually done this. They could have actually threatened his temple recommends to get him to fucking, again, just give the fucking Legos back. Now, is this the responsibility of the leadership of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints? To be perfectly honest, nah, it's not. It's kind of unfair to say that, like, again, you know, that it's their responsibility. On the other hand, they know how this makes the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints look, right? So it is something that they should probably care about, right? They're not responsible necessarily for the individual behavior of individual Mormons, but at the same time, they are responsible for keeping up the image of their religion. And again, that's one of the reasons why excommunications happen, right? Is that engaging in sufficiently severe behavior that it actually, again, effectively cuts you off from the rest of the community. That's the whole function of an excommunication, is stop doing this. You are excommunicated until you get your shit together, right? So...
Brick by your hands, excommunication. Mafia, it's the...
What a fucking wild turn that would be, right? It's like, yes, you're being oppressed by the Mormon Mafia. Only for the Mormon Mafia to come in and be like, hold on. Hold on. By the way, the Mormon Mafia is no more, not the Mormon Mafia, the fucking Mormon Fed. Mormon Fed versus Mormon Mafia. In this case, that would be absolutely fucking peak. The yes and no, the sort of actions make it look like Mormon corruption within the justice system. So it's sort of their concern. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like, it obviously does affect their mission if people start looking at, like, have they really changed since the Mountain Meadow massacres? Right? Are they really no longer the kind of people who would, if they had the opportunity, would kill me, my family, except for the children underneath 7, take all my stuff for themselves, and then raise my children under a religion I don't believe in? Right? Like, I don't think most Mormons nowadays would do that, to be perfectly honest. But whether or not, again, it's acceptable for a Mormon to take advantage of non-Mormons, because they are non-Mormons, that is a question that is open to a lot of people. Now, I'm not saying that is actually something that the LDS promotes, but if you want to know one of the reasons why a lot of people started having questions about Mormonism, that would be one of them, right? Because there is a history in the early history of the church of exactly that happening. And again, this kind of seems like that never actually changed, even if the outer appearances changed. So it's one of those things where it's like, yes, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints probably should care about this stuff, because again, it interferes with their mission and their interest to try to expand their membership and, spread their faith. You cannot go into the temple without your recommends, and it is a huge hit to your social reputation. There is also a thing needed to get your recommends. You can repent and earn them again. I mean, obviously, right? That's why that's why I compared it to an excommunication. The excommunication isn't meant to like condemn you. It's meant to shock your system, to bring you back into the proper mode of behavior, because what you've done is so beyond the pale. You need to be kicked out of the community so that you can realize how severe the behavior is, right? It's basically an anathema. So if Mormon Fed came in and crushed Mormon Mafia because of fucking Ben of all people, this would be the funniest possible timeline, and for once I would no longer be concerned about living in the funniest timeline, because then I'd actually get something that's legitimately funny and actually kind of based, actually, right?
Mormon Mafia, begging on TV while your customers are dropping ya. Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia.
I'm starting to realize that in most of these scenes, Holy Ball is actually being very kind about the eyebrows.
Running out of lies while the whole world is watching ya.
This is such a fucking, like, this is such a cool callback.
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia.
So I'm pretty sure that's just the crew, right? You got fucking Charlie here, who, by the way, I'm sorry, I got stun locked for a moment. Holy shit. You can see the God Slap poster at the fucking top right, top left-hand corner. I'm gonna have to stop right here and just ask. What the fuck is on his shirt? I know what that symbol means. What the fuck is that? Hold on, hold on. I might have to go to WikiLeaks for a bit. Hold the fuck on. I know, a bit of a wild discussion, a bit of a wild thing to have, right? But like, give me a moment. I might have to pull up WikiLeaks. Because I don't know if that was done on purpose, but what the fuck? Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I found exactly the document I'm looking for. Oh, there's goof juice on the top fucking right-hand side, and there's Saitama on the bottom. Oh, there's actually a lot of detail in here that's actually caught really well. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was. Hold on, I'm about to pull it up. I don't know that this was intended, but, I wouldn't use that triangle, that spiral triangle symbol. This one right here, the boy lover logo, right? By the way, this is for the unclassified law enforcement sensitive Federal Bureau of Investigation Intelligence booklet, Cyber Division, Innocent Images, National Initiative. I've been sharing this since like 2015, by the way. So it's like I've had this document for a while. This is found in symbols and logos used by pedophiles to identify sexual preferences. I've seen people make this and not know what it is. So it's like, just because you see this logo of the spiral triangle doesn't necessarily mean anything necessarily foul is afoot. But I wouldn't suggest using this logo, this design, if you can, because right here. Boy lover logo is a small blue spiral shaped triangle, and it's not always blue, by the way. Spiral shaped triangle, and you can see it right here because it's even pressed onto these jewels. Surrounded by a larger triangle, whereby a small triangle represents a small boy and a large triangle represents an adult man. Variation of the BL logo is the little boy lover logo, LBL logo, which is also embodies a small spiral-shaped triangle within a larger triangle. However, the corners of the logo are rounded to resemble scribbling by a young child. Images of the BL logo and LBL logo symbols are depicted below. So yeah. These would be them. I actually found one time, believe it or not, on a sidewalk, one of these rings. And, well, actually, I didn't find it. It was actually a family member who found it. It was my mother who found it. And she had it, she brought it inside. And she was like, hey, do you know what this is? And I took one look at that and I was like, I don't think you want to wear that. I don't think you want to have that, actually. That's not a good thing. That's not something you want to be spotted with. So that got destroyed. But yeah, that was also, you remember that triangle design on the Pizzagate logo, right? So, again, I'm not saying anything is implied here. I'm just saying that is an unfortunate symbol to have on your shirt. Holy fuck. How is Charlie linked to that? I don't think he is, to be perfectly honest. I'm just saying that is an unfortunate symbol to have on the shirt. Holy fuck. Let's see. Philip says, I sent a DM to Clyde to do something. Told him that you'd be in contact. Oh, thank you. Just that threw me for a loop. Holy shit. I don't know why that's on there.
Lies while the whole world is watching you.
Hold on, I gotta rewind this. I got thrown for a loop. That took me completely out of the game for a moment. What the fuck?
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. You're running out of lies while the whole...
Okay, yeah. Here we got Legal Mindset and Leaflet, and my god, man, Legal Mindset looks fucking tired. You got the fucking... Ooh, he even got the actual... Well, we can't really read chat very well, but we actually got the text on the video, right? 2026 -03-10 15 51 21 -0600 AXON body 3 X60A9445Z. I wonder if that's actually like straight up ripped from one of the videos. It wouldn't surprise me. Location is some house with the location of 744. I'm just going to see if he wants to the girl trespass and then leave. Oh, let's see. Okay, so it looks like fucking pro chat is freaking out.
world is watching you.
And then we got again Powder. He did a really good job with the AI simulating the VTubers. Holy shit.
Mafia, it's the
Salem Kaiser bricks and minifigs permanently closed.
Mormon Mafia. You better close shop, cause you...
This guy did not do himself any favors. Wait, hold on. Am I remembering who this is? Is this the guy who owns the Legos? Never mind. If this is the guy who owns the Legos, he didn't do himself any favors either, but still, it's like...
Know that we're onto you. Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. Yeah, this is where it ends, in the cells where we're locking you.
In loving memory of Joseph Smith. That fucking scene sent me in that Skybrowse video. Holy shit. But yeah, very clearly, Nauvoo Expositor. I think, is that a real newspaper? I'm gonna be learning stuff about fucking, Mormon land, apparently, right? That's a real paper. Newspaper in Nauvoo, Illinois, United States, that published only one issue dated June 7th, 1844. Its publication and destruction of the printing press ordered by Mayor Joseph Smith and the city council set off a chain of events that led to Joseph Smith's arrest for treason and subsequent killing at the hands of a lynch mob. Interesting. If anyone is interested, apparently the whole actual paper that this is like based off of is actually online for it to be read. So just as Joseph Smith destroyed that corrupt business, I think this is the implication, right? So so Mormon Fed shall destroy bricks and minifigs through the power of Fed Mormon. Gone. Reduced to ashes. Right? Okay, this is a huge file. I'm not opening this. This file is absolutely fucking huge. I'll put it in the link tree, put it in the description. But, good lord, man. Lego music video requires Lego waifu dancers, right? Zach Levy. Zach Levy. Hold on. Okay, let's try this. Oh, no, the guy I was talking about. Okay, hold on. Zach Levy, bricks, and, hold on, Reckless Ben. Okay. Let me see if I can find this. Images. Okay, so this is him. Oh, he's an actor. Interesting. It's not exactly telling me what he is related to this for. I can't remember what exactly he's related to this for, to be perfectly honest. Ash to ash, brick by brick. Absolutely, right? All right, so let's now go and pay attention to the actual lyrics, right? Because again, like it's hard to comment on this video other than these are the cleanest gens I have ever seen. Holy shit, right? This man wanted to be he was on a mission, right? This needed to hit a particular quality to land as hard, right? Oh, Kentucky exploded the 50 again. Wait, what are you talking? No. So, there are two videos where he exploded the 50 cal. The first one is where it actually blew up in his face, right? And it almost killed him. The second time he blew up the 50 cal was he was actually testing the gun and slap rounds that he still had. So that one was actually a controlled explosion, right? They had intended to, they actually had safety guards and expected it to explode, and it did explode. So yeah, it's not another example of he almost died. That one was actually basically intentional, and it was controlled.
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. We're chasing these thieves while we cut the mega blocking ya.
We're chasing these themes while we caught them mega blocking you. There's a lot of puns in here. Like, obviously, blocking in this case is like obviously like preventing you from doing something. But yeah, oh, that one was years ago. Yeah, it was years ago, right? But like blocking in the sense of like, again, Lego blocks, right? And again, the Mormon Mafia thing is just such a funny concept. Like, yeah, sure, any given group is probably going to have their organized crime. Let's be perfectly honest, right? Any group is going to have their organized crime. The Italians, the Jews, the Catholics, right? The fucking, like, the Russians, the Japanese, right? They're all going to have their organized crime. The communists, right? Especially the communists. But, you know, I digress, right?
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. We're following the trail, stolen stock while we're stalking you.
So we're following the trail, stolen stock while we're stalking you. Like, because that was one of the complaints. That was one of the criminal complaints that was levied, right? Was the whole idea that like, oh yeah, this person is actually stalking us. So again, just throwing that back in their face. It's like, of course we have to follow you around. Of course we have to track you down really closely. We're trying to uncover crimes, right? And Mega Bloks was Lego's competitor. Oh shit! I didn't know about this. I'm learning about Legos, right? I'm learning things I would never have known. Following the trail, stolen stock while we're stalking you. That I like the alliteration in the stolen stock. To be perfectly honest.
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. You better close shop because you know that we're onto you.
I'm trying to figure out ways to comment on this, but it's like the lines are just fire. To be perfectly honest, like AI Mafia. They're probably, well, there is an AI mafia. A lot of it works in, for example, law, though, because these idiots keep using AI as like an unchecked legal, information source. And it ends up about as well as you'd think. I have a whole video, actually, about Incos pulling that stunt. And I think that anyone who does that should probably go to prison. Told you I know stupid random shit, lol. It's not stupid. It's our autistic hyperfixation, right? Because you know the okay.
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. Yeah, this is where it ends in the cells where we're locking it. You all to the deal.
I actually really like the curve of that particular cell, right?
Then you altered it further.
Like I have altered the deal. Pray I do not alter it again, right? Because again, that's exactly what was going on through most of this stuff, right? Like, oh, I have a deal. Oh wait, yeah. By the way, the deal was not completed because it was never meant to be completed, right? And then they would alter, even when the task was completed, they'd go and they'd alter the agreement so that, again, they would abrogate the promise that they made previously. It fucking ridiculous.
You're overconfident, 66 threats to murder, calling up the cops to harass a legal order.
66 threats to murder is obviously, again, Order 66.
Chasing out an innocent man past the border. Now you got the whole world knocking at your door. You could have ended this mess November 2024 and suddenly.
This is a good point that I actually didn't think about. Like, if it was a Fed doing this, then nothing would have actually happened because they would have had the authorization to do this. But because it was a civilian who did this and was doing the stakeout, then it crossed apparently some kind of boundary. Even though it's like, well, Ben didn't actually do anything wrong, right? It's like he wasn't harassing the guy; he was trying to serve him legal papers. But anyway.
Got the whole world knocking at your door. You could have ended this mess November 2024.
And you know what? That's entirely fair. All of this could have been handled much, much easier beforehand if you didn't just decide to say, if you want to, how about you just take us to court, right? Which sounds like you might have someone in your pocket.
Suddenly your only goal is to make everything right while you try to break the man who brought all of it to light. Yeah, you weaponized police, broke peace, kept harassing. You stole your brother's keep, got his bank account fasting.
Bank account fasting is a great way to describe that, because that's the whole point, right? That's the whole threat. The whole threat was like, oh yeah, we're going to take you to court and you're going to spend more money than this was ever worth, so that we're going to bleed you dry, right? Which is one of the ways that large corporations try to protect themselves from even legitimate lawsuits from smaller, entities. You weaponized police, broke peace, kept harassing. Again, it's like keepers of the peace, right? Isn't that supposed to be the whole point of the police? Like, oh yeah, no, you broke peace through the police. Kind of interesting, right? Stole your brother's keep. Again, it's like, am I my brother's keeper? The answer to the question is kind of yes, in a certain respect, right? And in this case, it's like, especially if you're religious. And the thing is, like, yeah, that is interesting. You did steal your brother's keep, right? You did actually steal from, again, your fellow man. Hello, I am here hello, Penny. Welcome. We're glad that you're here.
You said 200,000, then you changed your mind because you realized suddenly you had to pay the fine.
Yeah, they did change. I'm not entirely sure. Again, like they went with the 200,000 because that's probably what they were told, and it also makes good marketing. Remember, I'm pretty sure that these guys actually were kind of struggling to retain money, right? I think they were losing money, and I think they were bleeding money, and that they wanted this to, again, be a bit of a buffer so that they could save their business. But theft is theft. It doesn't matter, right? And yeah. Regardless, you yourself admitted it was worth 200,000, and so it's like when you get lawyers involved, you don't think that the opposing lawyer is going to point out, but you yourself appraised it at 200,000, right? So you. Penny says, the holy ball has so much concentrated meaning and information here. Oh, he really does. It's really hard to even think about where to start the commentary on this, right? Like, again, cleanest gens, hyper detailed. You can see very specific models and makes that are very clearly meant in the casings in the background and in the foreground.
When you're just repeating lines 35 times irrelevant, ability to speak doesn't make you intelligent.
That right there, the ability to speak doesn't make you intelligent. Oh yeah, he is a wordsmith, right? But that right there, it's like, damn, what a fire callback to the fucking prequels, right?
$100 million, that's what you value that. You throw it all away for 0.05% of that.
And right there, it's like, you throw it all away for 0.05% of that. Are there some people who are that vain to be able to do that? Yes, there are, but I have a sneaking suspicion that wasn't actually worth 0.05% of that. That valuation was probably false. It was probably built on false premises, in my opinion, right? And that's probably why they fought tooth and nail to keep this from getting out, is because they actually aren't worth nearly as much as people think they are. So if you think about it from that way, then their behavior, while still vile, actually does make more sense. It's not completely irrational, right?
Brickman, let's think about this logically. Should the police help steal private property?
I mean, to be fair, private property is kind of the foundation point of all of law, right? All dispute resolution is in some way, shape, or form centered on property right disputes. So yeah, it's like, that is some of the most fundamental law that has to be enforced. And so, yeah, should the police be used as an arm to break some of the most fundamental legal principles of our society? Obviously fucking not, right?
Terrorize, over lies with no culpability. Pure hostility, courtroom futility.
Yeah, I mean, again, just terrorized, overlies, again, just the number of people who have found it. I don't know how much of this was available before, because I don't remember the exact timeline. But yeah, again, just like when the Provo police are like, oh yeah, you know, we'll find something to get them on, right? It's like, oh, so you're assuming guilt at the very beginning, and then you're doing the Stalinist thing of, I'm going to use just the mass of laws that are impossible to navigate, which, by the way, yes, the number of laws in the United States have gotten to the point where it is legitimately impossible for a normal person to legitimately navigate. If they want to catch you on something, they will catch you on something. But, you know, bring back mens rea, right? But anyway, so yeah, they actively conspired with Bricks and Minifigs to like destroy Ben, and that's not, you know, that's a demonic way for your police to act.
That's just the AFP. Don't forget Sandy, Provo, Oregon, LAPD.
Yep, again, you got like 4 different fucking police agencies involved in this shit. There should have been RICO charges pulled up for this company and these police officers a long time ago, to be perfectly honest. It's absurd that there's still not any RICO investigation, it seems.
Crying on TV, whispering sue me, proving that.
Again, like, what are you gonna do? Spend money you don't have, right? But hold on.
LAPD, crying on TV.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Yeah, he's being very kind here, because again, like, this Evan McNiff guy doesn't have any fucking eyebrows, but he gave him eyebrows, and I'm like, interesting. What are you looking for? We'll tell you when we find it. Precisely, right? Yeah, as Ember Paradox pointed out, it's like, yeah, this guy doesn't really have any eyebrows, and it threw her off as soon as she realized what it was, and I'm like, interesting. I don't know of many medical conditions that just remove your eyebrows, right? I'm pretty sure there is one. I just don't know what it is. And I'm pretty sure this guy doesn't have it, right? Especially with that fucking, like, cartoon supervillain mustache, right? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Whispering sue me, proving them right, police brutality, and all across the...
Yeah, you go into a building, guns drawn for fucking Legos of all things, right?
Nation, all you've done is so division, your decision, money driven, violates the Mormon mission, throwing charges out all spurious, acting sulfurous, tell me I'm curious, it's making me furious.
Acting sulfurous is a good, okay, that's a nice line right there, right? Because sulfur fucking stinks, and it is noxious, right? Oh my god.
Yes, how can you justify your case against Ben? Can no be a little clearer of the why and the when?
And again, I love his rhyme ability. I love his fucking pun ability, right? How can you justify your case against Ben? Stop. Kenobi a little clearer of the why and the when, right? But the Kenobi, it's like, can you be, right? It's almost like you're saying it fast. So, the pun in here is fucking great. Let's see. There are people who shave them off. It takes forever to grow back. I have actually never known about this. Why would you shave off your eyebrows? That actually just like makes it harder to read. I'm having a hard time understanding why you would shave off your eyebrows, because it's like, obviously your eyebrows are part of the way your face communicates to, like, you know, to other people. So if you shave off your eyebrows, that actually makes it harder to read your face, which I assume is probably the reason why most people who shave their eyebrows do it. But I don't know why. Like, that's the only thing I can really think of. Kionala says, I think some light hair people sometimes have very light eyebrows that it looks invisible. I mean, yes, that'd be fair enough. If, like, you have, like, pale skin and you have blonde eyebrows, I could see how that would be a little bit harder to read, right?
Because 147 years of jail time for him. What's the play here? Brickman, cover up your sins.
I mean, and yeah, that's exactly what the play is. Like, let's be fair. Like, the whole play here is to get him to shut the fuck up. That's why they got him a temporary restraining order to gag his right to freedom of speech, which luckily got overturned, right? Yeah, that's why they're trying to get him set up for 147 years. right? Shut the fuck up. Stop it. Stop showing that we as police are incompetent or, malicious, and stop showing that this local business is absolutely, that we happen to agree with and get along with and have, personal experience with. Stop accosting them for committing theft against one of their clients, right? Penny says there are people who shave them off and then draw them back in. Also, certain accidents can burn up. Well, I know. I'm aware of the MythBusters, right? Am I missing an eyebrow? Right? The fucking hold on. Who's ever gonna pull that up? Because I'm gonna have to do that every time that particular thing comes up because that's just such a funny thing. Am I missing an eyebrow? This fucking thing.
I'm fine. Am I missing an eyebrow?
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, yeah, I'm aware that certain accidents can cause them. Oh, Pam is on. Interesting. Yeah. So, if you lose an eyebrow and then, you, for symmetry purposes, just shave off the other eyebrow and then, draw it on or tattoo it on. I don't really care either way. I can understand that. But it's like, choosing to remove an eyebrow when you don't necessarily need to is kind of suspicious in my personal opinion. Philip says it's like him and Sky had a bet on a number of puns they could pull off. You know what? That's fair. There were a lot of Star Wars puns in the Sky Bros video too. R2D2 unto others, swearing on my Mormon mother. Right? That's a pun, right? Right. Let's see. Kianala says, woman who shave their eyebrows hate their brows and makes them smaller, but it depends on the current trends. Interesting. I guess as long as they paint them back on, right? Because it makes the face easier to read. The real issue comes when it's like you're trying to obfuscate what it is you're doing by making it harder to read your face, I guess, right?
Yeah, I heard you poke a meal, say you wanna make them whole, then you turn around and Rico try to cover what you stole.
Yeah, again, the RICO charge against Ben is fucking wild, especially considering it more accurately fits the company per se.
And now you're getting flustered trying to keep the people calm. No brick and mini man. Here's the bomb drop bomb.
That is a fucking fire pun, is there, right? The bomb dropped bomb. Book of Mormon bomb. It's like, okay, you know what? I will give you this. I will give you this, Mormon man, right? Holy ball, that was actually, again, I fucking love these pun games that they're playing.
They do judge unrighteously, they do condemn the righteous, they justify the wicked for their money and their pious. Books they made in blood, band of robbers, all who stole the authority of law, and we all saw them fold.
And again, right here is the prelude to the Elder Oaks quote, right? Hold on. They do judge unrighteously, they do condemn the righteous. Hold on. Let's see, let's move forward frame by frame for a bit. They justify the wicked, their money and their pious, oaths they made in blood. So blood is like an accusation of murder, or at least figurative murder, wrath, right? Band of robbers, all who stole the authority of law. So this is acting under the color of law while betraying law, right? And saw them fold. Let's see. This is such a great fucking satire in this particular scene. Holy shit. They did obtain power and authority of people.
They obtain power and authority of people. They did distort the justice of the law, going evil.
And again, this is I have a very sneaking suspicion. This is there's almost certainly something that came from specifically the Book of Mormon or Doctrine and Covenants of the Pearl of Great Price. I have a sneaking suspicion there is a deeper cut in here. This is very clear. This is a very oblique reference to some scriptural or historical teaching that I'm not aware of, not being a Mormon, right? So it would be interesting to see if that is actually the case. But again, this reminds me of the Elder Oaks quote that we read earlier in the first run of this video. Hold on. Penny says, I like the camera work here. Oh, yeah, the cinematography is fucking great. Kianala says, Jeffree Star is someone who don't have eyebrows, but he is like platinum blonde and crossdresser. That name sounds familiar. I think did Blair White talk about them? Penny says, while he is dancing, the camera going back and forth. Yeah. Another testament. Yes, that's just the subtitle of the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon is, it's the Book of Mormon, another testament of Jesus Christ, right? Well, Legos are expensive. I mean, they are, right? That's why that collection was valued at, like, again, $200,000.
Covered up the crimes
And right here we have one of the fucking businessmen. I don't remember the guy's name per se, but, you know, again, collaborating with the officer, right? There's very clearly a conspiracy going on here.
Covenant states war, freedom from the grasp of law, stole from widows and the poor. I say awake and arise from these covenants.
Stole from the widows and the poor is a fucking wild line.
Freedom from the grasp of law, stole from widows and the poor.
So this is a what? This is a wildly scathing line. If you know anything, if I remember correctly, and I can double check it right now, Exodus 22 to 24 is what I think I am remembering, because I actually posted this on Twitter earlier when it was about, you know, when people were doing a little bit of being a bit of a shitheads online, and the people who, you know, it was about something else. I'm not going to talk about the subject matter now, but yeah, Exodus 22, verse 22 through 24. Do not take advantage of the widow or the fatherless. If you do and they cry out to me, I will certainly hear their cry. My anger will be aroused and I will kill you with the sword. Your wives will become widows and your children fatherless. This is a direct quote from God in Exodus 22. So, again, that is a fucking wild line to have in a song written by a devoutly religious man who believes that Exodus is a, is scripture. Just saying.
I say awake and arise from these combination rides for our God, our religion, our children, our wives.
So, if you pay attention, you can hear him say COD, not God. But also, this is a mistake that I could see someone singing make in the moment, right? This is a fucking beautiful background that he has. Holy shit. I say awake and arise from these combination lies, right? This whole web of lies, right? This interconnecting conspiracy that's going on right here. This is the thing we need to wake and arise from, right? For our God, our religion, our children, our wives. So everything threatened by the Mormon Mafia, right? Because the Mormon Mafia, we've already covered, is giving Mormons a bad name, right? And that is driving people away from their God, right? It is driving people away from their religion, and it is causing problems for their children and their wives, right? So by standing up to these bad actors, they are standing up in the defense of their God, their religion, their children, and their wives, right? And this seems like common sense, but it's like, yeah. These are, by the way, fireballs, right? Nux has been quoting this a lot. Wait, has he actually been quoting Exodus 22? Right? Because, like, I'm gonna point this out. The reason why I ended up quoting this the other day is because I thought, and because I was being told by someone about these conspiracies about how somehow Erica Kirk was actually involved in Charlie Kirk's murder, right? Fucking wild conspiracy theory. You don't have to like Erica Kirk, but, like, the idea of, like, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk was actually shot from below the stage. Like, no, I saw the video. He got shot from the front. He was not shot from below. The momentum carries very clearly with a shot through the front of the neck, right? I don't know, you know, maybe it's because a lot of these people have never shot a fucking gun in their life, and I actually came from the military, right? So maybe there's a bit of a difference here, right? But no, absolutely fucking not. You need to have some really fucking serious evidence if you're going to accuse someone of being guilty of their own spouse's fucking murder, right? And a lot of these people are allegedly, again, I was under the impression that Candace was the one making these claims, but then I found out she actually didn't make that claim. That's why I made that video being like, I'm not going to make a video on this topic, because the reason for me making the video in the first place turned out to be false, and I don't want to lie about anyone, right? So, but that was what when I tweeted that, last week, that was what I was tweeting in response to. It was that, and I was like, oh shit, I'm wrong anyway. But the general statement, is true. If you're Catholic, Protestant, if you're Orthodox, you shouldn't be fucking causing unnecessary distress to widows and fatherless children by accusing a widow of being involved in the murder of their spouse, right? It seems really fucking obvious, but, apparently not. Let's see. Penny says, this is very interesting. Nux is coming back to us. Combination of joining Legos too. You know what? That's a good point, right? About Candace and Erica, yeah.
Your coats, then your cloak, shake the dust, take your yokes, please folks, stop the hoax, yeah, remember Elder Oaks. Oh,
yeah, again, like, I read the entire quote earlier. I didn't know, again, I'm learning things about Mormons because of this video. I didn't realize Elder Oaks was actually the prophet president that's currently standing.
You mean to say you're honest dealing with your fellow man? Last check, death threats ain't...
So, okay, so I was told that the building earlier is not a Mormon temple. I think we can all agree this is very obviously behind him a Mormon temple. Right? It's even represented in the... Well, it's not obviously the same, but it's very similar to the fucking... the building on the actual, like, card. So, I'm going to go on a limb here and assume that this is the Mormon temple. And, by the way, the dressing in white, I think this has to do with, like, spiritual purity in Mormonism. Again, if I'm wrong, correct me. But I think the dressing in white in this particular situation is to invoke the idea that as a member of the Mormon Church, you are to aim to be spiritually, clean, spiritually, not, you're aimed to reject sin. That's why when you go to the Mormon temples, people dress in white is to reflect that purity as something to strive for and something to try to obtain in this life and the next, right? I could be wrong. That's an assumption, but if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. Let's see. Beer Train says yes. Okay. I mean, Beeritarian. Damn it. I keep misreading your name.
Last check, death...
Oh my God. I just realized every spire has an Angel Moroni on it. I didn't even notice that at first. Yeah, every one of those spires is Angel Moroni. Huh. Interesting. So that's the temple. Okay. White symbolizes purity in many... Yeah, that's fair. It symbolizes death in others, though, because, like, bone white. Penny says, yeah, when the Holy Ball talked with me about his video, I realized that I had missed way more stuff than I had thought I missed. I really only know a bit about Mormons. I'm in the same boat, right? I know a little bit about Mormons, mostly about differences between Mormon religions, right? So, like, I know doctrinal differences between, like, the mainstream Mormons and FLDS, or the mainstream Mormons and RLDS, which is now called the Community of Christ. And I also know about doctrinal differences, particularly on secession, regarding Community of Christ and the Restoration branches. But these are very minor details that actually don't really tell you much about the religion itself. So, like, I do need to learn more about these different religions, to be perfectly honest. I think the multiple Moroni statues is just an AI thing. I mean, it could be, but at the same time, it also could just be, like, again, like the heavens themselves, right? The institution of, because the Mormon Church would be the institution of God on earth from a Mormon standpoint, right? That, like, the heavens themselves cry out for, against injustice, right?
Last check, death threats ain't in the recommend plan. You went back on your contract.
Hold on, let me reread that sentence.
Fellow man, last check, death threats ain't in the recommend plan.
Yeah, again, it's like when you get someone swatted, you are trying to get them killed. I don't care what your alleged motivation is. When you try to get someone swatted, you are trying to get them killed. That is the ultimate goal and objective there, right? And again, if you're going to try to send someone to prison for life with no possibility of parole, you are trying effectively to take their life from them, right? And finally, it's like when you call in and you tell someone that, like, because again, it was Bricks and Minifigs who said that Ben made death threats against them, right? Yeah, no, absolutely fucking not. Yeah, death threats ain't in the recommend plan. Absolutely not. So, let's see. Penny says, most of what I know about Mormons is from one ex-Mormon friend of mine, so most of it was complaints. I mean, many such cases, right? A recommend is something that Mormons need. Yes, I'm aware of that part.
And you went back on your contract, bold-faced recanting. We got ourselves some king men, caught them gaddy yanting. Yes, those are the toys now.
What's gaddy yanting? This one I actually don't know off the top of my head. I don't know if this is a Mormon reference or if this is a Star Wars reference. Let me check this out. Meaning of Getty Anting. It's not pulling up. Let's see. Getty Ants, Mormon, Star Wars. Because I have no fucking clue what this is. This is like one of those words that just completely stumps me. Oh, hold on. I might have something. Or maybe not. Okay, let's go to the Star Wars wiki. See if this pulls it up. Yeah. This one's going right above my head too, Penny. Let's see. Okay, so that's not what it... Okay. The AI definitely sent me to the wrong thing. Okay, let's try another attempt. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me tweak the cue one more time. Okay, I have no idea. Just I have no fucking idea. I'm gonna see gradient. I'm getting things about gradients, but nothing about Getty Anting. Yeah, no, it's not popping up. Well, I have it. I wrote it down as Gaddy Ant Kennock, right? Let's see. Maybe someone named Oh, never mind. You're correcting your own spelling. My bad. Gaddy Ant did something. I'm gonna just type in Gaddy Ant on its own and see if it pulls up anything. Pulled up gradient. Interesting. Okay, let's try one more thing. Okay, nope. So I'm gonna try a trick because Grok makes a really good search engine. Okay, so I want you to do a deep dive into the lyrics of this song as provided in the captions. And I want you to explain let's see, the meaning of we've got ourselves some kingmen, caught them Getty Anting. Let's see.
Yes, those are the droids. Now see to their restoration. Your lack of faith disturbs me. Anti-consecration, no pit.
Again, your lack of faith disturbs me, right? It's another very obvious Star Wars reference. A secret society of bandit and assassins. Is it a mess up of the captions? No, this was put in. This is very clearly manually typed, right? And if we go here, we can see it says English United States. It's not English auto-generated. So these are manually inserted. Let's see. Could it be a reference to the movie Kingman? I have no... to be perfectly honest, I've actually never seen the movie Kingman. I've seen part of it, but not enough to know anything like that. Getty Anton Robbers Book of Mormon. Oh, hold on. Philip might be coming in clutch here. Let's see. Specific line. Hold on. Okay. Oh, you know what? Actually, Grok also says it might be a dense Mormon reference. Hold on. Let's see where Grok pulled up. It pulled it up from Mormon Wiki, which I didn't know was a thing. This is a dense insider Mormon cultural reference playing on Book of Mormon terminology for secret conspiracies and betrayers of liberty and faith. Interesting. Kingmen in the Book of Mormon, Alma 51 plus. The Kingmen, or Royalists, were a faction of Nephite elites who wanted to overthrow the Republic/Judges system and restore kingship. They were seen as power-hungry, anti-liberty traitors who prioritized status and control over the people's voice on God's order. They caused internal division during wars and were often linked to pride, riches, and secret plots. Interesting. Gadianting refers to the Gadianton robbers, or Gadianton band / secret combination. The Book of Mormon's archetypal secret society of robbers, murderers, and conspirators led by Gadiantons starting 52 BC in Helaman II. They used oaths, flattery, infiltration of government, murder, theft, and cover-ups to seize power and wealth. Mormon, the prophet compiler, repeatedly warns they are satanic in origin, echoing Cain's secret pact, destroy societies from within, and lead to national collapse. Oh, I wonder where we've heard this before, right? It sounds like the fucking communists nowadays. They reappear in cycles of wickedness, preaching good while doing evil. Gadianting is a verb form here, like acting like Gadiantons, or engaging in their conspiratorial thievery / murderous secrecy. You know what? I think I might actually use this word from now on. This is actually a really good word. Damn. You know what? I think I'm borrowing a word from the Mormons now. This is actually a really potentially useful word. Okay, ProChat, don't post my link then. Right? Sorry, man. Yeah, I know ProChat's a bit of a bastard. Grok gave it to me. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I was like, where the fuck am I going to find this word? It's like, oh, no, it's literally a neologism, but it's based off of the structure of English. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, absolutely got me here, more, holy ball. Fuck it, I would never have been able to disentangle this. Oh my god. I do have to catch up on, again, reading the Book of Mormon, though. Like, I have read other stuff, like, I've got, like, 5 Qurans. There's no reason that I can't, spend some time reading the Book of Mormon, right? I have fucking Upanishads. I have the Kuzari, the In Defense of a Despised Faith by Yehuda Halevi. I've read the Kusavanjali. There's no reason that I can't just sit down and read the Book of Mormon at some point. So that'll probably be I'm going to make that into like a personal thing, a personal goal of mine to read the Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, and all that stuff, just so I can catch up. Okay. Let's figure out where we're at now.
Boys now see to their restoration. Your lack of faith disturbs me.
Wait, hold on. That is another Star Wars reference. One moment.
Yes, those are the
These are not the droids you're looking for. Yes, these are the droids we're looking for. That actually just went straight over my head. Word appropriator. I will appropriate all the words. You have no idea how many times in my short... I have a web novel that I don't really advertise very often. You'd have no idea how often I appropriate words. I use Sanskrit, Arabic, I've used Hebrew in that thing, and I just insert the terms as necessary into people having conversations, right? I love appropriating words.
boys now see to their restoration. Your lack of faith disturbs me. Anti-consecration. No
And again, your lack of faith disturbs me is a Darth Vader reference.
pity after 2 years. This is culmination. Brick by your hands. Excommunication.
And this is a good point, too. It's like no pity after 2 years. This is not an accident. This is not something that they just happened into by happenstance, right? This is an active decision that these people have been making for 2 fucking years, right? Like, let's see, Mind of Ross's Quango's, Ganti, hold on, Gatianing, Anting. Oh my god, that is such a hard word to say on the fly. I'm gonna have to practice this word. Let's see. Hello, Mind of Ra. Just some light religious reading, right? Robert Kinley says, how is everyone doing? We talking about the Utah Muslims tonight? Okay, that's funny. I mean, to be fair, one of the insults that Mormons have historically had to deal with is being called American Islam. So it's like, oh my god. That's a web novel that Play Astronomical used to get your cameo so accurate, right? Yes, that is. That is absolutely it. I actually use AI as the editor because I'm broke as hell, so I'll oftentimes write schizophrenically, and then I'll have AI go through and edit it, and then I'll go through, reread it, and then I'll put stuff back in the AI has taken out, and then the AI will edit it again, and usually after like 20 revisions, that's the part that I actually put out. It is not for the faint of heart. There is some very disturbing content in that web novel, by the way.
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. Begging on TV while your customers are dropping you.
And you know what? Exactly. Like, would you as a customer trust someone who does this? Right? Absolutely fucking not. I would never trust anyone like this. Getty anting, right? Man's web novel, like reading advanced Tolkien. I often have to look up new words. What can I say? I'm a bit of a chatty bitch, right?
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. You're running out of lies while the whole world is watching you.
Again, I don't understand. What is the context behind the shirt?
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. You're running out.
What is the context behind this shirt? What the fuck, man? Because this threw me for a loop when I saw it. Oh my god. Right? Like, I know during the Pizzagate reference in fucking the Sky Bros video, like me and Penny were like the only two people who recognized this sign, right? And I'm like, what is the context behind giving Charlie this fucking symbol, right? I've heard claim in response to the fucking his bad take on data centers that he at one point made some argument that like children can consent to fucking surgeries, right? Which is not the same claim as that symbol right there is indicating. So I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Was this an accident or is this like a deep cut about something I don't know about, right? Oh my god. Kid also schizophrenically, that's everyone's first draft. I mean, I was about to say it, Boo, Huckley, and then I saw you post that. What you say is the true, right? This just threw me for a fucking loop.
Lies while the whole world is watching you. Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. You better close shop, cause you know that we're onto you. Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. Yeah, this is where it ends, in the cells where we're locking you.
Like, this was a deep Mormon reference that I would never have known if I didn't just look up this paper on stream, to be perfectly honest. This never would have known this. In other news, did y'all know that the Mormons at one point actually proposed a new alphabet for the English language? It was called the Deseret alphabet. Fun stuff. Let's see. Do you think it's to spite moist? Honestly, probably. I don't really see the AI coming up with that on its own. But I don't know what specifically Moist has said that would warrant that particular symbol, right? It's not like he defended cuties like Sneeko did, right? Again, maybe it's a reference to something he said allegedly about maybe children having like the ability to consent to like hormone therapy. I don't fucking know. I don't know if Charlie ever actually said that or if people are taking him out of context, right? Happens all the time. Let's see. I'm not complaining. Nice to expand the vocab again. I'm glad I could help then, right? Holy ball lore goes deep. Yes. He is definitely very skilled at the multi-layered cut, right? Honestly, I could learn quite a bit as a writer from the guy. New alphabet. Oh yeah, I'll pull it up in just a moment. It's called the Deseret alphabet. It was something that was never going to take off, and to be perfectly honest, it was only a fringe part of the Mormon community that actually wanted it to succeed. So it wasn't like the whole church was actually behind it, but it was a thing that was posited for a bit. So here we go. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter.org. this is the general idea, right? It was an entirely new alphabet because if anyone is familiar with, like, again, phonetic spelling, it's very obvious that, like, the Latin alphabet is not very good at, you know, encoding the what would you call it? The sounds of English. If this loads, okay, here we go. So yeah, the idea was to invent a completely new alphabet so that English could be written phonetically. Not in the sense that it would encode the exact sounds of of English, but instead like it would encode the exact relationships. That way, it's like no matter what dialect of English you spoke, it would actually still be readable to someone because all of the same general patterns would be encoded. And you can actually do this. For example, there's actually a better version of this plan that is actually really hold on. That's actually really aesthetically pleasing to look at. So let's pull this up. The Shavian alphabet. The Shavian alphabet was actually written by a linguist and hold on. Yeah, so like this was a linguist, signwriter, letterer, and it actually is again another phonemic alphabet that was designed for the English language. It never got picked up, but you know there are entire books written in English, written in the Shavian script, such as Androcles and the Lion, which was the first text ever written in the Shavian script. It actually, once you learn how the script is designed, it actually is really, you can learn how to read and write this very quickly. There is an advantage to that, but I don't like the idea of making a phonetic alphabet for English for one very specific reason. All of those weird eccentricities in how English words are spelled actually have historical basis, right? They actually derive from where we got the word. Did we get the weird word more than one time? Like the word guardian and warden actually comes from the same French word, just pronounced in two different French dialects differently. So we literally received the same word twice, heard it pronounced differently by two different dialects of French, and now we have two different words that mean slightly different things in English, right? And the spelling actually helps to encode this information. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan of remodeling English spelling. It's fine as it is. Sonichu script, god damn it, right? Who don't like a secret code? Well, this wasn't meant. Neither of these were actually meant to be secret. These were meant to be something that would, to the hopes of their inventors, actually replace the modern Latin alphabet. And it's actually not like this hasn't worked before, right? Like, for example, the Adlam script was actually invented to replace the Arabic script and in Fula languages, and it actually worked. Fula nowadays is actually written with the Adlam script now instead of the Arabic alphabet, because it turns out the Arabic and Latin alphabet, because it actually turns out this was designed to fit that language. And so it actually just objectively does better fit that particular language, right? So there are actually examples of like constructed scripts that actually just work. The same thing with, what's another good one? Trying to think of another one, because there are more than one examples of this. Somali tried it, but the issue was there wasn't enough infrastructure to promote something like Osmania to replace Arabic and Latin characters in Somali writing. Let's see. We need to bring back and adapt the Old English Futhorc runes to modern English and have symbols for every phoneme. Right? If the world ever had one government, it would have an alphabet that's either a mix of every language or completely new one. It would probably just default to a language that already exists, to be perfectly honest. English 2, Electric Boogaloo, right? Is it sort of not taking like, is it to shorten not taking like steno? Are you talking like stenography? No, it's just the idea that, again, it's more intuitive to learn how to spell in these systems. Like, I'll give you an example. Another example is like Korean. If you look at Hangul, Hangul was invented specifically for Korean by a single man. One man actually is credible with actually inventing the Korean writing system, specifically because it was actually too much of a hassle for the average person to learn classical Chinese and then how to pronounce reading classical Chinese as reading Korean. Because that's what Edo, for example, was just writing classical Chinese, and then instead of reading it as classical Chinese, reading it as if it was written in Korean. Hangul was invented specifically so that there would be an easy way for the peasants to learn how to actually read Korean. Something that, in fact, you can actually learn Hangul in a day if you actually are dedicated. It's not that hard. It actually is fairly intuitive. And it actually helps that like a lot of the characters in Hangul are actually designed to look like the sound, like how the sound is made in the mouth. So once you learn that system, it actually starts falling together. And there are more than one system, more than this, but this is probably the most successful example of someone inventing a writing systems very specifically and very intentionally for their language, right? Cherokee is another one, but Cherokee took 10 years for one man, Sequoia, to invent for his language, right? Because he saw that like the European would be able to scribble down, and that scribbling down encoded their language. So then he decided to do the same thing for his own people. Another example of an invented script that was invented specifically for a language are the Canadian Aboriginal syllabics. See if this pulls up. Yep. This is also actually fairly easy to learn how to read and write. These were invented specifically by a Methodist missionary so that the people of the Algonquin speaking languages, so we're talking about the Eskimo Aleut peoples, could actually learn how to write their own language and and that they could receive the Bible, to be perfectly honest, right? Because it was to do both at the same time. So this was invented by a missionary to make writing easier and more intuitive for the Canadian Aboriginal. Like at the top, you can see an example of some of this script being used to write a Canadian language. I'm not going to say indigenous because I don't like the word indigenous, but yeah. So there's stuff like this. It's actually fairly intuitive once you understand how it works. You'll notice a lot of these are just the same symbol rotated, and that's actually because depending on how you rotate, the rotation of the character actually tells you what vowel the character is. The shape tells you the consonant, and then the rotation tells you what vowel it is, because there's only 4 vowels in most Eskimo Aleut languages. Another one actually that has really caught my eye is ASL Write, because not Alzheimer's, ASL. Because normally speaking, if you want to write something like sign language, you have to go to something like Sutton's Sign Writing. And Sutton's Sign Writing is a little clunky as a way of writing, and to be fair, most people in deaf communities do not know how to read Sutton Sign Writing. It's mostly just a thing that linguists use to study and record sign language. Although, to be fair, this is another example of something that once you learn how it works, it's actually fairly intuitive to read. It's not intuitive to write, though, right? So the idea behind ASL Write was to be able to make a system that could serve as a written language for American Sign Language. And there is a lot of ingenuity behind this. And again, once you learn how the basic structure works, it becomes rather intuitive to figure out how to read these particular sections if you can understand American Sign Language. And it's just a fascinating script. Like, for example, here's a Book of Ruth, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's Book of Ruth 2 through 4 written in American Sign Language using ASL. This is actual writing. This is people writing down sign language, and this is meant to evoke, like, actually show you how the signs are actually being made and used in real time. So it's very fascinating. I love these I love this kind of shit, right? Neography and the history of orthography are just like legitimately fascinating concepts to me. So just there's again, I could talk about this part all day. I genuinely know a lot about this stuff. Like, there's a reason why I've invented 2 scripts for the sake of a sci-fi project, right? And they are very easy to learn if you actually sit down and look at them. I guarantee you most people, if they actually think about what they're looking at, the two scripts that I invented, most people could figure out the underlying logic behind them themselves if they actually just sat down and thought about it. Let's see. Kenok says, reminds me of hiragana and katakana. I mean, to be fair, hiragana and katakana were invented, specifically to encode the sounds of Japanese. What's going on now? They look like the mouth shape, right? Yes. Hangul definitely looks like the mouth shapes. Buhakli says, in Elvish language, let's see, missionaries like to do shit like that. I mean, fair enough, right? What's wrong? Hey, missionaries got a lot of hate for no reason. Buhakli says, what's wrong with the word Eskimo? Nothing, really. People like to be a little retarded, right? Kenok says, reminds... well, I already read that part. Let's see. Kianalo says, why would we need a sign writing when we can read the language of the town we are in? Okay, so this is actually a debate within the deaf community. There are a lot of people in the deaf community who think that it is actually not a good idea for sign language to be written down. Because, and I quote, there are complexities in sign language that cannot be encoded into the written word. Which is a funny complaint to make, because you could make the exact same complaint about spoken language. You can't encode tone in a written language either. There are a number of parameters in spoken language that are not capable of being directly encoded into written language. So I've never found that to be a very persuasive case, and there's a lot of deaf people who do not find that to be very persuasive. But in general, it's largely to, in a sense, legitimize the fact that their language, right? There's a lot of people who just assume that sign languages function very differently than like how they are. And so there is this sense of like, and this is in a lot of deaf studies, right? And like there's a lot of this idea that like the deaf are somehow relegated to like second-class citizens, like as opposed to, there's a lot of like sociology going behind it. I am of the deaf community. Actually, I don't think... I think you told me something about that beforehand, but not, like, specifically you were in that community. Sign language ain't complex. I mean, I can't read sign language, right? I can't read sign language. So, like, it's all Greek to me, to be perfectly honest, right? But, yeah, it is just... It's just another way that people can talk. Anyone can learn sign language, in my opinion, right? But the thing is like whether or not you have the opportunity to learn sign language is a different question altogether. It's the same thing like anyone can learn Sanskrit, but do you have the opportunity to learn Sanskrit? That's a totally different question. So yeah, no, I just find language fascinating, to be perfectly honest. I do need to do more research into sign language to get a conlang that I've been working on more sophisticated, because like, there's certain limitations I have. I don't really understand spatial reasoning in like, for example, different sign languages. So I do have to do more research into that. The conlang I'm working on is not a sign language, but I could throw the sign language book at you. Fair enough, right? Like the conlang I'm working on is not a sign language per se. It's actually a chromatophore based language. Think like, what if human beings had like skin like cephalopods? How would you be able to use the dermal anatomy to, create complex signaling, grammar, structure? But the thing about that is like, that's also fundamentally different than signing, right? Some of the logic is there. Things like sign shape, sign position, movement of the sign, all that kind of stuff would still transfer over from sign language to the chromatophore language. But it's not the same because it's not a manual language. It would literally be a dermal language. And it's a high sci-fi concept I've been working on for a while, and it's been a right pain in my ass. A lot of written languages are fun to learn and write. Exactly, yeah. Then English Sign Language have two versions. Oh, yeah, Signing Exact English. That took me a bit to say. Yeah. And see, Signing Exact English is exactly that. It's English, but manual. Whereas like ASL it shares almost nothing with English, right? It's a Franco sign language. It has no shared grammar for the most part. It's completely different. It's kind of like comparing Franco sign, any Franco sign language to any Indo-European language would be very much like comparing Piraha to Chinese. There's like no connection whatsoever. C is sign exact English, like how you are speaking right now. Oh no, I'm aware. I've heard of signing exact English, but I don't really have any skill in that either, right? Anyway. So yeah, I love how I did that small detour into Mormon history, just led to this whole diatribe about fucking languages in general, right? All right. Yeah, I don't really think I have anything that I can add to this, to be perfectly honest. These references are really fucking deep, and I'm not catching a lot of it. This is all, from an artistic standpoint, fucking ridiculously beautiful. This is a beautiful shot. Holy shit, man. This guy has a mastery of because in art there's two different views of art, right? There's the Thomistic view, and then there's the objectivist view. And the Thomistic view, the qualities by which you evaluate whether or not art is good are things like claritas, consonantia, and integras, right? Claritas is clarity. Yes, every frame in here is clear, right? What exactly it is we're looking at and how it functions in the piece, right? Consonantia, which is again harmony. Everything works together to create the cohesive piece together, right? Everything reinforces the central point, right? And then you have integras, that it's actually a single composite thing that has a single identity, right? And yes, every single frame for the most part in this succeeds as far as we can get AI to succeed in these, which is very well, in all three of these categories. From an objectivist standpoint, it also really stands too, because the criteria there are, again, the integrity, the selectivity, and what was the other one? Clarity. Again, we already covered integrity and clarity. So as far as selectivity, again, this is every detail almost looks like it has been consciously chosen and that's what makes it look so good. Because in Grok, the more precise you give the description, the more it's going to kind of do what you want it to do. So how precise are his prompts that he's actually getting these details? How many times does he have to gen and then regen things to get things to this degree, right? There is a high degree of selectivity in this selective recreation that he's trying to do, right? So this is, anyone who says this is not art is fucking retarded. Let's see. ASL is like pigeon, like a cosmic English. Best convo often do. That's fair. Penny says, I am unable to learn much of any foreign language. It was a horrible struggle to retain and regain my English, my one and only language after my brain damage. That can be a bit of an issue. Over the years, I've gotten better, but I doubt I would ever be able to learn much of a foreign language. I mean, again, everyone has their own limitations, right? There are real struggles people can have for learning another language, and that would be an example of a real, limitation that can, be actually work in not in favor, but work against someone in trying to do that, right? Beeratrain says, well, when you go through the video and see ring Holy Ball wears has a CTR on it, the ring is an LDS ring that means choose the right. Really? Because it's not just here that he wears that ring. I didn't know that was a thing. Does his watch mean anything? Does his watch mean anything other than he's a fucking baller? Right? Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. We're chasing these thieves while we cut the mega blocking ya. Mafia. Yeah, that guy fucking, again, very clearly it was prompted to look out for scouts. It's the Mormon Mafia. We're following the trail, stolen stock while we're stalking ya. Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. You better close shop. Interesting. He's not always wearing his ring either. Interesting. Let's see. Blunt head trauma. Ooh, yeah, that's oof. Because you know that we're onto ya. Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. Yeah, this is where it ends, in the cells where we're locking ya. You altered the deal, then you altered it. I'm gonna rewind it. Does that look like a? Yeah, this is where it. This has to be modeled off of the brig in a ship. To be perfectly honest, right? This is almost more like what you would expect in Star Wars than, to be perfectly honest, what I would expect in Well, I don't know what the prisons in Utah look like.
It ends in the cells where we're locking it. You altered the deal, then you altered it further. You're overconfident, 66 threats to murder.
I'm gonna look for that ring.
Order, chasing out an innocent man past the border. Now you got the whole world knocking at your door. You could have ended this mess November 2024, and suddenly your only goal is to make everything right while you try to break the man who brought all of it to light. Yeah, you weaponized police, bro.
There it is. Hold on. Yeah, so he has it in this. He has it here. So I have a sneaking suspicion he just doesn't have it when he's doing the investigation in this series. I mean, not series, video.
You stole your brother's keep, got his bank account fast.
Yeah, it's not there when he's doing the investigation. It doesn't look like.
You said 200,000, then you changed your mind because you realized suddenly you had to pay the fine. When you're just repeating lines 35 times irrelevant. Ability to speak doesn't make you intelligent. $400 million, that's what you value that. You throw it all away for 0.05% of that.
I'm gonna be honest. That right there is probably my favorite fucking like actual segment of this song. You threw it all away for 0.05% of that. That entire rant right there. That is the thing. That is my favorite scene.
Brickman, let's think about this logically.
I didn't even notice this. Oh my god. He's a fucking disco ball. God damn it, I didn't even notice that.
Should the police help steal private property? Terrorize, overlies with no culpability. Pure hostility, courtroom futility. And that's just the AFP. Don't forget Sandy, Provo, Oregon, LAPD. Crying on TV, whispering sue me. Proving them right, police brutality. And all across the nation, all you've done is so division. Your decision, money driven, violates the Mormon mission. Throwing charges out all spurious, acting so furious. Tell me, I'm curious, it's making me furious. How can you justify your case against Ben Kenobi? A little clearer.
Maybe I underestimated how little volleyball appears in his own fucking story. Oh my god. Like, is it maybe an AI error that the ring disappears? Possibly, but considering the degree of care he's been taking with this, I have a sneaking suspicion it's more of a conscious decision to remove it in certain situations.
7 years of jail.
I could be wrong, so Holy Ball, if you're watching this and you see this and I'm dead wrong, feel free to correct me in the comments.
Time for him. What's the play here? Brickman, cover up your sins. Yeah, I heard you poke a...
Yeah, right there. Hold on. So that's the ring we're talking about. Hold on. So what was the thing we were talking about? If you go through the video, see a ring the Holy Ball wears. It's a CTR on it. The ring is an LDS ring. That means choose the right. So, okay, so I see the design for a CTR. It kind of struggles in this scene, but I see it.
Poke a meal, say you wanna make them whole, then you turn around and Rico try to cover what you stole, and now you're getting flustered trying to keep the people calm. No brick and mini man, here's a palm drop bomb. They do judge unrighteously, they do condemn the righteous, they justify the wicked for their money and they're pious.
And I can't help but notice no one else is wearing this ring, right? None of the other people. We didn't see the hands of the two lady missionaries, right? But I can't help but notice that again, none of the other people here, if that's an LDS thing, no one else here in this LDS community that's being criticized is wearing the thing, right? Accidentally reviews the video twice, right? I usually review a video 3 times.
In blood, band of robbers, all who stole the authority of law, and we all saw them fold, and they did obtain power and authority of people. They did distort the justice of the law, going evil. Covered up the crimes cause of covenants they swore, freed them from the grasp of law, stole the widows and the poor. I say,
go fund me. Yeah, fair enough. I actually forgot. I actually missed this part because it was like so fast. GoFundMe $427,000, 821. My brain is not working right now. I can't math. I've encountered dyscalculia, right? $427,821, right? Yeah, because they tried to take the GoFundMe too.
I say awake and arise from these combination lies for our God, our religion, our children, our wives. Rent your coats, then your cloaks, shake the dust, take your yokes, clean these folks, stop the hoax. Yeah, remember Elder Oaks. Oh, you mean this?
Yeah, you know what? Thank you for letting me know about the CTR thing, because I have a character for the web novel that is going to appear when we get back to Will's section of the story, and that character is going to probably need a CTR ring. It's going to be kind of interesting.
Say you're honest dealing with your fellow man. Last check, death threats.
Yeah, right there. He's wearing it here.
In the recommend plan, you went back on your contract, bold-faced recanting. We got ourselves some kingmen, caught them getty-yanting. Yes, those are the droids, now see to their restoration. Your lack of faith disturbs me, anti-consecration. No.
Yeah, there are times when the feds are actually right, and there are times when the local police are the ones that are right. It is a case-by-case basis. Hold on. So, Beeritarian says, LDS society is very high-trust society. It does lead to problems where there are scammers that use their connections as members to scam other Mormons. Yeah, this happens with the MLM stuff. They hide among regular Mormons using that. Interesting.
Pity after 2 years, this is culmination. Brick by your hands, excommunication. Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. Begging on.
Hold on, I'm gonna go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I count 11 here. Is this supposed to be the quorum of the 12 apostles? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Hands, excommunicate.
Yeah, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I only count 11, but I don't know. Maybe this is supposed to be the quorum of the 12. I don't know. Just, again, it would definitely help if I could have some answers to this.
Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. Begging on TV while your customers are dropping you. Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. You're running.
Wait, what did that say? Did that say all those in favor?
Customers are dropping you. Mafia.
All those in favor, fair enough.
It's the Mormon.
Hold on. Deseret handball. Okay, I don't know. I think that might be a play on Deseret.
Mormon Mafia. You're running out of lies while the whole world is watching you. Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. You better close shop, cause you know that we're onto you. Mafia, it's the Mormon Mafia. Yeah, this is where it ends, in the cells where we're locking you.
All right, so that is the third time we've gone through that video. Fair enough. I think whatever I could have said has been basically said at this point, right? Holy Ball has a vision, and he has worked tirelessly to make sure that vision comes through. Holy shit, right? Oh my god. So I love that video. It is on my offline playlist, to be perfectly honest, on YouTube. So let's see. Okay, that's fair. So yeah, that'll be the end of this episode. Holy Ball, if you see this, fucking great work. Okay, so that'll end that recording. Let's see. Penny says, okay. Fair enough. I saw the first one. What you described symptomatically was very out of left field for me. I was like, I have no idea what this is, to be perfectly honest. Which is very rare for me, to be perfectly honest, when it comes to neurology topics. Let's see, I'll look him up. More like Holy Mission, right? You should see if you can get him to come on sometime, and you can ask him questions. Oh, I would love to be perfectly honest, right? When we were talking, the one time we did talk about the Mormon religion, Counterintelligent wanted to do a little bit of debate with him, and I was like, hold on. I'm not Mormon, but also I know enough about Mormons to know that, like, you probably should ask what this person believes first before you start jumping into anything, right? So the last time we ended up talking, I was trying to ask him about, like, what specifically he believed, not necessarily what the Mormon temple believes. Because again, I'm more interested in talking to a person instead of the institution, although the institution is interesting to me as well, right? But yeah, that would definitely be a fun collab, though. I got a couple other collabs I should probably finish first, though. The Holy Ball is very hard working, puts a lot of detail in it. Oh, you can tell. Yes. Are you going to cut out the language detour? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I hate using the video editor, right? I hate that I'm gonna have to use the video editor on the damn like the Liquid Zulu reaction video. So that's gonna take a while, because That's probably a very long video already without me having to cut shit out of it. I'm not looking forward to that. God damn. Oh, I'm not looking forward to that. I'm describing it from my own perspective, which is weird perspective because it is brain damage perspective. I mean, that's fair, right? We can only really describe things from a perspective that we understand, and oftentimes that means like a perspective we've actually experienced ourselves, right? All right, let's see what we have here. Am I missing an eyebrow? Fucking hell, mate. So I want to cover this next weekend, to be perfectly honest, right? Keen's defense of AI. That way I can get through that. The Liquid Zulu one took way fucking longer than I expected it to. Let me see if I can find something. Let's see. I am gonna shoot a text message to someone, not a text message, but a Discord message to someone. Okay, hold on. Okay, so there's that. Okay, let me test something out. I want to see if there's anything that I need that I've been notified of. Ooh, Goji Chronic has a new video. I love Goji Chronic's power scaling vids. They're always funny. Not funny, but fun. Okay, I'm checking to see if someone that maybe wanted to collab today is willing to jump on. Okay, so they're jumping on. Okay, now I gotta find their page. Okay, that... They had to pick a name that's fucking hard to find in the search engine optimization. Okay. There we go. Okay. There we go. They should be hopping on soon. So we're going to cover one more song, and that should probably cover that. So, understood, Penny. All right.
Okay, I'm in.
Roger that. Fell asleep during the Zulu vid, not your fault. I mean, to be fair, it was a long fucking video. Okay. I mean, that... Okay, to catch you up to speed, Doctor, the Zulu video on its own is 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm gonna have to use a video editor to actually cut.
And if I'm joining in this thing, you probably should share your screen and put me into your...
I know, I'm working on it. Hold on, I'm also activating the guest thing. Hold on, so deactivate that. Hold on, let's expand this here. That way we can move this over here. Okay. Now, since we're here, I can share my screen. Hold on. There we go. Share screen. Okay, can you see it?
It's loading. It's loading.
Well, that's...
Okay, I can now see your screen.
Okay, so we're doing cultural evolution today, right?
Yes.
Okay. What the fuck? An error occurred.
And to everyone, I did not tell... like, professional streamer, everyone.
So how exactly am I going to actually deal with... Okay, so how is it my control whether or not something that you put up actually can show up? Anyway, so let's... Okay, here we go. I have it set up now.
I don't know. It's your stream.
Yeah, I'd like to see you try to do one of these. That's the wrong one. Okay, so... Man, you didn't even put this on 180p. Ah, you cheap bastard. Oh, man.
It was kind of highest setting. It would let me post this thing for some reason.
Really? That's actually... Okay, next time...
Yeah, I have no idea why this...
okay. You were saying?
You kind of cut out there for me.
Oh. Well, I'm recording now for the
No, you
video.
were saying something about... next time you were going...
Oh yeah, no. Yeah. If you're having an issue with like the actual what'd you say, the video quality, like, let me know next time and I'll try to help you, because I've never had an issue where I couldn't upload a video less than 1080p. So I have no idea what happened. Okay. So
I try to get these things as the best quality as I can, so I'm not sure why this one in particular loaded very low quality.
that's fair. Okay, so we're very clearly in a museum with, on the left-hand side, we have the the old times, and on the right-hand side we have the new the future times. Right. I'm gonna turn chat off for just a bit so we can see it. We can see on the left-hand side we have the written word about around 12,000 BC. Hieroglyphics is 3100 BC. We have a timeline that's there. We have Egyptian-esque sculptures. We have cave paintings. At the back we see a line from survive to record to share to connect to meme to evolve. Along that line is early computers in the 1970s, dial-ups, and then dial-up days, 1990s. I remember that. 56,000 connecting. Forums and chat rooms, 2000s. Let's see. It's kind of hard to read that. Let's see. The dawn of social media, 2010s. What a time, right? Then we have the meme language. Memes are language. One does not simply. That's a fucking classic.
Yeah.
Big Chungus was a mistake. Riz, I hate that word, but I get it. Fantax, god damn it. Lost.jp, that's funny. Brainrot Archive, level up culture +1. Such wisdom. I remember the fucking Doge era too. We don't just consume culture, we create it. And you have me holding Rage Comics. And then you're holding a fucking, what looks like to be a cuneiform tablet of some kind. Ye old die,
Yeah.
right? How tall is Doctor if a cosmic is like 3 feet? That's a good question, but my character's also a shapeshifter, so... The Doctor is in. Yes, Penny.
Well,
Doctor of Insanity is here.
Yeah. Well, if you basically look at my character sheet that I have on my X for my size, I literally just put variable.
I also noticed you have the fucking Pepe the Frog and the This Is Fine meme in the other hand. Keonalis is hi, by the way. Let's see. Welcome to the long enough stream. This stream's not very long. The stream has only been on for 4 hours. The last stream was like 7. Yeah, this is basically a meme museum. You're not wrong. Let's see. Goddamn dial-up. That sound terrorized a whole generation. You're not wrong about that, right? But also
And just to note.
You going?
Oh, I was going to tell chat like all the other songs that we have covered, plus the songs that we haven't covered yet. I have actually had you listen to give me your opinion. This one's kind of one song you haven't listened to yet because I wanted you to see to be a surprise.
Yeah, and I also noticed you used the robot version that you ginned of me, because I could see the division of the upper arm right after the sleeve on both sides.
Oh no, this was long before I even did the robot version of you.
No, fair enough. It did look like a robot version of. And you consistently are one of the few people who can consistently get the third eye correct and the characters correct.
Yeah, when I was surprised when I ginned this thing because like the only thing I had to change was I had to remove a line in the middle of the box.
Fair. All right. So without further ado, let's make sure the captions are on. The captions are on. This is a 3-minute song, so hopefully this will be only an hour. All right, let us go. I already like that sound, by the way. I already like that sound.
Sticking out your gap for the nerds, look.
I fucking hate you with a passion, by the way. You know how I feel about this particular meme. God damn it.
It's one of the signs of culture revolution. From cave walls to pixel screens, we paint our dreams in beams. Memes are the new hieroglyphs to code what it means.
Well, you're not wrong about that. Memes are, in a very real sense, the new hieroglyphs.
Distracted boyfriend turning heads. This is fine through the flames. Pepper the frog in every squad.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
We laughing through the pain. Risen the air with the effortless charm.
Oh, come the fuck on. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Apparently my computer has just my computer. There we go. It's not even the internet connection, because if it was, you would have cut off too.
Culture and inclusion is the game. We level up the language every day. It's not the same. Viral waves crashing faster, remixing yesterday. What was normie yesterday is classic today. This is culture. Culture's evolving. New drops are different. The timeline's revolving. From rage comics to brain rot kings, we're scripting the future with silly little things. And Sigma moves, Phantom tax the old rules. We making brand new grooves. This is culture. Feel the revolution.
They're getting out on my end.
New memes are the heartbeat of evolution.
The song's cutting out on your end? Hello? You there?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it cutting? You said it's cutting out on your end?
Right. Yeah.
Oh. I don't know what I can do about that, to be perfectly honest.
Well, it's just going to be one of those streams then.
New memes are the heartbeat
And then not ask for those
of
cards
evolution.
first.
Big Chung is stacking plates. Dog wisdom never fades. Rick Roll still catching fools in rage. One is not simply walking the mortar, but we stroll through the feed. Lost JGJ got us staring, processing what we need. They say the content might be dated, but the message is timeless. We remix the chaos, turn nonsense into diamonds.
Yes, you can tell I had fun with this.
6'9" to the 6'7".
Clearly.
7, 8, 4, 3, 2, 5, 1, 9, 5, 2, 3, 3, 4, 1, 9, 0, 2, 1. All the numbers till we make the delicious pie. Bouncing on everything, Dale, straight up into the sky. We broke the old ways, we edge the frontier. Brain road or enlightenment, it's all in the mirror. This is culture, culture's evolving. New drops are different, the timeline's revolving. From rage comics to brain road kings, we're scripting the future with silly little things. And Sigma moves, and Adam takes the old rules. We making brand new grooves. This is culture, feel the revolution. New memes are the heartbeat of evolution.
I noticed there's a couple of lines in there that
Memes are the heartbeat of evolution.
I noticed there's a couple of lines in there that seem to oh, those actually might be instruments, not vocals.
Yeah.
Sticking out your guide for the nerds. Yeah, it's evolution, cultural mutation, pure elation. Memes forever, generation after generation, after generation after generation after generation.
You had to put the fucking Coroni fucking line in there at the very end, didn't you? God damn. Are people still getting mad over Rickroll? Yeah, people are still getting mad over Rickroll.
Yes.
Dogs are barking for. Penny thinks the lyrics are
I think
good.
this might be the one. Yeah. I think this might be the one song that basically. Oh, thank you, Penny. Yeah, I think this is like the one song that kind of left you mostly speechless throughout the entire thing.
Well, to be fair, I actually was listening to it to see. I was listening to the music itself to see what was going on. Right, it was 7 hours of cuss because of the tangents.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Like this music, it's quite good. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to make sure that I'm actually Dr. Arms enough. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so I'm just making sure I'm caught up with chat. Okay, so I like the beat of the song, but yes, I can already see what it is you're doing here. Like, I can already see what you're doing here, and again, it's like, damn, yeah, I could see. It's still. This is actually genuinely creative, especially compared to what a lot of people are doing, because like you're trying. We'll go line by line, right? We'll treat this like we have every other one.
Sticking out your gut for the nerds, look.
Every time Keen is on, you are on Cosmic. Fair enough. So, sticking out your jet for Nerizzler, again, it's just...
Huh?
I'm just saying, it's like, this is very clearly the Bee-Boo
There's a
version.
reason. You know exactly the reason why I chose this specific
Yes,
line.
this is the Bee-Boo version. The fucking, please, make them stop, Kelly.
Yes, that's exactly kind of the reason why I chose it.
It's one of the signs of culture revolution.
And I will say, I will say, I had to generate this song more times than I had any other song because instead of saying Nerizzler, it kept changing it to a very specific word. And one that would basically kind of get YouTube on our butts if we say it.
Oh, the N-word.
Yes.
Okay. So I wanted to turn
Yeah, I'm actually
Nerizzler...
surprised it took you that long to actually realize it.
What do you mean it took me that long? You didn't even finish the question. Anyway, so the fucking what was I saying? So they wanted to turn Nerizzler into the N-word. That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay. So. Oh my goodness. You can also phonetically spell it out, and usually it'll work, right? I couldn't do that with the Arabic when I tried the when I tried the anti-Islam song, but just putting in the actual Arabic actually fixed that problem.
Yeah, that's kind of how I ended up fixing it.
Let's see. I put the others on my list, but my list is over 1,000. That's a long list, right? We was admiring Giat yesterday. Oh, we were, right? Hey, Doctor was in that chat room. Right? He is very well aware that we were admiring Giat yesterday, right? And we were equal opportunity Giat admiring, right? We had stuff for the heterosexual males and the heterosexual females in that stream. Anyway, so it's one of the signs of cultural evolution.
I don't know this gay dude.
So it's one of the signs of the cultural evolution, right? The change of culture, and yeah,
Yes.
the memes are very literally just like the ever-changing subculture.
From cave walls to pixel screens, we paint our dreams in beams.
Okay, so from cave walls to pixel screens, so we're talking from the truly ancient, right? We're talking about like, from almost 2 million years ago, right? Man first started when man came into being, to now, and to where we're using pixel screens. We paint our dreams in beams. Now, beams is an interesting question because that's kind of how the actual monitors work, is it not? Where it's like, yes, like you send a beam of electrons through the wire in a coordinated way to activate one by one at blinding speed diodes in the actual what do you call it, monitor, to create an image, right? Through the manipulation of RGB. You okay there?
Yeah.
Okay, through the manipulation of the RGB, subpixels. And you can see this if you use like a camera to like record a TV screen, right? How you get this little flickering effect that you don't see with your eye because the camera is capturing again the incomplete image as it's being repeatedly generated in the TV screen, right? So yeah, we paint our dreams in beams, right? That's literally how we get these things to show up on TV screens. Let's see. My two React SEU list has 1,559 SEU videos on it right now. God help you, Penny. Holy crap. Armed, not really, and dangerous, not really. You are as bad as a cosmic.
All
that. At least Penny has a list, right? I'm fucking winging this.
New hieroglyphs decoding what it means.
So memes are the new hieroglyphs
decoding. Cutting out for me.
So memes are the new hieroglyphs decoding what it means, right? So obviously memes are what we're talking about here is like in the case of like communicating in this visual medium, right? Hieroglyphs, because hieroglyphs can encode a lot of meaning into a small frame, right? Most people don't really understand how hieroglyphs work or like how any of these logographic systems from the ancient world actually work, because it's actually a lot more sophisticated than people think, but it's also much easier than people think at the same time. But yes, this is symbolic communication, so decoding what it means. These memes aren't vacuous, right? They actually carry meaning. That's why they're funny, right? A meaningless joke doesn't mean anything, right? Even in the case of like the Jewish, like the Chabad jokes, right? Where it's like Meshuggah, right? It just sounds funny. Well, guess what? That's actually encoded in the fact in the word itself, right? It's a funny collection of sounds. It's intrinsically funny, right? So literally content for years, right? That's part of the thing with like being an internet historian is decoding the meaning of the memes, right? The DNA of the soul.
Distracted boyfriend turning heads. This is fine.
Which is why in memes.
Right. So again, this is a catalog of memes that most of which are currently dead, right? Distracted boyfriend turning heads. We literally all know which one this is, right? The literally it's like the comparative meme where it's like you could use that to show it's like what someone has versus what someone could have, or what someone has versus what someone could want, right? Versus this is fine through the flames. Yeah, there's the guy lying to yourself as everything is collapsing around you meme. You're literally holding that one in your left hand, actually, in the image. Okay.
Very much so.
Okay, so there's two Pepe the Frogs in here, because like Pepe Frog in every squad. Chatelet, my brothers, right? Remember when the fucking... Oh my god, I remember when everyone was freaking out about internet meme magic because of all the fucking synchronicities with Pepe the Frog. Like, oh yeah, Kek. Wait, did you know Kek was an Egyptian god? You're making that up, son. What do you mean that's actually real? What do you mean Kek is a god of frogs, right? Chatelet, and then turns out Chatelet was an actual fucking song from an Italian singer. It's like, wait, what? It was like a strange amount of synchronicity with the whole Pepe the Frog music. Wait, what the fuck is going on? The funniest synchronicity of that time was the 4chaner drawing Pepe the Frog as like, hugging the American flag, and then like a week later, Donald Trump does that exact thing. And it's like, truly, this is internet meme magic. And then it led to the whole funny story about the Tumblr witches getting into magic battles with the fucking chaos magicians of 4chan. And the Tumblr witches being like, they are wielding, the Tumblr witches unironically saying that the 4chan wizards are wielding like extreme power. It's too dangerous to fight them. Right? It's just like, it was so fucking funny going through that whole thing. Oh my god. There's a whole book. There's unironically a whole book on that entire thing. And it's like, God in heaven, what are we doing here?
Truly an amazing time to be on the net.
MAGA is an Egyptian god too. I'd have to look that up, but I'm not familiar with that one off the top of my head. Let's see, symbols are symbolic, indeed. Petty Bloomfield says, Kanakin, one day I did a react to over 28 videos, but my usual is maybe 2 to 3 average per day. I put them into multi-packs mostly. That's a fair way to do that, to be perfectly honest. Gamergate veterans, right?
Good luck with that.
Pepper the Frog in every squad, yeah. We laughing through the pain.
Riz in the air with the effortless charm. All the points
Riz in the air with the effortless charm. Again, the Riz itself being a meme, right? The corruption of the word charisma, but like Riz being literally defined as effortless charm. So this line is basically a tautology. Okay.
all the points that
Aura points.
Yeah, I was very on the nose with this song.
Yeah, again, aura points stacking, raising the alarm. Again, just like, literally talking about aura farming, right? I don't see that one on the wall anywhere, though. Raising the alarm.
raising the alarm. Culture and inclusion is the game.
So cultural inclusion is the game.
We level up the
Okay, so that verse ended with cultural inclusion is the game, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And I didn't ask for the whistling; it just added in there, and I loved it.
Okay, so cultural inclusion is the game. I don't know if cultural inclusion is the game as much as it is a selectivity of inclusion, right? Because obviously part of the point of these memes is that if you're either in the know or you're not in the know, right? And by the time you catch up with whether or not you're, what the meme means, it may very well be dead, right? So there's an internal gatekeeping mechanism there. Anyone is welcome.
Or it's evolved into a new form.
Yeah. So in that case, it's like anyone is welcome so long as they can understand the magic language, right?
Yes.
Since the number that appears per day is probably over 20 average now, I fall behind more every day. Understandable. Maga is a croc god and child of Seth. Hold on. I'm gonna have to look this up. Right? No, we're gonna get more crazy fucking cult of Kek bullshittery in the chat right now. Hold on. I'm gonna have to look this up.
And who knew my meme song could actually be educational?
Right?
language every day. It's not the same.
So we level up the language every day. It's not the same. Again, the constant cultural evolution, right? Again, these memes can be very short-lived or they can be very, very enduring, right? It all depends. But each and every time the meme is not... Keep going.
Yeah, it's like sometimes the meme can only last for a month. And yeah, there have been memes that have only lasted for like a month or two. And then we have memes like Rickrolls. Like, how old is that meme? And it's still going.
Huh, he's actually right. An Egyptian crocodile god sired by Seth. Interesting.
So Donald Trump is a crocodile.
A uterine amulet in the Oriental Institute collection. Interesting. I can open up DOI. Okay. So every day it's not the same. Again, constantly changing. And the point of that is that memes also serve as a sort of socioelectric function, right? The memes that the boomers are going to use are not the same memes that, for example, Gen Alpha are going to use, and they're not the same memes that millennials are going to use. And communities will have their own memes, right? It's like back in the day when they had fucking, if I remember correctly, there was a group on Facebook called the Road to El Dorado Gold Posting, right? And gold posting because it was shit posting, and it came because someone pointed out that the Aztec word for gold and silver actually literally translates to the excrement of gods, right? So, and it's like, hold on, we're shit posting, right? So since this is all about the Road to El Dorado and like fucking DreamWorks films, and the Road to El Dorado is the thing that we started this with, why don't we just call it gold posting? It's like an esoteric way to say shit posting, and it's like, that's funny, right? So it's like even communities can have their own...
Get this through the middle.
Yeah, and to be fair, that itself is a meme, right? So it's like there are specific community memes as well that you either know or you don't, and that indicates you're standing in that particular group, right? Somewhere Abe Simpson is not being it anymore, right? Would explain a lot. with the politicians being
but
lizard
that's
people and all.
also why. Yeah, but that's also kind of why I decided to add in several older memes that are no longer around, because like it fits with the whole entire cultural evolution.
Oh no, it's obvious, right? It's obvious why you did this.
Viral waves crashing faster, remixing yesterday.
So viral waves crashing faster. Again, like as we get more and more inundated into the online lifestyle, right? Those who are terminally online, the more terminally online you are, the faster the meme waves crash, right? Whether or not the memes actually survive or get filtered out is another story. But the people who are terminally online have this experience of, again, the memes are constantly changing, they're constantly evolving, they're changing to new conditions in the mimetic environment, whereas people who are not in that particular terminally online state don't really understand these new memes because they're not keeping up with it, right? They're not terminally online. But yeah, remixing yesterday is a large part of how these memes are evolving. Literally any evolved form of a meme is remixing that which happened yesterday, right? And this is effectively, funny enough, what I call memes the genes of the soul, right? From Metal Gear Solid reference. Well, that's effectively how genes work, is it not? The remixing of yesterday.
Taking what worked and making a new twist on it.
Eldorado waifu Chell was fucking top tier waifu material. One does not simply walk to Eldorado.
What was normie yesterday is classic today.
What was normie yesterday is classic today. This is, yes, you're very clearly referring to examples of like things that may have very well been like overlooked in the time, and then suddenly they just fucking rocket in popularity as a meme for X, Y, or Z reason. This happens fucking all the time, right? Sometimes with shit where it's like, has anyone even seen this film? And the answer is no. No one has ever actually seen this film. It's just kind of rocketed into popularity, right?
Like take the Spider-Man 3 dance. Like everyone hated that movie, but nowadays you see that dance everywhere.
Everyone made,
and the dance was one of the reasons people turned away. Yeah, everyone turned away from the movie when the dance came up, even before they got into the rest of it. Because it's like, now you see that dance everywhere.
You even see it in the fucking opening to the Chainsmoker cat fucking anime that's coming out, right? Oh my god. Yes, absolutely. That's actually a really good example. There are other examples, but that is actually a pretty good one.
This is culture, culture's evolving. New drops hit different, the timeline's revolving.
So this is culture. Culture's evolving. So again, we're making a statement about, again, what memes are. What is the culture? Memes are part of the culture, right? Culture's evolving. So if culture evolves, how does culture evolve? And it evolves through memes, because culture is composed of memes. Now, when we say memes, oftentimes we mean funny image macros. That's not the technical definition of a word meme. A meme is any informational unit that is transmitted from point A to point B as a cultural substrate, right? So yes, these are technically minor memes, but there are more major memes, right? And more major memes we don't usually treat as memes, but they are still memes, right? They are just more foundational to how society actually functions, right? It's like, what's a good example? Kneeling at...
We're bringing up like most of those things, but I'll say I agree with you.
That's like kneeling at church. That is a meme, right? That is that is a piece of cultural information and encoded into practice, but it's also foundational, right? If you go to church, you're probably not going to think of it as the same category as one does not simply walk into Mordor, because they're not, in the same way that like major genes in a genetic code are not the same as minor genes, right? You can afford to lose minor genes, but not necessarily major genes. And the same thing goes with like cultural memes.
Oh no, I lost the genes that produced the liver.
Well, it's not. All right. So new drops hit different. Almost sounds like an NFT, to be perfectly honest, right? Almost sounds like an NFT.
Yeah.
And the timeline's revolving. It's like literally the
Almost.
the fucking Kirsche line. What's that line Kirsche says? Time is a flat circle, right? Timeline, it's a time circle, right? So wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. Literally, the whole concept of a timeline revolving is also a meme from Doctor Who, right?
Yeah, It's a revolving door, and we're just basically walking in it.
Right.
From Rage Comics to Brain Rot Kings.
So from Rage Comics to Brain Rot Kings, I don't know what particularly is a Brain Rot King, but obviously Brain Rot is, we're going through like a temporal progression, right? Rage Comics used to be really, really popular, and you still see some people use them because everyone can intuitively understand what a Rage comic is actually saying, right? What it's actually doing. So it's still quite useful, even if people don't really use it. But at the same time, like, we went from Rage Comics to Brain Rot in the cultural evolution for a reason, right? The fucking inundation of, like, social media, per se, has absolutely wrecked the brains of a lot of people. And you can find Brain Rot in fucking YouTube Shorts. You can find Brain Rot in TikTok. In fact, YouTube Shorts model after TikTok. And TikTok is designed to destroy, certain groups of people by the Chinese Communist Party, but that's neither here nor there, right? Time is a spiral, space is a curve. Okay, fair enough. Right? So yeah,
Scripting the future with silly little things.
we're scripting the future with silly little things. Again, like, all future endeavors are ultimately built off of the memes of the past, the serious memes of the past at the very least, right? Even though the few silly memes of now can evolve into the silly memes of the future, right? So again, scripting the future with silly little things, it's not just the serious things, but the silly things that also influence how the future is going to develop and, progress. Let's see.
You never know which ones are going to be the ones surviving. Like the person who wrote the first negative review that we have about the dude who basically insulted his slave and showed him copper. You think that he died will last for so long?
Yeah, to be fair, that became a meme though because everyone kind of understands the complaint, to be perfectly honest. Not the complaint of the person per se, but the complaint that has been made, receiving the complaint. Oh my god. Hold on. Philip says, I know you got dizzy, but try not to lose your nerves. It's a Rush song. Right? Oh my god. Hold on. So for anyone who doesn't know what... hold on. So for anyone who doesn't know what Doctor of Insanity is talking about, he's talking about Ea Nasur. So Ea Nasur is the author of the oldest customer complaint ever recorded. And it is quite a thing to read. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Complaint, read online. It's not very long. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Here the earliest recorded. No. It's a complaint tablet to Ea Nasur. Success. Okay, yes, just fucking load the thing, you bastard. Right? Okay, here we go. It reads as follows. Tell Ea Nasur, Nani sends the following message. When you came, you said to me as follows. I will give Gimil Sin, when he comes, fine quality copper ingots. You left then, but you did not do what you promised me. You put ingots which were not good before my messenger, Sit Sin, and said, if you want to take them, take them. If you do not want to take them, go away. What do you take me for? That you treat me like treat somebody like me with such contempt. I have sent as messengers gentlemen like ourselves to collect the bag with my money deposited with you, but you have treated me with contempt by sending them back to me empty-handed several times, and that through enemy territory. Is there anyone among the merchants who trade with Telmun who has treated me in this way? You alone treat my messenger with contempt on account that one trifling mina of silver which I owe you. You feel free to speak in such a way while I have given you to the palace of on your behalf 1,800 pounds of copper, and Umi Abum has likewise given 1,080 pounds of copper, apart from what we both have had written on a sealed tablet to be kept in the temple of Samas. How have you treated me for that copper? You have withheld my money bag from me in my in enemy territory. It is now up to you to restore my money to me in full. Take cognizance that from now on, I will not accept here any copper from you that is not of fine quality. I shall from now on select and take the ingots individually in my own yard, and I shall exercise against you my right of rejection because you have treated me with contempt. Right? It's just objectively speaking, the oldest fucking customer complaint ever recorded, right? It's just like, huh, interesting. I think we've all had this exact experience before, right? It's interesting to see that people 5,000 years ago, like, were having this exact same fucking experience. And yeah, so he Aonasur kind of became a meme, to be perfectly honest. It's like, you are the worst ingot copper trader. You're the worst ingot copper trader I've ever seen, heard of. It's like, but you have heard of me, right? Fucking hell, mate. Okay, let's continue. So Gyat Riz and Sigma moves. I fucking hate everything about this particular line, but I get it.
Sigma moves, Phantom Tax, the old rules, we making brand new grooves.
So Phantom Tax, the old rules, we making brand new grooves. I don't remember explicitly what Phantom Tax is, to be perfectly honest. You might have to explain that one just a bit. Hello?
Hang on, let me see if I can bring up the definition.
Okay.
Hello?
So while you're bringing up the definition, I will continue.
Gen Alpha slang term referring to the act of jokingly taking a portion of a friend's food or snack.
Oh, that's fucking vile. But anyway, yeah. Okay, so now that we have that, Phantom Tax, the old rules, we making brand new grooves. So again, we making brand new grooves is this exact thing right here, right? We're actually just making new content, new music, new things to like groove to. But Phantom Tax is the old rule,
From the
right?
old stuff.
Yeah, Phantom Tax, the old rule. In this case, it's like, so it's not only that it is the old rule, but we're saying Phantom Tax is and do this thing, right? The old rules. So we're literally taking from the old rules to make into the new rules.
Yep.
Okay.
The old rules, we making brand new grooves. This is culture, feel the revolution.
And again, this is culture, feel the revolution. It's almost like a perpetual revolution of the culture, right? So why it's so hard to pin down sometimes.
There's always a wall.
New memes are the heartbeat of the evolution again, because like it. The DNA of society doesn't just survive on the recirculation of that which came before. It requires the introduction of new mutations to adapt to the environment, the changes in environment that cultures experience, right? So it's actually a good thing that new mimetic information comes into society from time to time, even though sometimes not all memes are good. Some memes are absolutely deleterious and some memes are absolutely advantageous, right? Phantom, real name Robert Esquiano, Twitch streamer. God. So yeah, the new meme.
And I sometimes wish I can have you listen to basically the audio glitching on my end of you because it just sounds weird at times.
Yeah, hold on. Let me try something. What about now?
Yeah. Okay. Let's see if this works.
A bit louder, eh? I don't know if this is actually going to fix the problem, but it's worth a try.
No, you had like a. Oh, so far it sounds like it's fixed the problem.
Okay. So now that we figured out that problem, let's continue. New memes, the heartbeat of evolution. We already covered this part. What'd you say?
I think I got desynced a little on my end.
Oh, possibly.
I think basically the shared screen got desynced.
No, I heard you. That's why I'm like, that's entirely possible, but I can't. Hold on, let me close that out and then reload.
I don't actually need it.
Okay.
Big Chungus stacking plates, dog wisdom never fades.
So yeah, Big Chungus stacking plates. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I hated Big Chungus, so I don't actually know that much about this particular meme. Other than I fucking hate it, to be perfectly honest. Doge wisdom never fades, which is really funny.
Hey, the sensitive community absolutely loved the Big Chungus.
Oh, I'm aware. I am very well aware. But Doge wisdom never fades, which is fucking funny because Doge went from just like an image macro to being like a literal fucking government, the pseudo government agency, right? It's actually an NGO because it was never actually part of the government. But it's like the whole purpose of it was like, yes, we're gonna apply some common sense, like financial, restraints to the government. It's like, damn, Doge did just become wisdom, right?
Dare I say, Doge evolved?
Right. And also, not to mention Dogecoin, right? Which is a shit coin that I would definitely not invest into. Monero is superior in every way, but anyway. Rickroll still catching fools in raids. Again, people still get caught with Rickrolls because some of these people don't even know, especially the younger ones, what a Rickroll is. Which means that they are absolutely rife for being Rickrolled. Right.
Roll still catching fools in raids. One is not simply walking the mortar, but we stroll through the feed.
They're the prime targets for it striking them.
Right? One does not simply walk into Mordor, but we stroll through the feed. So it's easier to... We're not trying to do anything particularly egregious, right? It's like, we're not trying to walk into... We're not trying to fucking Naruto run into Area 51. Another meme that I think people forgot about a long time ago, right? So we're not trying to Naruto run through Area 51. We're just strolling through the feed. It's not like we're trying to fucking like accost the great mountain, right? We're not going to be humbled by the humbling river.
Destroy the one ring.
How can you hate Chungus? It's a funny word. I don't know. It fills me with a kind of... It fills me with a very idiosyncratic ire, to be perfectly honest. Right? I know I am in the minority here. I just do not like Big Chungus.
Lost JGJ got a staring processing what we need.
So lost.jpg got us staring, processing what we need. And obviously everyone's familiar... I don't know if everyone's familiar with Lost, but for anyone who doesn't know what Lost is, it is a comic from a old comedy web comic that decided it wanted to try, instead of being comedic, to be serious. And for its first serious subplot, it decided that they were going to cover the story of a miscarriage, and that miscarriage was introduced in a four-panel setup. Where again, it's like rush to the hospital, get to the hospital, talk to the doctor, and then the guy is just like by the side of the bed while the woman is like fucking crying. I don't remember if it was an abortion or a miscarriage. Either way, it was fucking like, this is not set up properly. This did not land the way that you wanted to, and people have for fucking decades after that made fun of Lost for being fucking cartoonishly ridiculous on this degree. Run across new broadcast, right? Lost got us staring. Everyone was got to stare at their screen with it.
Whatever you do.
Huh?
Yeah. I was going to say, it's like, whatever changes you did in order to try to fix the thing that was going on with the volume did not work, but it's okay. We can roll with this.
It's an issue on your end. Literally no one else has a problem with this. But anyway.
I think it's an issue with our connection.
No, that's what I'm saying. But anyway, process.
Yeah, that's one thing. We can roll with this still.
They say the content might be dated, but the message is timeless.
So they say the content might be dated, but the message is timeless. Like, again, the ridicule of people who continue to use old dead memes, right? I think my favorite dead meme is just because it was such a mode of contention is Millhouse is not a meme. Millhouse is not a meme was such a fucking issue. It was such a fucking recurrent theme that Millhouse may not have been a meme, but Millhouse is not a meme became a meme in and of itself, right? Again, the content might be dead, but the message is timeless, right? Not everything in itself is a meme. Hold on. It was a miscarriage. Okay, I thought it was a miscarriage. I could not remember for the life of me if it was an abortion. But it's like, okay, so it was a miscarriage. It was poorly written. That's one thing. It was very poorly written, and people took all kinds of piss out of that comic, to be perfectly honest. Let's see. Goddamn fly, I know if I have a house spider and a daddy long legs in the room, they're not paying rent. Right? What you need is a huntsman. Right? But the message is timeless. It's like, yeah, fair enough. Even though the meme oftentimes is like sensitive for like temporal constraints, the general point of the meme usually points to something beyond the meme itself, right? It's not just self-referential.
We remix the chaos, turn nonsense into diamonds.
Again, remix the chaos, turn nonsense into diamonds. Like, this apparently meaningless nonsense can be repurposed into something actually usable and like exploitable, right? Going from nice to 6'9" to the 6'7" whatever. I fucking hate that this actually makes sense, because 6'9" was the 69 was the funny number. People would put 69 in their fucking. No, you're actually making a really good point here. People would actually put the 69 in different things just because it was funny number, because sex, and then all of a sudden over time it just became replaced by 6'7". Why is 6'7" funny? Oh, because it's not, because it literally means nothing. But because we use 6'7", people think it means something. It's like, oh, son of a bitch, right? They both operate under the logic of funny number, though. For different reasons, but they both operate under the logic of number funny. God damn it.
From the nice
That's the whole reason I put this into the song.
Yeah.
6, 7, whatever. 7, 8, 4, 3, 2, 5, 1, 9, 5, 2, 3, 3, 4, 1, 9, 0, 2, 1.
So this is definitely interesting. This is 78, 43, 25, 19, 52, 33, 41, 90, 21. All of these being numbers that I am assuming that you have some kind of cultural meaning behind. Because like I at least recognize 52 with things like the new 52, right?
Okay, so the reason why I put in there, since because I said we went from the nice 6'9" to the 6'7", whatever, and then I just put in a bunch of jumbled numbers throwing. It's like, hey, there's a bunch of possibilities on what these numbers that the next culture could throw in there, and we don't know exactly what it's going to be.
Okay, so this isn't a reference to any specific number joke, but rather just to the point that numbers can be repurposed into meaningful units outside of math. Okay. The Mind of Raw says, what is 6'7"? The answer to life of the universe and everything. God damn it. Oh, 6 times 7. Fair enough. 42. God, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
All the numbers till we make the delicious pie. Bouncing up.
All the numbers till we make the delicious pie. Again, pie itself was a bit of a meme, right? Pie Day is March 14th, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes.
Like, there's nothing intrinsically special behind that day. It is simply just, oh yeah, it is the closest date that conforms to the number pi, right? Just like, again, May the 4th is a Star Wars date just because May the Force be with you, right? It's a homonym. 42, the answer. Hello, frickin' Moses.
Why are you freaking Moses?
I will say my favorite contribution that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy has made to culture, and I'm not going to put this on because then I'm going to have to because then I'd have to edit it out. But so long and thanks for all the fish. A perfect circle. I fucking love this song, and it has a really good music video, to be perfectly honest. This is a fucking biting critique of the false the lies of that a lot of people live in the modern era. I love this song. It is a scathing critique But yeah, it obviously came from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and the dolphins leaves so long and thanks for all the fish, right? So if anyone wants a song to listen to after this, I love that song. Bouncing on everything, Dio, straight up into the sky again. Bounce on it, Dio, right? The fucking Pika, was it a Pikami meme first, or was it a Henya meme? Okay.
Henya.
So it was Henya, okay.
I don't even think Bounce on It was basically during the time of Pikami. I think it was not until after she became Henya's when basically people started using Bounce on It.
That's fair. Moses says, I prefer the 1918 show over the movie. I mean, that's a fair point, position. It was all planned by evil dolphins. I prefer the
Simpsons parody.
I think it was actually the mice that planned it, to be if I remember correctly, right? I could be remembering it wrong. I was never a big fan of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But if I remember correctly, I think it was actually the mice that planned it. I don't like that line, but fair enough. We pog the old ways is fine, but we edge the frontier. I hate that part of the line. I know what you're saying. I know what you're doing there. But like, we pog the old ways. Pog is a classic of Justin TV. I actually think that it might be older than Twitch per se. Is Pog a Twitch thing, or was that all the way back with Justin TV? I don't know. I genuinely don't remember. But like, Pog also is...
I don't know either.
But you know what? Pog is another one of those memes that actually goes deeper than people think. Because fucking, hold on. Pog etymology. We go here, we can also see that, like, people take this meme way too fucking seriously.
It's been turning into basically a life lesson about memes.
Right? It's like, is there a word with a longer etymology chain than Pog? For some reason, the fucking videos are not loading. I fucking hate that. Okay, so yeah, it's like you have people talking about the etymology chain of Pog. Just fucking example, right? It's just like talking about memes and people taking shit too seriously, right? And to the answer to the question of the above video, yes, 26 minutes trying to prove this. So just again on the issue of Pog, it goes deeper than you could possibly imagine. Apparently, we are not getting the answer to the etymology chain of Pog because this whatever faggy system is going on right now is deciding to not function. Alright, so fuck it. We just continue. So brain rot or enlightenment, it's all in the mirror, right? One man's brain rot meme is another man's this is fucking gold, right? The mice were the ones who hired them to make the Earth to get the question 42. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it was interdimensional mice. PogChamp. Hold on. Oh, now it pops up. Hold on. Here's the thing with the Pog, right?
I mapped out the entire etymology of poggers. In case you didn't know, poggers, a term used in internet slang for excitement, has one of the craziest etymologies in the entire English language. And I mapped the entire thing out. Our story starts over 5,000 years ago in Proto-Indo-European, where the root peh meant to hurt, ancestor to the Latin word patior, to suffer. Probably. Latin etymology is difficult. That Latin term passed through Old French and eventually gave us the English word passion. A similar story happens with the word fruit, which passed through Old French, through Latin, ultimately coming from another Indo-European root, this time meaning to enjoy or make use of. Meanwhile, there's the word naranga in Sanskrit, which means orange, whose origin is unknown. Here are a couple of theories. Whatever its origin,
language nerds are fucking crazy.
The Sanskrit term passes through Persian, Arabic, and then a bunch of old Romance languages before eventually giving us the English word orange. Finally, there's the word guava, which comes through Spanish from Taino. I was able to trace this word back some, but I'm sure an expert in the Arawakan languages could trace it back further. From passion and fruit, we get passion fruit, plus orange and guava gives us pog, a tropical juice drink created in Hawaii composed of those three ingredients, from which we get the word Pog, an alternative name for the children's game Milk Caps.
Yep.
Before we go any lower, though, we have to go all the way back up to Proto-Indo-European, where the root camp gives us the Latin word campus, which meant field, and yes is where English gets the word campus. This word passes on into Frankish, where we tack on the verbal suffix, so we get a verb that means something like to do battle in a field, plus the agent suffix, where we get something like the one who does battle in a field, the battler, or the champion. Champion is shortened to champ, and in late 2010, a couple of Twitch streamers play a game of Pogs, where the winner is crowned the Pog Champ, which quickly becomes a Twitch emote. PogChamp is shortened to Pog, and in 2017, the ERS suffix is added to finally give us the word Poggers. Now that is a Poggers etymology. I mapped out
The background to the word PogChamp, right? The lore goes deep in the PogChamp community, right? Oh my god. Hello, Road.
Again, this is basically like a 3-minute hit, a meme song. It's like, and you're learning a lot about basically meme culture in this one thing.
And then it led to this golden fucking thing. I love this meme with a passion.
Fine, I guess you are my little
Same.
PogChamp. Come here.
What's even funnier is if you've ever actually watched Kill la Kill, this is fucking hysterical. Right? This is actually fucking funny. Holy shit. Kionala says, is this a diss on that on us for that language detour? Nah, it's just I am one of the language nerds who makes everything worse, right? I have arrived and have no context for what's going on. It's gonna get more confusing, trust me. I forgot about Pogs, right? I see I have gotten context.
Even apparently, and trust me, it's like, even if you guys didn't do that whole entire language detour that I missed, it's like, he was still gone on this detour.
I would have, yes. And I'm going to play that PogChamp thing later, too. Again, at the end of the video, right? I see I have gotten context. Pog enough. Midaros says, by the way, the ACII code for asterisk is 42. So the meaning of life is to multiply, the rest is a footnote. Again, the meat. Well, I could see that becoming a meme, to be perfectly honest. So, yeah, brain rot or enlightenment, it's all in the mirror, right? It's how you see how it's all what you see reflected back at you.
This is culture, culture's evolving. New drops are different, the timeline's revolving. From Rage Comics to Brain Rot Kings, we're scripting the future with silly little things.
And it's that part right there. We're scripting the future with silly little things. Like, don't take everything too seriously. Have enough fun so that fun can also shape the future as well, right?
Not everything needs to be, and not everything needs to be an intelligence debate. Sometimes a funny picture can be a funny picture.
Yes.
And Sigma moves and out of text the old rules. We making brand new grooves. This is culture. Feel the revolution. New memes are the heartbeat of evolution.
I want you to show me later what the style prompt for this was. Because this is actually... Because I like the musical bop to it, even though I'm like... I get it, it's a meme song, but you know, I'm not a big fan of some of the lines, but I get it, right?
New memes are the heartbeat of evolution. Sticking out, you got it for the nerves.
Okay, I definitely mispronounced that part, but it was still prompted for Nerizler.
Yeah, it's evolution.
Yeah.
Cultural mutation, pure elation.
Cultural mutation, pure. Let's be fair. The meme culture is really fucking fun, right? It is pure elation to participate in the meme culture because there's all kinds of really like nice and like creative mutations you can make of it. Just think about like that Jax meme, right? The whole with Kaufmo at the end of the Amazing Digital Circus. Even people who didn't like the Amazing Digital Circus got in on the meme, right? Because it was like the whole Jax. I know we don't get along. But, and then you could do basically anything you fucking wanted after that, right? Whether it made sense, where it didn't make sense, but everyone got the general gist, right? Oh my god. It was just too useful. It was like a cultural mutation where it's like, yeah, it just caught on like fire because it was extremely useful. Pepe the Frog is another one of those.
That's me.
Like Pepe the Frog again. It's like I still have that picture of fucking Apu, like the Apu Pepe, right? Or like looking around and the picture, you know, that painting. You know exactly what I'm going to talk about. Right? The painting of the man standing on top of the mountain, beholding all before him, to capture the essence of the sublime. I still have the edit where it's just Apu, the tiny little frog guy, and he's looking over the mountains. But if you pay attention, he shit himself. Right? If you look at his pants are discolored because he shit himself, right? Do not kill the part of you that is cringe. Kill the part of yourself that cringes. I'm like, that's so fucking funny. Everything about this composition is fucking hysterical. Oh my god.
Memes forever, generation after generation.
And again, memes forever, generation after generation. Because that's just the fact of life, right? Again, the culture is composed of memes, just like your body is organized by, you know, genetic and epigenetic and, like, even probably membrane information, right? Those are still modes of information that are used to create the self-coherent organism, right? So again, memes are that exact thing. It is the building blocks upon which any culture is ultimately derived, right? So the selective, so culture should be a little bit more selective about what memes they allow to propagate within themselves, but, you know, I digress. That's not kind of the point. Generation after generation, these memes will propagate and become mutated.
I'm not the culture police.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
Generation after generation.
And I would argue AI art and AI music is actually creating new memes as well, right? The culture is currently resisting them.
That's what I need this song.
Yeah, the culture is currently resisting them, but the whole concept of cameo slop is a meme that, let's be fair, Skybros actually injected into the community, right? It was so popular, it was so successful.
The whole reason why I decided to put you in this picture.
This is part of the cameo slop thing, right? It's like, yeah, and why did it succeed? It's fun. It's fun because then you know who these characters are. It's like, I know that one, right? You could literally be the fucking Leonardo DiCaprio meme. It's like, that one right there, I know him, right? Pointing at the TV screen. Like, it's like, basically,
it's playing Where's Waldo with every video.
Yeah, it's like Shoe on Head even mentioned in one of those Skybrows videos. It's like every time I see myself one of these, I clap like a seal and point like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme, right? Everyone intrinsically understands that particular feeling, right? And yeah, it's just fun to do that because it is, again, if you don't know who they are, then you can learn who they are, and maybe you'll enjoy a new content creator, right? And if you don't enjoy them, well, maybe there's more story behind a character that you do like, that maybe they don't get along with each other, or maybe they do get along, and this has more to interact with, right? Obligatory digital circus mention, right? Fair. But, yeah, so it's like, again, AI is creating its own new memes as well. I die. Thank you forever. Again, since you did this, I'm just gonna fucking put that on here anyway. Because, again, people may not know where this meme comes from, right? So I might as well be the one to show them where the meme comes from. So, I die. Thank you forever.
This game is a bomb defusing game. Yes, we have to stop the bomb. Stop the bomb by working together.
By the way, Corona is an absolute cutie pie and a sweetie. Although for some reason she has a fascination with stealing people's Ubis.
Yes. Yes. Together, work together.
She's also a meme magnet.
And she is not very good with English. She is a JP VTuber and her English is pretty bad, but she loves Western culture. Holy shit! You think about like
It's the bad English that basically makes great memes.
Gulp Shido from Star Wars, right? The funny thing is that like with people in the West, oftentimes a lot of these people love anime and Japanese culture. Corona is absolutely the exact opposite. She loves Western cartoons. I don't fucking know why. She loves Western movies. She has an encyclopedic knowledge of Star Wars for some reason. And she just is a huge Westaboo. If you want an example of a Westaboo, Corona is a Westaboo. Holy shit. Like, she got probably the most into Hogwarts Legacy when that actually became a game than basically anyone else in Hololive.
Together. Yes, and
Yes, we
first, I will speak in English.
English, okay.
Simple
okay.
English, simple English
simple
for
English.
Korone-senpai.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And Senpai will defuse the bomb. Yay,
Okay.
stop the bomb.
Okay, stop bomb,
yeah.
okay. I'm die. Thank you, forever.
What?
I fucking love Corona. Well, I die. Thank you for I'm die. Thank you forever. It's just fucking the total betrayal of Callie. Oh my
And
god.
the reason why I put that line at the end here because after finishing that song, that's just how it felt. I
Right.
die. Thank you forever.
So yeah. So yes, I quite enjoy this particular. This is the first time I've heard the song here, and in keeping with tradition, I know that we already listened to it basically uninterrupted originally. I don't really have anything to add to this in a second viewing, to be perfectly honest. We kind of did talk about like each line individually, right? Clyde is willing to talk with you. I've asked if you can contact him on the free what the fuck is the free what is the free platform? Yes,
I have no idea what you and Clyde are going to need to be talking about.
Yeah, if you'd let me know what the free, platform is, then sure, I can get in contact with them. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about the free platform. Okay, so again, keeping with tradition, after I go through these things, I'm gonna play this one more time. That way, we can just listen to it one more time after the analysis, right? And just enjoy the song.
Sticking out your gap for the nerds, look. It's one of the signs of culture revolution. From cave walls to pixel screens, we paint our dreams in beams. Memes are the new hieroglyphs decoding what it means. Distracted boyfriend turning heads, this is fine through the flames. Feather the frog in every squad, we laughing through the pain. Risen the air with the effortless charm, aura point second raising the alarm. Culture and inclusion is the game. We level up the language every day, it's not the same. Viral waves crashing faster, remixing yesterday. What was normie yesterday is classic today. This is culture, culture is evolving. New drops are different, the timeline's revolving. From rage comics to brain rot kings, we're scripting the future with silly little things. Risk and Sigma moves, Phantom tax the old rules. We making brand new grooves. This is culture, feel the revolution. New memes are the heartbeat of evolution. New memes are the heartbeat of evolution. Big Chung is stacking plates. Dog wisdom never fade. Rick Roll still catching fools in rage. One is not simply walking the mortar, but we stroll through the feed. Lost JGJ got a staring pus. That's ain't what we need. They say the content might be dated, but the message is timeless. We remix the chaos, turn nonsense into diamonds. Youngin' from the nice 6'9" to the 6'7", whatever. 7, 8, 4, 3, 2, 5, 1, 9, 5, 2, 3, 3, 4, 1, 9, 0, 2, 1. All the numbers till we make the delicious pie. Bouncing on everything, Dale straight up into the sky. We poured the
natural mutation, pure elation. Names forever, generation after generation, after generation after generation after generation.
Let me turn this back on. All right, and that should be it for the song Cultural Evolution by Doctor of Insanity. YouTube
I will
wouldn't
say
let...
this was one of the more crazier songs I have ever thought of.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, it's definitely out there compared to your other stuff, to be perfectly honest. Oh shit, I forgot.
Yeah.
Keith is on, so I can actually rate him. Yeah, no, it's like, this is definitely different from your general production, but it's still good, right?
Okay, and you said you wanted me to send you my style print?
Yes, the style prompt. I want to see exactly how you got the style, what style prompt you use. I'm not going to show that on the stream per se. It's just I kind of want to take a look at it to see what exactly you did. And Philip, to answer your question, YouTube wouldn't let me send the message if I said X. That's interesting. But yeah, if it's on X, then sure.
Okay, I sent you the style prompt.
Roger that. Yeah, I can contact him on X. I might actually end up getting a trucker video out before he fucking Dev does, right? So yeah, that's all I wanted to do for right now, was just to cover this particular song. I know it's getting late for both you and me, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm just gonna play the PogChamp one more time and end this video, right?
Fine, I guess you are my little PogChamp. Come here.
Absolutely based meme. Will never grow old for me, to be perfectly honest. The stream isn't long, it's only 4 hours long. Have you seen a Keen stream? My streams are not long. My streams are pretty short.
5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours is still not a lot.
5 hours.
Okay, yeah, again, 5 hours is still not a lot. Have you seen a Keen stream? Right? All right. So yeah, that's it for right now. Thank you for joining me. We will definitely convene at a later time for another collab.
Indeed.
All right, so good night, Kionella. Okay, so I have ended the video recording for that episode. Close this out.
Okay, I'll disconnect from Discord now.
Roger that. Okay, let me see if I can raid Keen, because I do need to also log out, but I want to make sure that I can send everyone to the same channel. Okay, this is a bit of a pain in the ass. It might just be easier to find him on the fucking... Okay, let's see. That's not the right thing. That's... Okay, go to user management. Okay, I want to check to see if Keen is on, or if I can have to pick someone else. So if anyone has any ideas of who is actually on that I can send to both Kick and YouTube, y'all are free to give suggestions. But yeah, okay, Keen is live on YouTube. I don't know if he has a Twitch though.
Yeah.
Good night, Philip. Hope you enjoy yourself, and thank you for the contact, by the way. It will be really funny if I could fucking shame Dev by doing the thing he said he was gonna do, but fucking beforehand. Oh my god. I can be a petty bastard, right? Alright. I don't really know how to raid on Kick. So if you're on Kick and you want to join us for the raid, you can pick either one of these two websites. But I'm sending everyone to Keen as of right now. So give me one moment while I set this up. Okay. What is the fucking name that he uses? Okay, it's 2es_en. So 2es_en. Not pop up for some reason. That's fucking ridiculous. Why am I not able to... So I'm following him. Why am I not able to follow? Okay, let's go following. That way that should cut down on... Let's see. Ooh, Leaf was on, but she's been on for like 4 hours. Let's see. Koki's on, but she hates AI, so no, that's not happening. What the hell? Why do I follow 50,000 people? Good lord, man. Okay, let's see. Where the fuck is Keen? I literally follow the guy. What the hell? There's no fucking way. Okay, that's fucking annoying. Okay. Okay. Search live channels to raid. What the fuck? Okay. I swear to God, if this is case sensitive. It's not case sensitive. Okay, why can I not raid then? That's... Wait, is he not on? Oh, son of a bitch. That's why I can't raid him. He's not even fuck... Wait, did he just log off? I'm losing my mind. Oh, no, he's just not streaming on Twitch. Son of a bitch. Okay, that's mildly annoying. I wanted to send everyone to Keen, but that's not happening right now, it seems. Okay, let's try Rosa the Vampire. She was kind enough to react to one of my songs. So let's see if I can return the favor. Fuck it, I'm going to turn this on while... Well, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. That way you'll have something to listen to.
From the Blackstone I ride, Hubal wearing Yahweh's I borrow the flame, I crown every grave, and call it grace. I am Khairul Makirina, best of plotters, master of lies. Wa makaru wa makar Allahu wallahu Khairul Makirina. I twist the Torah, I mock the Injil, I deny the cross they nailed. It appeared so to them, the greatest liar. deceitful lie, wearing Yahya's handsome face. Private meetings, jealous wives, terror in the cave of Hira. I wear the name. I borrow the flame. I crown every grave and call it grace. I drink through the grave. I harvest the slave. I turn every blade toward a conquered face. Please tie the ikra, or I'll possess you forever. These are the exalted cranes, their intercession is hoped for. Then I blame the devil convenient, my prophets restore. Uswatun Hasana, 9 years old in Bukhari's chain. 9 years old in Bukhari's chain. Aisha's tears at my verses wash to satisfy his endless appetite. Thy Lord hastens to please thy desires. She cried into the night. I bend the sky for his lust, his slaves, his endless appetite. Wives beaten with adribuhunna, right hands possess their flesh. Sharrul bariya, worst of creatures, bad. Jizyatan an yadin wa hum saghiruna. Pray or be humbled, learn. Man baddala dinahu faqtuluhu. Apostates bleed on command. I wear the name. I bottle the flame. I crown every grave and call it grace. I drink through the brave. I harvest the slave. I turn every blade toward a conquered face. Dar al-Islam, Dar al-Harb. The world is mine to devour. Taqiyan kataman, lie in my name, hour after hour. Even Abu Bakr wept. I fear the deception of Allah. One foot in paradise, still trembling at my final plot. Borrowed time is running out, the lion stirs. Hear the thunder in the east. Melandine flames, temples in ruin, pyramids of skulls for my delight. I promise gardens past the slaughter. I promise crowns beyond the grave. Now every mask begins to flicker. Every idol starts to break. I was the thunder wearing heaven. Now all my banners fail. The Lion of Judah approaches. Aslan with claws of fire. As the false god trembles, my borrowed throne is a pyre. Jibreel, the demon screams as the true Gabriel draws near. Hubal unmasked, Allah exposed, the deceiver disappears. No mourning, no borrowed flame, no crown grave, disguised as grace. The lie comes, the mask is torn, the game is done. Wallahu khairul makirina, but the line has come. The mask is torn, the game is done. Wa makaru wa makar Allahu, Allahu khairul makirina.
These sheriffs believe that he did this as some sort of dare. As soon as he lifted it up, he slipped and fell inside the suction from the drain and began